This is green, this is red, and this is blue. But how can you tell what you're seeing as blue is the exact same thing as what I see as blue? We've named the colors to give us a way to communicate and reference them. But in reality, there's no way of knowing what you see is the same as what another person sees. Even with the small steps and the giant leaps we've made as a species, there's still a lot to learn about Earth, life, and the human condition. There's still everything we don't know. On the 26th of February 2015, one picture of a dress divided the internet.
You are seeing white and gold. Where are you looking at?
I just changed to white and gold!
Wait, no, you're kidding.
While some saw it as gold and white, others saw it as blue and black. And ever since then, there's been a number of repetitions of the same experiment, either using the same sense, in this case sight, or even other senses, like hearing, in the famous Yanny or Laurel debate.
Laurel.
These experiments remind us that there's no way for us to tell that you and I sense the same things. What I call red might just be what you call blue, and there might be someone out there who sees human beings with purple teeth, but just refers to it as white. 71% of the entire Earth is covered by water. Humans are made up of about 60% water, potatoes 80%, watermelons 93%, and cucumbers 95%. It's very clear that water is essential for life on Earth, but we really don't know that much about water, not even about the very oceans we came from. In fact, we've only explored 5 to 10% of the Earth's oceans. The rest? Well, who knows what's down there? It's even scarier when you realize that fish, like the blobfish and the barreled eye fish, belong to the slim percent of things that we've already discovered. The deeper you go, the crazier things seem to get. What's at the bottom of the ocean? For the most part, we just don't know. But back on the surface, countries that are bordered by water use something called coastlines to mark their territory. The coast is the land along the sea, and the boundary between the coast and the sea is known as a coastline. So, how long is the US coastline or any other coastline in the world? The answer is, well, again, we don't really know. Coastlines constantly curve and cut in and out. Even the smallest deviations from a straight line can add distance, and over time, these small distances add up. Some of these features are massive, like bays, while others are minuscule. Now, measuring each and every little crevice isn't really efficient, so surveyors cut corners and straighten rough edges into easily manageable lines. If you do a quick Google search of the measurement of any coastline, you'll find a lot of different answers. They all cut corners, just differently. Humanity as a species, though, well, we've done really well for ourselves. When in a pinch, we invent something to push us through. We made clothes when the weather was harsh, shelter so we could be safe from wildlife to rest and recuperate, weapons to hunt for food, money to replace pure bartering. But what about fire? Was fire a discovery or an invention? And music? Music has been described by scientists as a relatively recent invention by humans. It's believed that music helped our ancestors to bring together a close-knit community. But did humans really invent music? Or did we just discover that certain sounds sound nice with other sounds? Birds sing, whales sing, even tree frogs have a nice rich baritone sometimes. So can we really say man invented music? If we did, then what is the true definition of music? I guess we'll never know. On the list of man's greatest inventions has to be tools. In fact, for a really long time, scientists were pretty sure that this is exactly what made us human. We were the only animals who, through the use of such a variety of tools, were able to expand and grow so quickly. Except, we aren't the only ones who use tools. A lot of animals, mainly primates, use tools for all kinds of reasons. A study by Jane Goodall on African chimpanzees would change the definition of man forever. In the research, it was discovered that these chimpanzees use tools to gather food, brush their teeth, and even more. So in response, would this mean we must now redefine man or redefine tool? They use tools for the exact same things we would. Do we accept chimpanzees as human? Well, of course not. This begs the question, if using tools doesn't, then what makes us human? In the same research, It was also discovered that chimps had individual personalities and were capable of rational thoughts like emotions and sorrow. They gave pats on the back, hugs, kisses, and even just messed around with each other just for fun. They developed affectionate bonds with family members and with other members of the community, and some of these bonds lasted for over 50 years. If emotions, rational thought, and affectionate actions do not, then what makes us human? In the past, it was thought that humans were the only animals who were self-aware. However, in the past 30 years, extensive research has proven that many other animals are too. In fact, in 2012, a group of neuroscientists created the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, which states that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrates that generate consciousness. Non-human animals, including all mammals and birds, and many other creatures, also possess these neural substrates. If consciousness, sentience, wakefulness, and the ability to feel and experience do not, then what makes us human? We really just don't know. All we know is that one day we weren't, today we are, and one day we will be no more. We don't know what happened before we existed, and neither do we know what will happen after we die. If a person dies and comes back to life, it's referred to as a near-death experience, because we see death as a finality. But what if it isn't? What if one of the beliefs of humanity's many religions is true? Even the Earth itself can be very weird, and sometimes you just see formations that make no sense. Like, who built Stonehenge and why? The same goes for the pyramids. Some people think the gods of Egypt made the pyramids, others are convinced it was made by human effort. But, in reality, we just don't know. The human mind is everything. All of man's greatest inventions, theories, and discoveries have all come from a human mind. We first conceive of an idea in our mind before we can ever create it in the real world. But perhaps, we don't yet know or understand exactly how powerful the mind can be. The placebo effect gives us a glimpse. I made an entire video about the placebo effect, but basically, doctors appear to give a patient treatment, but in actuality, they don't. However, this fake treatment registers in the brain, perceives it as real, and kickstarts the healing process. Basically, the mind heals the body because it thinks the body is getting treatment, even if it isn't. In research on social, cognitive, and affective neuroscience, it was discovered that self-affirmation helps to maintain a positive self-view and helps to restore your self-confidence and self-worth. Simply by telling yourself nice things, it is indeed possible for your mind to convince your brain and body that you are those things. And these are just the things we know the mind is capable of. Think about everything we don't know. There are a lot of things we know about animals. Dogs are sweet and loving, cats can have an attitude, and the lion is apparently the king of the jungle, even if it lives in a savanna. Not everything makes sense, and we really don't know as much as we think we do. Going to space is one of man's greatest achievements. However, what space exploration has clearly shown us is just how small we are in the grand scheme of things. There are at least 2,500 other solar systems that have been discovered, but that number could go up to the tens of billions. We just can't know for sure. That's just in our galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is just one of billions of galaxies that are out there. It's so incredibly massive that you just can't help but think, are we alone in the universe? And if we aren't, why hasn't anyone said hi? We have ideas, but as always, we don't know. And we really can't prove most things. A very fundamental question for nature is, what exactly is the universe made of? And why is there stuff in it to begin with? We know that almost all matter is made up from indivisible atoms. But why? Why do atoms exist, and where do they come from? When we die, what exactly do those atoms become? Everything else? At this point, you've listened to me talk for about 7-8 minutes. Time is persistent. For everything with mass, time never stops. We all know that yesterday is in the past, today is the present, and tomorrow is the future. But what exactly is time, and where does it come from? Even more confusing is, did humans discover or invent time? There are so many things about the world that we just don't know, and while some are deep questions like we've talked about, others are more, well, trivial. While watching the video of this person yawning, you probably also yawned. So even more importantly, why is yawning contagious? When we're happy, we laugh. When we're sad, we cry. But why? For a long time, it was believed that laughter was a social tool to show one another that we're enjoying what's currently happening. It was an evolution tool used to help enhance connectivity in societies. But if that was the case, then laughter should be unique to us humans, or at least primates. But it's not. Other social animals like dolphins and even rats laugh. So why do we laugh? Also, why do we cry? It's as if crying has emotional healing powers. Crying activates our parasympathetic nervous system and helps return our bodies to a normal, fully functional state. It's a good thing for your body, so why do we associate it with such sad things? We often cry after something bad has happened, not really while it's happening. Is it a process that evolved solely for our brains to process emotionally painful things? Then again, we cry for happy reasons as well, so scratch everything I just said. Why are some people right-handed and others are left-handed? Why isn't everyone ambidextrous? Wouldn't that have made a lot more sense? We can have theories for many, many things, but they remain just that, theories. In actuality, proving theories as a fact of nature is a lot harder than you'd think. Many scientific theories are superseded with time, considered obsolete, or simply wrong. We used to think that Earth was the center of the universe. Then one day, we realized it wasn't. Then again, not everyone could accept the fact that their view of the universe was so wrong. I mean, there's a theory that as recently as World War II, the Germans attempted some advances under the impression that the Earth was hollow. So, it is very possible that mostly everything we do know about the world right now is wrong. Honestly, it probably is. We simply don't know everything about everything. And that's okay. All we can do is keep asking questions and keep learning about the world around us, trying to uncover each of its mysteries one stone at a time, hopefully answering the most important question of them all. What does existence truly mean?
If a tree falls down in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? How do you know? Taking it one step further, if you hear the tree hit the ground but don't see it, why do you trust your sense of hearing? This might seem like a ridiculous question, but the truth is that despite our total reliance on them, our senses deceive us all the time. You hear this audio and some of us hear Yanny while the others hear Laurel. You think you hear your friend laughing in the other room, only to come out and see it's just the TV. A stick that looks bent in the water turns out to be straight when you pull it out. You spend what seems like hours walking through a dark and creepy forest, but then wake up and realize you were just dreaming. The world is a strange place, and for all the knowledge we've managed to gather as a species, there's still a lot more that we don't. Here is everything we don't know, too. I think, therefore I am. You've likely heard this phrase before. Coined by 17th century French philosopher René Descartes, the simple declaration serves as the foundation of all modern philosophy. It's a statement of knowledge, an assertion that if I know nothing else, I at least know I exist. While this may not seem like a revolutionary idea at first glance, it's actually quite significant. Philosophers since the time of Socrates have wondered whether or not it's possible to know anything, because it always seems that the more questions we ask, the fewer answers we're left with. Descartes himself was renowned for his astonishing ability to doubt everything, no matter how trivial, no matter how seemingly obvious. He treated all of his ideas with a radical level of skepticism, believing that doing so would eventually lead him to the truth. This skepticism led him to ask a question that science still hasn't been able to answer. How do I know I'm not dreaming right now? Or, even more frightening, how do I know that my mind isn't being deliberately misled by some evil genius? Think of it like the movie The Matrix. It's possible that, at this very moment, you're hooked up to a giant machine that is feeding you all the sensory data you're currently experiencing. You aren't really watching this video, it's just the machine making you think that you are. While unlikely, technically it is possible, and there's no way we can disprove it. This is why some people argue that we live in a simulation. Do we, or don't we? We just don't know. Descartes argues that our inability to rule out this scenario forces us to doubt everything we think we know, a state of radical skepticism in which we can't trust anything we experience or think. Fortunately, Descartes offers us a way out. Even if we are forced to doubt everything, The one thing we cannot doubt is the fact that we're doubting. If we can doubt, then we can think, and if we can think, then there must be a mind doing the thinking. So while we may never know whether or not the world around us is an illusion, or if we even have physical bodies, we can rest easy in the knowledge that we have minds, that we exist, right? Well, not so much. Later philosophers from Kierkegaard to Heidegger criticized Descartes' claim, arguing that the existence of thoughts does not necessarily imply the existence of a thinker. Friedrich Nietzsche even went so far as to say that the idea that there is something called thinking is itself an assumption. All we can really say then is that something is happening. What that thing is, we just don't know. If you're rolling your eyes at this point, it's understandable. To most people, this all sounds like a bunch of over-intellectualized nonsense with no bearing on the actual world. Even if we do live in the Matrix, I still know that 2 + 2 = 4, that the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and that the earth beneath my feet is solid. Well, hold up on the last point. Part of the reason why it's so difficult to say whether we truly know anything is because we live in a dynamic universe where nothing is ever stable. Everything in existence is always moving and always changing, including the earth itself. Even as you watch this video, the very face of the planet is evolving. Plate tectonic theory is a relative newcomer to science. First pioneered in the 1960s, our understanding of how the earth shifts and moves is still fairly limited. We've discovered certain things, like the fact that the Earth's rocky crust is in the form of plates that sit on top of a mantle of liquid magma. As this magma circulates and churns, it pushes the plates around, knocking them into each other and creating earthquakes, volcanoes, and mountains. What this means is that, contrary to what we think, the ground beneath our feet isn't solid. It's constantly changing, and if it is, how can we say we know it? Tomorrow, an earthquake could reshape our continents, and so the best we can ever have is a rough approximation of what we think it used to be, not what it actually is. Maybe I'm just trying to strong-arm a metaphor here, but it seems like whenever we investigate what we think we know, our ideas start to crumble. It's an interesting quirk of reality, really. The simpler a question is, the harder it can be to answer. It's for this reason that many people fear death, because we simply don't know anything about what happens after it. Yet I cannot help but think that the fear that we don't know anything about death presupposes that we know what life is, because in reality, we don't know either. While it's easy for us to tell the difference between living and non-living materials, say like an apple versus a rock, but when we try to pin down a precise definition of life, things get complicated. All life forms, whether a plant or animal, bacteria or fungus, are composed of cells and are able to meet certain basic fundamental conditions. These include responsiveness, metabolism, energy transformation, growth, and reproduction. For instance, when you smell food, you respond by feeling hungry. Eating a sandwich then starts your metabolic process, which allows you to convert calories into energy. This energy is then used to do things like grow muscles or attract a mate. But this is what life does, not what life is. The main problem is that the primary feature of life is that it's always changing, and definitions by their nature are meant to be static. Perhaps if we knew where life came from, we'd have a better sense of what exactly it is. Unfortunately, we don't know this either. Of course, one day science will figure this stuff out, the secrets to life, the earth, and everything else will be unlocked. All it takes is more advanced technology, more sophisticated methods, and we'll be able to know the answers for certain, won't we? Here's the thing though, science isn't ever 100% certain. When researchers at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, otherwise known as CERN, announced the discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012, they did so by stating that their observations had passed the crucial threshold of 5 sigma certainty. To most people, this term is nothing more than academic jargon, but sigma in this context is the statistical unit of measurement used to determine how probable it is that a given result is correct. The higher the value, the more likely a particular finding is true, with 5 sigma being the gold standard, representing a 1 in a million chance that a given observation is inaccurate. Though, there's still a chance. You may think I'm splitting hairs here. After all, 1 in a million is as good as true, isn't it? Well, no. A 2011 experiment conducted by CERN purportedly found that a series of nearly massless ghost particles, called neutrinos, had traveled faster than the speed of light. This was, of course, impossible, as the finding violated Einstein's principle of relativity, yet the experiment passed with a 6 sigma confidence, meaning that it had a staggering 1.5 billion chance of being false, and yet it was. 4 later experiments all failed to replicate the original results, and the first experiment was written up as a fluke. Science is very good at explaining what is happening and how it happens, but not really why it's happening. Pass any scientific revelation through a series of why questions and you'll always get to a point where we just don't know. Take gravity, for instance. When an apple falls from a tree and hits Isaac Newton on his head, we know it's gravity. We can even measure it as 9.8 meters per second. But when it comes to explaining why this happens, almost 350 years later, we're still clueless. Every other physical force in the universe, electromagnetism, strong and weak nuclear force, has a corresponding subatomic particle. Yet we still don't know what the particle responsible for gravity is. Physicists have theorized the existence of something called a graviton that, similar to the Higgs boson, requires massive amounts of energy to detect. In fact, it's predicted that it would take a mass spectrometer the size of Jupiter, operating at 100% capacity, to identify one. But why is a graviton so hard to find? Why is it that physics behaves like this, and is it possible that it could work differently? The notion of alternate physics is most commonly associated with the multiverse theory, the idea that there isn't a single universe but an infinite array of different universes. We don't know if this is true, of course, but if it is, then it's possible that among these countless variations, there exists other types of physics. Maybe in another universe, gravity isn't so difficult to measure. Maybe instead, electromagnetism is the rogue force confounding their scientists. But it isn't just other universes that may operate under alternative sets of physical laws. Even our own universe may be subject to alternate forms of physics that we've yet to discover. In 2022, researchers at Columbia University programmed an AI to study video footage of different physical phenomena and then search for the minimal set of variables that described its observations. The footage included things like a pendulum, a lava lamp, and a fireplace. When the AI returned its results, the researchers found that they could identify some of the variables that the artificial intelligence had defined, but not others. The belief is that the AI was applying novel sets of physical laws currently unknown to humans. Unfortunately, since the program can't communicate what it's thinking, the exact variables remain a mystery. However, it does raise an interesting question. If we were to meet an alien species, is it possible that they might use alternate laws of physics? Ted Chiang's novella, Story of Your Life, the inspiration for the 2016 film Arrival, explores this idea. Fair warning, there's spoilers ahead. In the story, humans make first contact with aliens after dozens of spaceships suddenly appear in orbit, but rather than wanting to take over the planet, it seems that the extraterrestrial visitors just want to talk. To get the conversation going, both humans and the aliens work together to slowly decipher one another's language, as well as their respective approaches to physics. It quickly becomes apparent that the scientific and mathematical concepts that are advanced to us, like calculus, are elementary to them. Surprisingly though, the reverse is also true. The aliens deploy strange, seemingly convoluted methods to describe basic principles like velocity. While both methods provide accurate results, each is highly specific to the species that developed them. Eventually, it's explained that the aliens don't perceive our universe as causal. Instead, they witness all events as happening simultaneously. This accounts for their weird set of physics. Chiang's Story of Your Life raises interesting questions surrounding concepts like time, perception, free will, and subjectivity, forcing its readers to wonder if there's such a thing as objective reality. How do we know that the reality we experience is independent of our own consciousness? This problem has plagued philosophers since antiquity. Plato, in particular, is known for having proposed the idea of the realm of forms, a non-physical, immaterial plane from which the physical world manifests. Science actually functions on a similar principle, assuming that there is an objective reality that exists beyond our senses, which can be observed and measured. Despite our best efforts, though, no one has ever confirmed the existence of an objective reality. In fact, given that everything we know has to come first to us through our senses and therefore our own subjective perception, it's impossible to prove an objective reality. We'll just never know. In his book, The Spell of the Sensuous, philosopher David Abram argues that the very idea of an objective reality isn't representative of the universe we live in. In actuality, Abram says we exist in the realm of inner subjectivity, a term he borrows from the German philosopher Edmund Husserl. This form of reality, rather than being a separate and isolated phenomenon, is created by the collective experience of all its participants. The universe doesn't exist as an object of our subjective perceptions. Instead, it arises out of our very interaction with it. If this idea sounds a little out there, consider quantum mechanics, where our mere observations literally affect the state of matter. Just by measuring a photon of light, we're able to change it from a wave to a particle. So maybe there's no such thing as objective reality. Maybe all that exists is our collective, intersubjective experience. There's simply no way of knowing. Plunging into the depths of uncertainty is never pleasant. That's why humans came up with reason and science in the first place. We want to feel as though we know things. It gives us a sense of control in an otherwise chaotic, unpredictable, and sometimes dangerous universe. For the majority of my life, I was agnostic about most things. If there wasn't what I deemed to be rational, scientific proof to support an idea, I just didn't believe it. But the more I learn, the more I realize how limited my own experience is, and just how much we as a species don't know. Ordinary matter accounts for just 5% of the entire universe. The rest of it, 95% of everything that exists, is a complete and total mystery. We just don't know. It seems naive, if not outright arrogant, to close myself off to new ideas just because they don't fit within my current understanding of how things work. Tomorrow, the Earth could shift, life as we know it could completely change, and everything that science has taught us could turn out to just be a fluke. But rather than meeting this dilemma with fear or outright rejection of scientific principles, we should take it as an opportunity to learn, embracing uncertainty as a means of transforming our perception. To me, this seems like the only rational path forward. Because as it turns out, everything we don't know is, well, everything.
Tim Cook of Apple, Sundar Pichai of Google, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, the President of the United States. When you think of the people controlling the world, these names come to mind. But the truth is, while these people have a significant influence over our lives, 4 companies secretly control the world, and only a handful of people hold significant power in those companies. These are the people who have the potential to change your life for better or worse, without you ever realizing what's happening. I made a video talking about how BlackRock controls the world, and unsurprisingly, they are one of the 4 companies we'll discuss today. Altogether, these 4 companies manage almost $24 trillion worth of assets. They have the most influence over the United States' monetary policy and operate with very little oversight, which means they're free to do almost anything they want. And their power doesn't end in the United States. These companies also own a significant stake in the vast majority of European companies that are listed on the US stock exchange. Now, you might think this is an exaggeration. How can 4 companies control so much wealth? But it is true, and the information is available once you just look for it. From the largest retail stores like Walmart and Home Depot to transportation companies like GMC and Boeing, pharmaceutical companies like Merck, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and media companies like Disney, Viacom, News Corp, NBC, CBS, Time Warner, and AT&T. They influence the banking system as they're involved in every decision made at the largest financial institutions like Bank of America, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup. In the United States, the US Federal Reserve, the country's central banking institution, has board members who represent these 4 investment firms. Global financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are influenced heavily by these companies. So, who exactly are these 4 companies? Before I answer the question, when researching this topic, I was bombarded with a lot of data. The largest of the 4 companies, BlackRock, was founded in 1988 by Larry Fink. Like the other 3 firms, BlackRock is a fiduciary, which means that a person has placed trust in them to act in their best financial interest. BlackRock does this primarily through mutual funds, a collection of assets that invest in stocks, bonds, and other securities like real estate. BlackRock currently has 70 offices in 30 countries around the globe and holds $10 trillion in assets. The company is currently worth $20 trillion, which is half of the US's yearly gross domestic product, or GDP. This is the measure of value created by a country by producing goods and services. The other 3 companies are Vanguard, State Street, and Fidelity Investments. Vanguard manages $7.6 trillion in assets and is the world's largest issuer of mutual funds. At the end of 2022, it had 203 US funds and 227 international funds, which served its 50 million investors. Vanguard's founder, John Bogle, created the Index Investment Fund in 1976, now known as the Vanguard 500 Index Fund. You might be wondering the difference between an index and a mutual fund. An index fund is a type of mutual fund that is passively managed as opposed to other mutual funds, which are actively managed. So when Bogle invented this index fund, he created a formula to track returns on the market and invest accordingly. State Street is owned by Vanguard now, but is the second oldest continually operating US bank. Its predecessor, Union Bank, was founded in 1792. State Street manages $3.9 trillion in investment assets. Along with Vanguard and BlackRock, it is one of the prominent 3 index fund managers that dominate corporate America. Fidelity Investments manages $4.3 trillion in assets. It was founded by Edward Johnson II in 1946 and has remained a family-owned and operated business ever since. Fidelity was the first major American finance firm to market mutual funds to everyone via mail and door-to-door sales. Before they opened their doors, the mere idea of investing had been reserved for wealthy individuals. Hearing that alone, you might be wondering what exactly is wrong with these companies. They all sound like industry pioneers who have done incredible to stay in business for so long. And while that is entirely right, it's only half the story. To figure out the other half, let's start with what these companies tell us they do. Each of these firms helps everyday people invest their money, and whether you're a multi-millionaire or an hourly worker looking to create a small investment fund for your family, they've helped democratize investing. And often, investing with them can seem like a good idea, especially lately, because in today's world, we're not just worried about making money, we're concerned about making money and helping move society forward. That's where ESG investing comes in. ESG, which stands for Environmental Social Governance, is a type of investing that considers social and environmental factors. So basically, what is the company you're investing in doing about environmental issues like climate change? All 4 of these firms advertise their commitment to ESG. As you would expect, some people have mocked these firms' stance on ESG, calling it woke investing. In response, companies like BlackRock have responded by saying it's not woke, it's capitalism. The way they see it, climate change poses a risk, so investing in companies that further the effects of climate change is also a risk. On the flip side, investing in companies trying to mitigate that risk is good business. To give them all the credit, they've put their money where their mouths are. In 2021, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street successfully shook up the board of ExxonMobil by installing new members who promised to take on climate change. And BlackRock let the state of West Virginia, a huge coal producer, pull out of the investment firm due to their pledge to invest in net zero companies. But when you peel back the curtain, it's not as wholesome as these firms would like to make it sound, especially when it comes to ESG investing. Every single one of these companies is about as hypocritical as they get. Vanguard specifically praises its own ESG investing, while also owning $86 billion in coal companies, making it the world's largest investor in the industry. BlackRock is the top investor in fossil fuels and deforestation, war profiteering, and doing business with human rights violators. Look no further than BlackRock's deal with the Chinese government. The firm became the first company to have access to China's vast mutual fund market, followed by Fidelity. This left many skeptics wondering, what did they promise President Xi Jinping? With this deal, these 2 companies will be pouring more and more money into the Chinese companies, which are primarily controlled by the Chinese government, a growing adversary of Western democracies. Even more controversial are the firm's investments in Russia. All of these companies had assets invested in Russian companies, and once the war broke out in Ukraine, they all responded, at least publicly, by freezing those investments or pulling out of them altogether. Whether or not those assets will stay out of Russia long-term is questionable. Regardless, years and years of investments from these 4 companies undoubtedly helped fund Putin's invasion of Ukraine. No matter how you slice it, these companies are riddled with conflicts of interest. In Ukraine, BlackRock is one of the leaders trying to advise the country on rebuilding once the conflict is resolved. This might seem benevolent, but not all that glitters is gold. In reality, BlackRock is simply capitalizing on a war that their funds helped finance so they can make more money closer to home than the others. The Johnson family, which founded and runs Fidelity, also runs a venture capital arm that competes with Fidelity's investments, which means the family benefits, while Fidelity investors get a crappy deal. For example, from 2011 to 2012, F Prime Capital, the family's venture capital arm, invested $11 million in Ultragenyx Pharmaceutical Incorporated before it went public. This investment prevented Fidelity's mutual funds from making the same play because, if it did, it would have violated US securities laws, so the family-owned fund got the better stock value while the public funds, which invested in the company at a higher rate, kind of got screwed. Essentially, these companies, which have immense power and control in our world, tell us a manicured PR statement about what they're doing, but in reality the story is much more complicated and problematic. None of their success would have been possible without the various proprietary technologies they developed to help their investing strategies.
The prime example is BlackRock's Aladdin technology, which began the trend of using technology to minimize the risk of investing. It manages 20 trillion in assets and predicts the outcome of every single investment while getting information and personal data on everyone who knowingly or unknowingly gave BlackRock their money. This technology and others like it are perfect for investors. They've helped to lower the cost of managing the investment while improving returns. This type of technology is what makes companies like BlackRock and others grow. It gives them an edge. It allows them to apply their investing strategy company-wide. It'll enable investors to diversify their portfolios more effectively. Technologies like this democratize investing, allowing anyone of any level of wealth to benefit from a sound investment strategy. This is why over 80% of all assets invested over the last decade have gone to these 4 companies, but at what cost? And if these companies continue to revolutionize, advance their technologies, and control more and more investor assets, then what? We're at risk of ownership concentration if BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity, and State Street continue increasing their influence over the biggest companies across every industry. Competition's just gonna decrease. They'll be competing with themselves, which isn't competing at all. This leads to less consumer choice and higher prices, and we can see this already happening in the airline industry. Over the last 14 years, airfares have increased by as much as 7% because there's less pressure to compete. BlackRock and Vanguard are among the 5 largest shareholders of the biggest 3 operators. But this isn't just about the companies, it's about the people who run and own them. The people who make the decisions, pull the levers, and hold so much power you can't imagine. Starting with Larry Fink, the founder, chairman, and CEO of BlackRock. He started out at a New York-based investment bank where he rose to manage the firm's bond department. Unfortunately, his career there ended when he lost his department $100 million after an incorrect prediction about interest rates. This led him to focus his next venture on investing in risk management, and BlackRock was born. He founded the firm in 1988 and grew it from $5 million to $8 billion in just 5 years. Abigail Johnson, CEO of Fidelity Investments, didn't grow the company she leads from the ground up. She's the granddaughter of Fidelity's founder, Edward Johnson II. She started as an analyst and portfolio manager at the company before being promoted to the president of Fidelity's asset management division. In this position in the early 2000s, like an episode of Succession, Johnson unsuccessfully attempted to remove her father as CEO over disagreements about how to lead the company. It wouldn't take too long for her time to come though, as in 2014 she was named CEO. State Street CEO Ronald O'Hanley has ties to Fidelity, having previously served as the president of asset management and corporate services there before entering his current role. The world of finance is a lot smaller than you think. And Vanguard uniquely is owned by its clients, or instead by the funds they invest in. Its president and CEO Mortimer J. Buckley started his career as an assistant to the company's founder John Bogle. Bogle, the guy who essentially invented the index fund, may not like the direction his business is going in. He's warned of ownership concentration, saying that too much money is in too few hands. Undoubtedly, asset management has made Mr. Bogle a very wealthy man, but perhaps he sees beyond that. Maybe he understands the power he and others like him have over every industry they invest in, and every investor who entrusts them. He may be issuing a warning to us all, but it's not one we're likely able to do anything about. Because these 4 companies are just too influential. A global financial system meant to empower individual investors has empowered a select few instead. So while we get distracted by celebrities' faces on the front of magazines or flashing by in our social media posts, these company leaders are behind the scenes, pulling the levers and secretly deciding the financial future of our world, whether we like it or not. The worst of them all is BlackRock. Watch this video next to understand why. You wake up to the sound of the alarm on your iPhone, and annoyed that you couldn't get more sleep, you grudgingly unlock your phone to see what's going on in the world, and there's an email from Amazon telling you that your package has been delivered. So you force yourself out of bed to get the package, and it's some Johnson & Johnson medicine you ordered the night before. The wonders of overnight shipping, you think to yourself. You glance across the room to see the clock. It's 8 a.m. and you have to be at work by 9. Flustered, you open your Microsoft computer to answer some work emails before getting dressed. There's no time to cook breakfast, so you'll just grab something at McDonald's on your way to work. What if I told you that every single company you just interacted with within the first hour of your day is heavily influenced in large part by one company, BlackRock? Now, I'm sure you've heard about BlackRock. There are dozens of videos here on YouTube that talk about how it's the company that controls the entire world. But the reality is far less glamorous. Here is why everything you've heard about BlackRock is wrong. Before we talk about that, let's talk about data.
Every time we browse on the internet, companies collect an insane amount of data from us, information which is then sold to data brokers, who in turn sell it to the highest bidder or just lose that information in data breaches. According to a report from the Identity Theft Resource Center, there were 68% more breaches in 2021 than in 2020, and that number is only going up. A few months ago, my friend got an email telling him that his information was released in a data breach from a company that he had never heard of, and right after he started getting personalized email ads from shady companies. This is how scammers are able to figure out your phone number, name, and even your address. The good news is that you can get these data brokers to delete the information they have about you. BlackRock is an investment firm that controls a huge number of shares in some of the largest companies in the world. They have a total of $10 trillion in assets across the globe. That's an amount equal to half of America's total GDP, controlled just by one company. It's easy to dismiss such a powerful company as all-out evil, but the truth is, BlackRock doesn't own these companies or even own shares of these companies. Their clients own the shares, BlackRock simply manages them. That's not to say that BlackRock doesn't have any influence on these companies, they definitely do. Because they control such an incredible amount of their stock, it's possible that companies want to keep in BlackRock's good graces, so they don't pull their investments. Now, while BlackRock might not be the evil company some people make them out to be, the truth is, there's still something very shady about them. Their hypocrisy. BlackRock was founded 34 years ago by Larry Fink, and he grew the company from $5 million in value to $8 billion in just 5 years, primarily by managing money invested by large institutions like pensions, university endowments, and substantial fortunes invested by the uber-rich. Today, Fink serves on the Council on Foreign Relations and the World Economic Forum, commanding the attention of business tycoons and political leaders around the globe, and his company is on the cusp of consolidating so much power that it could essentially control the world.
Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
The worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
The 2008 financial crash turned out to be an incredible opportunity for BlackRock. It secured an uncontested contract to control many of the banks that had collapsed. That gave Larry Fink, who was already incredibly wealthy, even more power, and a direct line to the American government. The same thing happened in 2020, during the early days of the pandemic, when the government called in BlackRock to protect the Federal Reserve from financial fallout. Periods of economic uncertainties like these were key to BlackRock's rise to power, and as the famous saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and BlackRock would like you to think that they are being responsible. In the summer of 2020, while the world was angry about the murder of George Floyd, BlackRock came out with a statement saying that companies had to serve a social purpose, and that they would be giving every company an ESG, or Environmental, Social, and Governance score. Companies that promised more diversity in hiring and leadership or offered environmentally friendly policies and technology received higher scores than companies that didn't. Although this concept had been around since 2004, BlackRock became the loudest proponent of ESG investing in 2020, and in all honesty it worked. Before this statement, ESGs were mentioned in far fewer than 1% of earnings calls, but by May 2021 that number rose to around 20%, and it has since remained the fastest growing segment in the asset management industry. People are more concerned about the environmental and social impact of companies, and that's a good thing, right? Socially responsible companies get the upper hand in an ideal world, yes, but we all know that the world we live in is far from ideal. While there's been some positive improvement, the main result of BlackRock's ESG statement has been a massive surge in companies participating in practices like greenwashing, pretending they're more sustainable, diverse, or responsible than they actually are. It's also exposed the hypocrisy of BlackRock itself, because while it claims to champion ESG investing, the company remains the largest investor in fossil fuels and war profiteering, and maintains a pretty friendly relationship with human rights violators. And it's not just BlackRock, the second largest investment firm in the world, Vanguard, is guilty of the same technique, promoting ESG investing on the one hand, but on the other, unwilling to stop investing in oil and gas companies or pull out of companies with questionable human rights practices. We see this time and time again from BlackRock. They do something that seems like they're moving in the right direction in the eyes of the public, but behind the scenes, they're unwilling to tamper with their investments, even if it's for the greater good of society. Take climate change, for instance. BlackRock says that climate risk is investment risk, meaning that investing in companies that aren't creating policies to help address climate change is a risky move. In 2021, BlackRock actually did do something about this by helping shake up the board of ExxonMobil and installing new members who promised to take action on climate change. Previously, the oil and gas behemoth was responsible for 2% of the world's emissions. Now there are new self-imposed mandates to help reduce that over time. This is a great move by the company, no doubt, but the fact that it's still the world's single biggest investor in fossil fuels makes this feel more like virtue signaling than actually trying to make meaningful change, and the hypocrisy doesn't end there. As mass shootings continue to end lives in the US, BlackRock has spoken out against gun violence and said that gun manufacturers should do more to protect the lives of the American people. But who's the largest investor in gun manufacturers? You guessed it, BlackRock. The investment firm holds a 16% stake in Sturm Ruger, 15% in Vista Outdoor, and significant percentages of other manufacturers just like them. BlackRock says it talks to these companies about improving safety, but so far, it's unclear whether or not there's actually been any policy change. Outside of America, BlackRock's US Aerospace and Defense Fund has billions of dollars invested in major weapons contractors worldwide, like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and General Dynamics. They're supporting these companies that then get huge Pentagon contracts and use taxpayer money to engage in violence and war around the globe. Often, these weapons are supplied to foreign governments in the name of peace, like Saudi Arabia, which received weapons from the US government and used them to indiscriminately attack civilians in Yemen during years of civil war. Funding this spread of war and an increase in nuclear weapons shows that BlackRock constantly skirts its own commitment to human rights. So does its engagement with authoritarian governments. BlackRock is officially the first global asset manager to have access to China's mutual fund, leaving critics wondering, what did Fink promise Chinese President Xi Jinping to allow him to access the Chinese Communist Party's fund? To be fair, BlackRock isn't the only investment company out there looking to do business with China, but because of its widespread power, it's been the most successful in gaining a foothold in the controversial territory, which is surprising, especially for a US company. This power also made it a major player in the war in Ukraine. As we saw in China, despite its emphasis on ESG investing, BlackRock has a tendency to overlook human rights in favor of monetary gain. It's been investing in Russia's most prominent companies for years. The British pensions that BlackRock controls alone have contributed $630 billion to Russia. After Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014, a precursor to what would become the more now than a year-long war in Ukraine, BlackRock reconsidered some of its investments in Russia, but just 1 year later, it was back to being among the top shareholders in the country's biggest corporations. Even when it became clear that Russian President Vladimir Putin was planning an invasion last year, BlackRock didn't budge, and like most other Western firms, it did, eventually, pull assets out of Russia once the war started, but think about all the money it flooded into Russia over the years. Money that the authoritarian government controlled and used in its expansion mission that led to this deadly war. All of this begs the question, how did one company gain this much global power and influence? Well, it started with technology. BlackRock's business is built on ETFs, or exchange-traded funds. An ETF contains diversified investments to reduce an investor's risk. Rather than buying stock in a single company, you're investing in a fund that buys stocks, commodities, and other securities. This practice proved to be very lucrative for BlackRock and its investors thanks to a portfolio management software it created in 1998 called Aladdin. Aladdin predicts the possible outcome of every investment and collects information and personal data on everyone who has ever knowingly or unknowingly given BlackRock money. This allows the software to predict how likely it is that a specific investment will fail. Eventually, this technology put Fink and BlackRock on top, making the company the go-to firm for ETF investing, which keeps getting more and more popular. Global ETF assets could explode to $25 trillion by 2025, meaning trillions more for BlackRock. But we don't need to wait until 2025 to see the effects of the power BlackRock has. Right now, BlackRock oversees assets worth 10% of the entire world economy. Companies like Fox, Comcast, and Disney have to consult with BlackRock before they make major moves, since it has such a large share of their ownership. BlackRock and other large firms like Vanguard are the biggest investors in global giants like Google, Facebook, and Amazon. This level of ownership creates an anti-competitive environment. You feel this in the prices of airline tickets. BlackRock and Vanguard are among the 5 largest shareholders of the 3 biggest airline operators, which means that there's very little incentive to lower prices in order to compete with each other. This level of ownership consolidation reduces consumer choice and raises prices, and it also means that eventually a handful of powerful people at these investment firms could wield more power than the executives at the companies they own shares in. Even Jack Bogle, who founded Vanguard, says that this kind of ownership concentration is bad. Too much money in the hands of too few will not work out well for the global economy. There are solutions that governments could put in place to stop these companies from gathering too much influence. Things like not allowing funds and ETFs to vote as shareholders in companies, or creating ownership caps that would dictate how much of a company can be owned by a single entity. The laws can be passed limiting how much influence an investment firm can have in the companies they're invested in, even if that influence is intended to be benevolent, like with the ESG. But how soon could any of this happen? Because BlackRock and Vanguard are less than a decade away from managing $20 trillion in assets. That would upend the asset management industry and intensify the already staggering ownership consolidation of the world's largest companies, sending prices through the roof. One of the biggest problems with this system of business is that the more money BlackRock manages, the lower its fees for investors, so we end up in this cycle where the best way to invest our money today creates a potentially catastrophic environment for our money and our society tomorrow. Unfortunately, most people don't have the luxury of looking that far ahead. What looks good in the short term is all that matters, and that is how BlackRock thrives. It hopes you'll overlook its hypocrisy around the environment, diversity, and human rights because it puts out statements about being a responsible company. Its future hinges on its investors not caring about these things. The problem is that many of its investors don't even know they're investors. They're simply part of a pension fund or an endowment that BlackRock manages. There are smaller funds that do support ESG investing without conflicts of interest, and there are options, like managing our own shares, that help us avoid the moral pitfalls of large companies like BlackRock. But much like how most of us couldn't live without Amazon's next-day delivery for our last-minute essentials, using these large flawed companies is just easier. Over the past decade, the public has become more and more critical of what massive companies do and say. As that magnifying glass emerged, BlackRock made sure that its messaging about making the world a better place was heard and publicized. BlackRock's hypocrisy won't end. Its public image versus private actions will most likely always conflict with one another, but as consumers and investors, it's our responsibility to know what's happening. Taking them at their word is the easier option, but that's exactly what BlackRock is betting you'll do. That's how they've gotten this far. This is the same ignorance that allowed banks and governments to drown us in debt. Click the video on your screen right now to find out more.
Liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself, James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
On December 25th, 2021, NASA launched the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope. Hubble has provided and continues to provide us with some of the most magical pictures of our universe, but the JWST is projected to be 100 times more powerful than Hubble. Built over 30 years, the JSWT is designed to capture more light and detail than Hubble ever could. This will let astronomers gather more information and allow them to dig deeper into the history of the universe than ever before. About 6 months after its launch, the JWST delivered the most detailed image of the universe ever taken. Known as Webb's first deep field, the image isn't just star-studded, it's galaxy-studded. In this image you see galaxies that span an enormous distance and maybe an even greater duration of time. The distances we're dealing with here are so large that it would take millions, maybe billions of years to travel to them even at the speed of light. When we look at these images, we're looking into the past. This pale red dot, for example, is a galaxy that appeared 13.1 billion years ago. We know this because that's how long it has taken the light from it to reach us. But for all of its size, do you know how much of the night sky that everything in this entire image would cover? Just about the width of a grain of sand held at arm's length. There are hundreds of billions of other galaxies in the observable universe, and some scientists even put that number in the trillions. These galaxies, in turn, have hundreds of billions of star systems, much like our own, and these star systems have planets orbiting around them. What are the chances that there wouldn't be another planet with life in some faraway galaxy? What are the chances that in this incredible vastness of space, we're all alone? You see, no matter how difficult it is for life to exist, and no matter how rare it is, the universe is so big that there should be millions, if not billions, of planets able to support life. You can define whatever requirements you want for life: temperature, distance from a star, number of moons, presence of water, number of asteroid impacts, and so on. Purely by chance, there should be many planets with life on them, and surely some of that life would be intelligent enough to reach out to us, right? It's not like the laws of physics, chemistry, or biology are exclusive to Earth. They're not. But if there is life on other planets, if there's nothing special about Earth, where's everybody else? Where are all the aliens? Enrico Fermi asked this question in a lunchtime conversation with his colleagues in 1950. Fermi was a Nobel Prize-winning physicist considering the existence of spacefaring civilizations. Truth be told, humans haven't been around for that long, and if in our short existence on this planet, we've considered branching out to Mars or some other world, it's reasonable that another civilization might have thought the same thing.
If a civilization has been around long enough and is sufficiently technologically advanced, it should try to branch out to other planets in search of resources. At the very least, it should try to reach out to them to communicate. That hypothesis, though, stands in contrast to reality, which has given us no evidence for life other than our own on this planet. The Great Silence, as it's called, persists today. The mismatch between our intuition that the universe should be teeming with life and its apparent emptiness is known as the Fermi paradox. So where are the aliens?
Just this morning, jet fighters raced aloft over Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at Dayton, Ohio, to intercept a reported saucer. Returning pilots swore that it was a light that could not have been a reflection and that it evaded them at a very high rate of speed.
Well, even though we've always been fascinated with aliens, we haven't officially been looking for them for very long. SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is the most famous organization actively looking out for alien life in the universe, and it only formally began in the late 1950s. Some of its significant efforts include sending radio signals to outer space and listening for ones that may be sent our way. Of course, this only covers intentional signals. SETI is one of the first organizations to intentionally send radio waves, but our technologies have been emitting radio waves through space-time ever since they were invented. This includes everything from mobile phones, televisions, FM/AM radios, and even the earliest radio transmissions in the late 1800s. For all we know, our alien counterparts are laughing over Charlie Chaplin movies right now, but if you think about it, our radio signals may not have even reached potential intelligent life yet. As we mentioned at the start of the video, the distances we're dealing with in space are pretty literally out of this world. Even if we consider the oldest transmissions from over 100 years ago, when radio waves were first sent out, they would have only traveled a tiny portion of space. If today, at this very moment, our earliest signals were to reach our so-called galactic neighbors, and they were so intelligent and capable that they recognized our existence and decided to reach out immediately, it would take another 100 years for the reply to reach Earth. Barring a breakthrough in physics that allows them to break the speed of light, before we ever know if our earliest attempts to reach out were successful, most of us would be faded memories. What if life exists not 100 light years away, but 50 or even 20 light years away? Well, in that case, aliens would have had enough time to receive and reply to our signals by now. So why haven't they? One answer would be that aliens simply don't exist, which, let's be honest, is rather boring, so let's assume they do exist. The logical question would be then, why haven't they reached out to us? To answer this question, we need to place alien civilizations into three advancement categories: less advanced than us, equally advanced, or more advanced. If they're less advanced than us, it's likely that they simply don't have the technology to reach out to us. It's also important to know what signs to look out for. For 2 billion years after life started to evolve, it would be unobservable if another civilization were to look out for the same things we're looking for right now. Then there's the possibility that they're equally advanced as we are, and if that's the case, they might be paranoid about contacting us because they're uncertain about what they're dealing with. And this is in line with what Stephen Hawking said. That reaching out to alien life would be a big mistake, because they might come for our resources and our planet, they might carry pathogens we can't fight off, they might have colonial intentions, the list goes on. Given how we've treated other human beings because of differences we created in our own minds, it's fair to say that it would be a mistake to assume that an extraterrestrial species would greet us with kindness. The third possibility is that the aliens possess far superior intelligence. Humans are no longer attractive to them. It might be a difficult pill to swallow, considering how human-centric we are, but hear me out. If the universe is teeming with life, if there's nothing special about us, then there's not much point in them reaching out to us, much less spending precious resources visiting us. Colonial intentions would likely be less important to a civilization that can, for example, harvest the power of stars. We'd be like the ants of the universe. To most people, ants might be interesting when they first see them, and they can be intriguing. But then interest subsides and we walk past millions of ants every day without paying any attention to them. Sure, some biologists might still be interested, but most of us simply ignore them. We could apply a similar line of reasoning to a superior alien civilization. The exact reason a nearby alien civilization might exist, namely the abundance of life, is also why we haven't felt their presence. On a more cynical note, they might not have visited us yet because they prefer an ambush rather than a hello. The dark forest hypothesis states that the universe is full of cunning civilizations, that would rather forego the risk of contacting anyone else and observe from the darkness. Whether to reach out is up to them, but as this hypothesis suggests, just because we haven't been contacted doesn't imply nobody is listening. Of course, this is assuming they haven't already visited us. On July 26, 2023, David Grush, a former intelligence officer, testified under oath that non-human biologics were recovered by a highly secretive UFO recovery program run by the US government. Now I know, we've had many so-called sightings of alien spacecraft and a lot of grainy video footage to go along with it, but this is the first time someone whose credentials have been verified has gone under oath and said things that could easily land him in jail if proven false. Skepticism is needed. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Nevertheless, even if David's claims are real, there's still a general lack of evidence. If one alien spacecraft can reach Earth, so can hundreds or thousands more. If they visited us once, there's no reason to believe they won't do so again. At a civilization level, a government cover-up can only go so far, especially when there's a strong likelihood that a civilization reaching out to us would be far more advanced than us. Having said that though, we come back to our starting point. Where are the aliens, and if they're so common, why haven't we been bombarded with visits? Well, one of the more widely accepted theories is that of the Great Filter. It's a hurdle in the evolution of a civilization that typically leads to its extinction. It could be anything: an asteroid impact, a massive volcanic eruption, an incurable virus, runaway artificial intelligence, self-destruction, the list goes on. The idea is that most civilizations that go through the Great Filter fail, and are inevitably destroyed. If that's what's happened so far in the universe, that would explain the Great Silence. Our civilization alone may have passed this intergalactic test, thus we exist when others don't. But that's only half the story. You see, the scenarios I spoke of only make sense if you assume we've already passed the Great Filter. What if we haven't? What if the Great Filter isn't behind us, but waiting for us in the years ahead? Maybe we exist not because we've passed the Great Filter, but because we've yet to go through it. Asteroid impacts have happened in the past, but could also hit us in the future. Nuclear annihilation is only a button or two away. We've seen some devastating viruses take their toll, and runaway intelligence, well, we're on our way. The Great Filter could be any of these things, or it could be none. It could be something else entirely, something our human-centered minds cannot even imagine. Part of the intrigue with alien life involves answering one question, and it's, how special are we? Almost everything about the Fermi paradox is a projection of that. The things we look for, how we look for them, how we expect them to behave. It's a self-centered, egotistical pursuit that is, ironically, very human. But this human-centered curiosity might end up costing our civilization dearly. As Stephen Hawking said, maybe seeking out extraterrestrial life is a terrible idea. For all we know, the Great Filter is just that, our curiosity. Maybe it's the courage to ask, where are all the aliens? Maybe we shouldn't know. We could be dealing with something genuinely otherworldly in the vast unknown of space. Who dares wins. Not this galactic race, we don't. Maybe the Great Filter is not a catastrophe that will happen to us. Maybe it's one we seek. Hopefully the James Webb Space Telescope has some answers, or at least newer questions for us. Watch the video on your screen to understand why the JSWT is so important. As the nukes dropped on every major city around the globe, everyone sought shelter, but there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, civilization as we knew it was destroyed. Every server, library, and entity that stored information about who we are, what we did, and how we lived was gone. Only a handful of children worldwide survived, all kept in the deepest bunkers we could find. No adults could make it. Everything about humanity before the blast would be lost entirely in around 5 generations. Sure, there are tales, mysteries, and legends, but no historical record of life before the final World War. There's no way our descendants thousands of years from now can know who we were. The story might sound a little far-fetched, but the reality is, for all we know, this could have happened already. Maybe except for the nuclear part, because no evidence suggests that man-made nuclear weapons existed before Oppenheimer. But the rest of it could be true, because there's so much we don't know about the history of our world and humans. At one point we knew more. Until the fire. In 48 BC, the Library of Alexandria, located in Alexandria in what is now Egypt, burned down. Historians estimate that at one point the library held over 500,000 documents from Assyria, Greece, Persia, Egypt, India, and other nations. Sadly, as the pages turned into ashes, the most significant assembly of information about the ancient world disappeared. There are a lot of theories about who started the fire. Julius Caesar is one of the most routinely accused people. He was driving his soldiers into Egypt when an Egyptian fleet in Alexandria cut him off. Legend has it that Caesar's ships were outnumbered, so they set all the ships in the harbor to fire. This fire then spread and destroyed parts of the city, including the library. Another theory blames the fire on one of the Muslim conquerors of Egypt, Caliph Omar. The story goes that the scrolls were burned for fuel for thousands of hot baths in the city. But there's some skepticism about why a Muslim would burn Jewish and Christian texts, since they're also the holy texts in Islam. Most likely it wasn't a dramatic fire that started in the harbor or an attempt to make fuel, but a series of events that happened over time to destroy the library, culminating in a fire. But who burned it isn't the real question we have. What knowledge was in there that we missed out on is a better question. What insights did historians and philosophers have about humanity that we'll never know? These are the more essential questions, questions that we might never truly know the answer to. Beyond the Library of Alexandria, what about all the information never written down in the first place? The reality is that most of human history has been lost to time, and as a result, so many people have come up with their own conclusions about what we were. But before discussing those, there are things we need to know about our past.
Prehistoric humans might not have had tools like we do today, but what they had in abundance was a really good understanding of math and engineering. That's why structures like the Great Pyramid and the Library of Alexandria could exist in the first place.
Humans first appeared about 300,000 years ago while Earth was in the middle of the last ice age. It was a harsh environment to come into existence in. As a result, human populations were tiny and grew slowly. The Stone Age, our most ancient time, lasted until about 3000 BC. This era was marked by the use of tools and, most importantly, saw a transformation of our culture from hunting and gathering to farming and food production. Humans in the Stone Age lived in caves or very simple huts and teepees. They learned to control fire to keep their homes warm, scare away predators, and cook their prey like woolly mammoths, deer, and bison. These early humans were also the first to leave behind art in the form of etched people, animals, and signs on the wall of caves, or carved into items. With time, their tools evolved from rough, dull shapes to polished, pointed items that served as spears and arrows, and eventually, they started settling more prominently in villages and began farming. We know this from the appearance of polished hand axes and other tools used to till farmland. As they settled, advancements were made in home construction, poetry, sewing, and weaving. As human civilization expanded, something interesting also happened. Human activity reached a tipping point where hunting and farming began to impact the natural world. The proportion of plants to animals was relatively stable until about 4000 BC. Since then, humans have been affecting our environment at an increasing pace. In 3300 BC came the Bronze Age, which lasted until about 1300 BC. This is where tools really took off. Metal was introduced, which not only led to the production of better tools, but also better weapons. And with better weapons came many different things to fight about: organized government, law, and religion. And this time, humans also started using advanced tools like a potter's wheel and began creating textiles instead of just wearing animal skins to keep themselves warm. And perhaps most famously, this was the beginning of written history. Egyptian hieroglyphs, the first known recordings, appeared. Then we entered the Iron Age from 1300 BC to 900 BC. Humankind had a lot going on. We saw the introduction of heating and forging iron, which led to the mass production of tools and weapons. 4-room homes, some with stables for domesticated animals, showed up. There's also evidence of early city planning, with blocks of houses and water systems running between them. Agriculture, art, and religion all became more sophisticated, and finally, we developed writing systems and written documentation. At the end of the Iron Age, we moved into the early historical period where the documentation of human history pretty much became more widespread. This is basically everything we are sure of about the ancient world, much of which we learned through fossils, but fossils can only tell us so much. How did these people live? What were their daily routines like? What were their favorite foods? Small talk, big dreams? We sadly don't know, and so many people have made theories. What might humans have been like before recorded history started? Much like the Greeks made up myths of powerful gods to explain their daily lives and emotions, people have been developing theories about the history of humankind forever. Theories like the original Eve, a human who birthed, literally or figuratively, the rest of humankind. It could be possible because in the 1980s, DNA sequencing demonstrated that this Eve might have existed as recently as 120,000 years ago. Then skulls found in East Africa provided suggestions about what she might have looked like and where she might have lived. People became obsessed with the idea of this real-life Eve, no longer just a figure from the Bible, but a woman who was the ancestor to us all. This idea made its way into pop culture, grasping people worldwide. And what about the possibility that our distant ancestors were much more advanced than we give them credit for? It's always been assumed that humans in the Upper Paleolithic period from 50,000 to 15,000 BC were bands of foragers, never establishing any sort of tradition or organization within their groups. But recently evidence of princely burials and grand buildings have appeared. Burials were found across Western Eurasia. They weren't full cemeteries, but isolated graves of individuals or small groups, bodies placed in specific postures and sometimes decorated with ornaments. Similarly, stone temples dating back to this time were discovered in Turkey, some over 5 meters high and weighing about 8 tons. The temples had raised pillars and were linked by stone walls, and each post contained a unique sculpture carved with images of the world ancient humans were living in. Such structures imply the coordinated activity of humans. It takes a lot of communication and teamwork to build something so significant. Perhaps they had leaders and dynasties. The evidence is murky, but who's to say one way or the other? Theories about our ancient, it's almost impossible to know, and the questions don't stop with our human history. What about the history of our planet? What came before us that was never recorded? Could there have been a civilization before humans created the one we live in today? To have civilization, you need a food surplus, which frees up most people to specialize in doing things other than producing food. You need farming, and you also need to require specific minimum population density, or you wouldn't have enough individuals to run this theoretical civilization. Is there any way we could know if something like this existed? Fossils could easily miss an industrial civilization that lasted only 100,000 years, which, for the record, is 500 times longer than our current industrial civilization has been around. Since any ancient civilization would have needed energy and the capacity to exploit fossil fuels and other power sources as we do, scientists can theoretically look for worldwide effects that leave traces of this. Perhaps there would also be naturally occurring evidence like remnants of certain fossil fuels. There could also be non-natural evidence, like a product that compares to our plastic use. And you might think that we haven't found any signs of this, but you would be wrong in that. There's been the discovery of a thermal maximum event that occurred about 55.5 million years ago and lasted for about 100,000 years. We found chemical signals and traces of a warming that looks similar to the chemical signals and traces of our current world. It led to a global temperature rise of 9 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Could this be evidence of a pre-Ice Age industrial society? According to scientists who explored the issue, probably not. But it is important to ask because we'll never discover anything if we don't ask. What did ancient languages sound like as they rolled off people's tongues? What did they do when they encountered others who spoke differently than them? Were they afraid, or did they have a way to translate? What emotions did people have when someone died? Was it the same grief that we have experienced? What about relationships? Did mothers fight with their teenage daughters? Did people long for a sense of romantic love? There's only so much we can gather from skeletal remains and fossils. We'll never know what these societies were like because society is so much more than the remnants it leaves behind after it falls. And that's why an event like the burning of the Library of Alexandria is so poignant. It's a cautionary tale of the danger of the deprioritization of institutions that preserve and share knowledge. The term Alexandria has become shorthand for ignorance winning out. From the French Revolution to the late 20th century, Alexandria is a common term to describe the destruction of libraries and archives that are abandoned and forgotten. So yes, books were burned in Alexandria, but perhaps the actual crime was people not caring enough about their preservation in the first place. Attacks on knowledge can come from violence, like in the Holocaust or China's Cultural Revolution, but it can also come from the apathy towards institutions like we're witnessing today. In Iraq and Mali, Islamic extremists have targeted libraries. In the United Kingdom, more than 800 public libraries have closed over the past decade due to a lack of resources from the government. Now, tech companies are taking control of our archives as we move deeper into the digital era, but there's little regulation around what these powerful companies can do with our knowledge and history. In the end, it's going to be our experiences that tell the story of our world. Do we want to leave it in the hands of a few to decide what stories get kept and which get burned? I expand on this idea in this video, Big Tech is Destroying Ownership. Click on your screen to watch that next.
Have you ever paused to think about how one of the most famous sentences of all time doesn't make grammatical sense? Well, because we all apparently heard it wrong and continue to say it wrong. According to the man himself, Neil Armstrong, what he did say that day when he stepped foot on the moon was, "One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind," which makes much more sense. There can be a lot of things that sound strange at first, but as we've all come to find out, sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. Like how the sounds of the T-Rexes speaking in Jurassic Park are actually just tortoises having sex. And how the eagle only sounds like this because of Hollywood magic, when in reality it sounds more like this. Here are true facts that sound completely made up. It's pretty common knowledge at this point that humans can live with just one kidney, but did you also know that you can live without a spleen, an appendix, a gallbladder, tonsils, 6 of your ribs, and 1 lung? In fact, many people do, and they lead pretty normal lives. The only thing you can't do with just 1 lung is participate in strenuous exercises or run long distances. But with just 1 lung, you could run from the United States to Russia, since the shortest distance between the two countries is just 2.4 miles. How comforting. This distance is measured from Russia's Big Diomede Island to America's Little Diomede Island. Why is America's island smaller? We might never know. But you know what is really big, thick, and long? A giraffe's neck. Considering how massive these things are, it's incredible to think that they have the same number of bones as a human neck. They're just way bigger. And it's not just them and us. All mammals have the same number of bones in their neck. When we were younger, we were taught that there are 7 days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, and 52 weeks in a year, but the truth is that's wrong. Well, technically it's correct, but it only works here on Earth. On other planets, it's completely different. On Venus, for example, a day is longer than an entire year. It's probably helpful to mention that a day on a particular planet is defined as the time it takes that planet to spin around once on its axis, and a year is the time it takes for the planet to orbit around the star, in this case, the Sun. Pluto sadly wasn't able to complete a full orbit around the Sun in the 76 years from when it was discovered in 1930 to when it was declassified as a planet in 2006. A small planet with a really long orbit. But you know what is really, really, really long? It's the name of a hill in New Zealand.
Tau matafakatangihanga ko au au o tamate aturipu kakapiki maunga horo nuku pokai fenu akitanata.
You're welcome. Here's a true fact that sounds completely made up. As of December 2022, more than half the people who earn 6 figures in the US reported living paycheck to paycheck. We've all faced rejections and insults. Don't let them get to you. They're just lessons that we all had to learn one way or another. The founder of Lamborghini, for example, had to be rejected by Ferrari before he got the desire to create Lamborghini. Steve Jobs had to be kicked out of his own company before he could bring it back to life. Microsoft had to stop producing newer versions of Internet Explorer to, well, realize that they shouldn't have ever made it in the first place, but you get the point. Time is an illusion, and if you don't study history, it can be quite jarring to learn that sometimes. Things aren't as timely as we think. Did you know that we sent a man to the moon before we put wheels on suitcases? Just imagine how stressful it must have been for Neil to carry all that luggage to and from space. The invention of the iPhone in 2007 is closer to the existence of Cleopatra than Cleopatra was to the building of the pyramids of Giza. And although Oxford University is older than the Aztec Empire, it isn't the first university to ever exist. India's Nalanda University was in operation for hundreds of years before Oxford. We made lighters before we made matches, sharks existed before grass. Heck, sharks were in existence before the rings of Saturn. It really makes you appreciate the beauty of human civilization. We've only been here for a short time, but we've been able to achieve so much. We're so special, aren't we? That's what I told Rebecca before she broke up with me, but now I know I was wrong because she wasn't special. She was bananas. I don't mean that as an insult because we're all bananas. At least 50% of each of us because humans share 50% of our DNA with bananas and with fruit flies. As it turns out, our profound exclusivity is neither profound nor exclusive. What is exclusive, however, is a randomly shuffled deck of cards. It may seem rather mundane, but the sequence of a randomly shuffled deck of cards has never been seen before and will never be seen again.
A standard deck of cards has 52 cards, which means there are 52 factorial different ways the cards can be arranged when shuffled randomly. That number, 52 factorial, is 8 with 67 zeros after it. To put this in perspective, the universe has existed for over 13 billion years, but let's round it up to 15 billion. Let's also assume there are around 2 trillion galaxies, each containing approximately 100 trillion star systems each. If each star system had 10 planets and each planet hosted 10 billion life forms, every one of those life forms could shuffle a deck of cards every second since the beginning of time, and they still wouldn't produce a repeated sequence. That is simply insane. Speaking of arrangements, some countries aren't arranged the way we think they ought to be. Finland and North Korea are separated by just one country. New York is closer to the equator than it is to Rome, and Bangladesh went to war and won against Pakistan, 2 countries that are separated by India, the 7th largest country in the world. And get this, all 3 countries were once considered the same country. Talk about sibling rivalry. The logistics for that war must have cost several buttloads, which is a legitimate unit of measurement equal to 126 gallons. Remember when you were young and your mom told you not to swallow apple seeds or a tree would grow in your belly? Well, it turns out she was wrong. Trees can't grow in people, but she was right in telling you not to swallow apple seeds. Eating apple seeds can lead to cyanide poisoning. Don't worry too much though, you need the seeds from at least 150 apples for that. Speaking of apples, Steve Jobs chose the name of his company to get back at his former employer, Atari. Because phone books, a book that had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of the businesses in the area, were written in alphabetical order. Apple would come before Atari, so whenever people searched for a computer business in the phone book, they would find Steve's company first. Suffice it to say that they no longer need that slight competitive advantage. Fresh, clean water can do wonders, but how fresh is the water we drink? Did you know the probability that at least one of the molecules of the water you drank today passed through a dinosaur is 100%? We somehow keep coming back to dinosaurs. Maybe it's a sign that Rebecca and I should be tyranno work things out. Because at the end of the day, mistakes happen. Like the time Switzerland accidentally invaded another country. In 2007, around 171 of Switzerland's troops accidentally went into Liechtenstein. The Swiss government formally apologized, but the governor of Liechtenstein wasn't worried and excused the situation. "It's happened before," he said. Liechtenstein is really nice, as you can see. So nice, in fact, that in the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, Liechtenstein sent a company of 80 soldiers to war, only to have 81 return. Not only did they not have any casualties, but an Austrian liaison officer joined them on the way home. But it also helps to have luck. Luck like Anatoly Brogowski had. He was a researcher working at the Soviet Union's most powerful particle accelerator, the U-70 synchrotron. He was down there one day to fix something. He leaned down to look at a part of the machine without realizing the accelerator was active at the time and stuck his head directly into the beam bath. He reported seeing a tremendously bright flash, likely due to his optic nerves being excited through the roof. Believe it or not, he actually wanted to cover it up and decided to continue working. As time passed, Anatoly noticed huge swelling developing along the regions where the beam had entered and exited his head. He slowly started developing radiation sickness. There was no hiding anymore, so he sought help. The physician in charge feared the worst, but as it turned out, Anatoly had unintentionally received a version of proton beam therapy, often used to treat cancer. Thanks to the physics of the proton beam therapy, most of the energy that might have otherwise killed Anatoly was deposited outside of his skull. Despite suffering seizures and epilepsy, Anatoly lives on to this day. However, he refused an offer from the United States to be a research subject. Oh, and half of his face stopped aging. Talk about expensive Botox. It's something Rebecca would have needed. Oh well, she's gone now. But for all her flaws, she was always very kind to me. Despite what we went through, despite how rough the breakup was, she put her hand in mine, looked me in the eye assuredly, and told me, "We can still be cousins." That, of course, was completely made up. Or was it?
Picture this. You're in a work meeting attempting to troubleshoot a problem that your team has been struggling to figure out. You suggest something, a solution equal parts ingenious and elegant. Your coworkers are impressed and shower you with praise, all except for one person who for some reason looks upset. Afterwards, this person confronts you claiming that they had mentioned the same solution to you during a private call last week, accusing you of intellectual theft. "It was my idea," you shout back. What if I told you that both of you are technically correct, that your brain stole your coworker's idea and convinced you that it was yours? Scary, right? This is cryptomnesia, the reality that most of our thoughts aren't really ours. Also known as inadvertent or unconscious plagiarism, cryptomnesia is a memory error in which people mistakenly believe that a current thought or idea is a product of their own creation, when in reality they have encountered it previously and then forgotten. It's a form of cognitive bias that uses the brain's own tendency to inaccurately recall information in such a way that it benefits us. It can be something as simple as unintentionally stealing a coworker's idea, or as complex as accidentally recreating someone else's art. In the fall of 1970, George Harrison, formerly of the Beatles, released his first single as a solo artist. My Sweet Lord was an instant hit, soaring to the top of the charts around the world and becoming the #1 single in the UK for 1971. But what Harrison didn't realize was that he had unwittingly plagiarized the song's central melody. Soon after its release, a suit was filed against Harrison accusing him of copyright infringement. My Sweet Lord bore a striking resemblance to the late Ronnie Mac's song He's So Fine, and Mac's former production company wanted a cut of the royalties. What followed was one of the most notorious legal episodes in music history. Harrison found himself caught up in court battles for the next 5 years, and litigation related to the case would plague him until the late 90s. During the court proceedings, Harrison admitted to being familiar with the Ronnie Mac track, but said that he hadn't deliberately stolen it. Though the judge overseeing the case affirmed Harrison's claim, he still found the former Beatle guilty of inadvertently copying of what was in his subconscious memory, and ruled in favor of Mac's production company. The case set new legal precedents for future copyright suits and proved an enormous blow to Harrison, personally, who struggled to write new music for some time after the debacle. In his autobiography, he later confessed to having thought, "Why didn't I realize?" when he heard the two songs compared side by side. Harrison isn't the only artist to do this either. Other examples include author Robert Louis Stevenson reusing material he'd read, comedian Dane Cook retelling jokes, and singer Demi Lovato lifting samples from a small indie band. Surgeons have even published entire papers on supposedly new techniques that, in actuality, they learned during training. But how does this happen? How is it possible that we can recall information that we've somehow simultaneously also forgotten? This was the question posed by American psychologists Alan Brown and Dana Murphy in 1989, when they conducted what's become known as the seminal scientific study into cryptomnesia. In a series of deceptively simple experiments, groups of students took turns coming up with examples for different categories of things such as sports, musical instruments, and four-legged animals. Months later, participants gathered again and were instructed to recall what items they themselves had mentioned previously. Then, a few months after that, they met for a final time and were asked to come up with new examples. During each of the later tasks, nearly 75% of participants listed at least one item that was mentioned by someone else in the group. These weren't cases of simple confusion either. People also occasionally misattributed their own ideas as well, though instances of this were comparably rare. Interestingly, the pattern of responses also indicated that plagiarism occurred more often in written tasks when compared to oral, and, perhaps unsurprisingly, ideas that were expressed more frequently were especially likely to be stolen. Overall, plagiarized answers accounted for 7 to 9% of all responses. The experiment itself was borrowed from previous research into another kind of memory error known as source amnesia, in which a person forgets the origin of a particular piece of information. The difference between source amnesia and cryptomnesia is that the individual remembers that there was an original source, they just can't remember what that source is. But with cryptomnesia, they completely forget that there ever was a source, and believe that they themselves were the originator of the thought in question. A possible explanation for this unconscious plagiarism is that the brain has simply committed a mental error, incorrectly categorizing information by mixing up two different forms of memory. One type, known as semantic memory, is what we more generally refer to as knowledge. It includes things like the definition of the word semantic, that Paris is the capital of France, or the year that man first landed on the moon. Chances are you don't remember where or how you learned this information, you just know it. The second type of memory is known as autobiographical memory and deals directly with the circumstances of our experiences. It records the exact context in which events happened to us, bringing back details such as the precise location, who was present, and the time of day. Cryptomnesia is a case of your brain miscategorizing information. Rather than an event being remembered as an autobiographical memory, it is saved as a purely semantic one. Just the raw information is retained, the larger context is lost. Famed neurologist Olive Sacks said of the phenomenon, "It is startling to realize that some of our most cherished memories may have never happened, or may have happened to someone else. I suspect that many of my enthusiasms and impulses, which seem entirely my own, have arisen from others' suggestions, which have powerfully influenced me, consciously or unconsciously, and then been forgotten." More recent studies have successfully replicated Brown and Murphy's original findings, confirming just how easy it is to induce cryptomnesia. Even when participants were offered monetary reward for correctly attributing ideas, they still occasionally claimed other people's suggestions as their own, effectively demonstrating that cryptomnesia is something we don't do intentionally for personal gain. These different variations of the experiment have managed to uncover certain conditions that are likely to increase instances of the phenomenon. For example, the next in line effect demonstrates how people who come immediately after you in a brainstorming session are more likely to accidentally steal your ideas. In fact, brainstorming sessions in general run a high risk of falling victim to unconscious plagiarism. Part of the reason might be exactly because of the collaborative environment. Nothing seems to increase instances of idea theft more than an open invitation to improve upon existing proposals. Add this to the fact that brainstorming sessions usually have a high degree of disorganization and chaos, and you can see why it's easy for people to misremember who came up with what. Other factors such as stress, multitasking, and the amount of time that has passed between the event and the associated information being recalled also contribute to the likelihood that you might unintentionally engage in intellectual robbery. Cryptomnesia is worrying in its own right. The notion that you can mistakenly commit plagiarism at any given time is enough to make most people second-guess even their best ideas. However, when you consider this alongside the influences of things like the internet and social media, it can scare anyone into pulling a George Harrison and simply stop creating. While researching this video, I just did a quick search on YouTube to make sure someone else hadn't made the exact same video, just to be safe. Today we're constantly being bombarded by content. We consume so much in a day that it has become practically impossible to recall every TikTok video or Instagram story you watched, no matter how hard you try. Even for the people who avoid these platforms or limit the amount of time they spend on social media, its effect is still inescapable. The result is that we're more likely than ever to commit cryptomnesia. The problem is so widespread that cognitive psychologist Ronald T. Kellogg has observed how contemporary authors increasingly borrow even from their own work in order to meet the intense demands of publishers. It's gotten so bad that writers are stealing from themselves. And in a culture where creators are expected to churn out seemingly endless quantities of new material basically overnight, who can blame them? When there are so many people whose livelihoods are built around the expectation of constant creativity, and when all of us are exposed to incessant streams of quick, easily forgettable media, how can we possibly avoid inadvertent plagiarism? But the worst consequence of cryptomnesia isn't legal battles or even that an artist might have their life's work taken from them. Rather, it's that it might be silencing the voices of entire populations. Humans tend to adopt and likewise steal the ideas of people that they relate to. False claims of originality occur at a significantly higher rate when the individuals involved share the same sex, race, or socioeconomic group. This suggests that we're psychologically primed to favor and therefore advance ideas from those who look like us, regardless of the value of those ideas. This unconscious bias can serve as a form of groupthink and sideline ideas put forward by people who we don't identify with. In the worst cases, this effectively serves as a form of intellectual discrimination against anyone who doesn't fall into the mainstream demographics. While unintentional, the effect can be nearly the same as if those people hadn't been allowed in the room in the first place. As though this weren't nefarious enough, it turns out cryptomnesia doesn't just increase the probability that you will ignore ideas from people you don't identify with. Ironically, it makes it more likely that you will steal their ideas as well. Alongside the experiments of Alan Brown and Dana Murphy, other psychologists investigating cryptomnesia in the 1980s observed a phenomenon that they dubbed social cryptomnesia. In a series of studies, researchers asked participants about their attitudes towards things like equal rights, environmentalism, and world peace. Most expressed positive opinions of these values, at least initially. But when participants were reminded of the groups who first campaigned for these causes, such as civil rights, green, and anti-war activists, the reported favorability dropped significantly. Despite participants having adopted identical views as these groups, it seemed that they had forgotten their contributions. Not only that, but these groups were seen as radical or deviant, despite their beliefs being essentially the same as the participants. More recently, in 2017, a study was carried out by Swiss researcher Fabrizio Butera investigating the effect of social cryptomnesia in relation to minority groups. In Butera's experiment, groups of women were asked to express their agreement or disagreement with statements on gender equality. Support for issues like equal salary, the right to vote, and freedom to divorce was overwhelming. Yet this support diminished when the phrase, as proposed by feminist movements, was added to the statements, suggesting underlying prejudice. This despite every one of these issues having been fought for by suffragettes and other feminist movements throughout the 20th century. Though they may have shaped the popular discourse of today, most people seem to have largely forgotten about their contribution. The danger, then, of cryptomnesia is twofold. Not only are we biologically predisposed to ignore the ideas of people who don't look like us, but in cases where we do adopt those ideas, it's unlikely that we'll give them credit. The effect is a pathological undervaluing of minority activists, thinkers, and artists, leaving them in danger of being forgotten in spite of their contributions. Nearly everyone knows the name George Harrison, and if you don't, you definitely have heard of the Beatles, but I doubt you've ever heard of Ronnie Mack. If proper recognition isn't given to the people who deserve it, it only serves to prop up existing power structures, while perpetuating discrimination. In other words, it helps maintain the status quo. But how do we combat our bias? How do we stop ourselves from falling into the trap of cryptomnesia? One easy way is by going back and consciously reviewing material. Research has shown that this can reduce rates of cryptomnesia by 2/3. This kind of deliberate introspection, where you occasionally ask yourself where you've acquired certain information or beliefs, can help decrease derivative thinking. What's even better, we can actually use this knowledge to help change people's views of minority groups. Butera's 2017 study on social cryptomnesia also found that when participants were made aware of the disconnect between their beliefs and their attitudes towards the feminists that first fought for those same beliefs, their opinions of the group improved. We'll never be able to completely eliminate cryptomnesia, but with a bit of mindfulness, we can avoid its worst consequences, and perhaps even use this knowledge to help change people's minds for the better. That is, if we don't forget. At the end of the Korean War, the New York Times published a gripping story detailing how returning American soldiers may have been converted by communist brainwashers. The story became widely popular that some troops were allegedly confessing to war crimes, while others adopted the communist ideology and even refused to return home. This fear of brainwashing, or brain warfare, both terrified and fascinated the American public at a time when political tensions were rising in the early years of the Cold War. The CIA was convinced that the Soviet Union had developed a drug or technique to control minds, and as a response, they launched a top-secret program called MKUltra. MKUltra's main purpose was to conduct covert experiments centered around behavior modification. Human test subjects were exposed to electroshock therapy, hypnosis, polygraphs, radiation, and a mixture of drugs, potions, and chemicals to see whether any of these would be successful in controlling the human mind. While the CIA believed that all these experiments could be potentially useful, there was one drug that stood out and became MKUltra's obsession in the 1950s and 60s. The alleged race for manipulating the human mind had just begun, and the drug at the heart of it was discovered by accident. In 1938, Albert Hofmann, a researcher working for a Swiss chemical company called Sandoz, accidentally formulated a psychoactive hallucinogenic that would alter the course of history. Hofmann initially wanted to synthesize a chemical compound that would stimulate the respiratory and circulatory system by combining lysergic acid with other molecules. On his 25th attempt, he inadvertently created lysergic acid dithylamide, or LSD-25. While this new discovery was useless to his research at the time, Hofmann noticed that there was something interesting about this new compound. The animals that were exposed to it showed strange levels of excitement and behaved peculiarly. Not thinking too much of it though, Hofmann shelved his new discovery for 5 years until the results of his testing piqued his interest again, and he decided to synthesize it in his lab once more. While in the final stages of synthesizing LSD during the height of the Second World War in 1943, Hofmann accidentally absorbed some of the substance. He soon experienced restlessness, dizziness, and a state of extremely stimulated imagination that prompted him to abandon his work for the day and go home. The next morning, he returned to his lab with a burning desire to discover what had affected him the previous day. After ruling out all the possible contaminants, he came to the conclusion that he must have somehow ingested LSD, and that what he experienced was similar to the animals he observed in his lab 5 years prior. To verify this hypothesis, Hoffman decided that there was only one thing to do: self-experiment. So on April 19, 1943, Albert Hoffman embarked on the world's first acid trip. 40 minutes after taking the drug, Hoffman began feeling dizziness, anxiety, visual distortions, and a sudden urge to laugh. While riding his bicycle home, he also reported that everything in his field of vision wavered and was distorted as if seen through a curved mirror. When he finally reached the safety of his home, he collapsed on his sofa. LSD psychedelic effects locked him in a frenzy of hallucinations that manifested in a continued animated motion driven by inner restlessness. Hoffman was so frightened that he thought he was going to die, but soon the effects subdued and the horrors softened, giving way to a feeling of good fortune and gratitude, magnified by an unprecedented display of colors and shapes behind his closed eyes. Everything glistened and sparkled in a fresh light. The world was as if it was newly created, he wrote the following morning. All my senses vibrated in a condition of highest sensitivity, which persisted for the entire day. Today, April 19th, is celebrated by recreational LSD users as Bicycle Day because of Hoffman's colorful ride home. And acid and psychedelic are two terms that are forever linked thanks to Hoffman. Psychedelic is a combination of the Greek word psyche, which means mind, and delos, which is to reveal. Clinically, a psychedelic experience refers to a class of compounds that induce a mind-manifesting state in its users, sending them on a journey that often provides unique insights and emotions that they were otherwise oblivious to. This feeling can last for up to 12 hours and can be very dramatic. Most individuals report a distorted sense of time, an altered sense of self, and dramatic changes in feelings and sensations. Some experience synesthesia, where their senses intertwine to add another dimension to their perceptions of the world, such as tasting music, seeing sounds, and hearing colors. An acid trip is a journey into one's own mind, and can provide its users with deep and profound realizations. But it can also be very unsettling, with the ability to push the mind into dark and unexplored places that could have some horrific effects. Scientists believe that LSD influences the receptors in the brain responsible for regulating serotonin, which is a chemical that carries messages between nerve cells and plays a key role in regulating mood, happiness, and sexual desire, among other things. While there was and still is no research that connects LSD with mind control, in the late 1940s, the CIA received reports that the Soviets were engaged in intensive efforts to produce LSD, believing it to be the key to controlling an individual's mind. So when the US government found out that Hoffman had created this mind-altering drug, they approached his employer Sandoz and paid $240,000 to purchase the world's entire supply. What followed was reported by investigative journalist Stephen Kinzer as the most sustained search in history for techniques of mind control. The CIA and MKUltra began distributing LSD to hospitals, clinics, prisons, and other institutions, asking them to carry out research projects on patients and prisoners so that they could understand what LSD was, how people reacted to it, and how it could potentially be used as a tool for mind control. Whitey Bulger, a prisoner who volunteered for the program in exchange for a shorter sentence, was told that the drug was being tested as a cure for schizophrenia. As part of the experiment, he was administered LSD every day for over a year. He later realized he was a guinea pig in an experiment aimed at testing the long-term effects of LSD and understanding whether it could make a person lose their mind. Bulger wrote about his experience that he was closely monitored by physicians who repeatedly asked him leading questions such as, "Would you ever kill anyone?" that eventually drove him to the brink of insanity. US agency, and Bulger claimed that he was never the same after. He was continually haunted by auditory and visual hallucinations, violent nightmares, and anxiety so severe that he couldn't even sleep. The CIA and MKUltra believed that LSD had the potential to blast a person's mind, which would open up the opportunity to reprogram it, to either help extract people from the alleged Soviet mind attacks, or more likely, to make their enemy an enemy of himself. During the Cold War, the race for mind control was believed to be the most crucial of victories, so the CIA and MKUltra basically had a license to kill from the US government. They had the authority to requisition humans from all over the country and around the world, and subject them to all kinds of abuse, even if it were fatal. Enemy agents captured in Europe and East Asia were subjected to all sorts of tests, from electroshock and sensory isolation to temperature extremes. These weren't designed to understand the human mind, but to rather destroy it in order to rebuild it again from the ground up. Perhaps the most notorious experiment of that era was Operation Midnight Climax. Government-employed prostitutes lured unsuspecting men to CIA safe houses where LSD experiments took place. The prostitutes dosed the men with LSD, while CIA officials watched their minds unravel through a two-way mirror. As all this was underway, the agents themselves were also getting high and indulging in some unscrupulous behavior. The agent heading the program, George White, later wrote, "Of course, I was a very minor missionary, actually a heretic. But I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, and cheat, steal, deceive, rape, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?" Ultimately, after dosing countless people, MKUltra concluded that LSD was too unpredictable to be used for mind control, and the program was axed following an inspection of its unorthodox and unethical methods. Throughout its course, the program allegedly involved more than 150 experiments, with many casualties and lives permanently ruined. The actual number remains a mystery because most of MKUltra's files were destroyed. Ironically, the drug the CIA hoped to be their key to mind control ended up freeing people's minds, sparking an anti-government rebellion dedicated to destroying everything the CIA held dear. The movement focused on protesting the Vietnam War in addition to advocating for equal rights and environmental awareness. As the spread of LSD grew, it became the unofficial symbol for this movement. It was heralded as a means for people to connect to nature and bring about positive changes in society. Counterculture activists rebelled against the establishment and its participation in mind expansion experiments that acid was thought to provoke. Pressure created by the movement is also widely credited for the creation of the Clean Air Act in 1963, which was the United States' first and most influential environmental law to regulate emissions. It also played a major role in conceiving the first Earth Day in 1970, which helped bring environmental concerns to the forefront of youth culture. Sadly, although the movement sparked a lot of positive change, its overuse of acid, coupled with the US government's war on drugs, divided the nation and eventually hindered the positive experimentation of these hallucinogens. And so, after the US Food and Drug Administration concluded that LSD was the most dangerous drug to have ever been created, possession of the psychedelic was made illegal in 1968. Still, there is no doubt that the counterculture movement at the time wouldn't have prevailed without it, making LSD one of the most influential drugs in human history. More than 80 years after its discovery, LSD is still somewhat of a mystery. The fact that it's illegal in many countries makes it hard for scientists to conduct appropriate research to determine its long-term effects. That being said, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS, began to conduct basic safety studies, and in 2014, researchers initiated the first scientific studies on human subjects in decades. While acid's ability to control minds is still in question, researchers have hinted that the use of psychedelics could help people to stop smoking, deal with PTSD, fight depression, and even help terminally ill patients deal with their fear of death. The uses of LSD in psychotherapy have also intrigued scientists and psychoanalysts. The drug was found to assist patients in uncovering previously repressed memories from their subconscious, while also stimulating their imagination in a way that lowered their customary defenses and made them more accepting of the treatment. As its therapeutic applications could be the beginning of a new era of openness, scientists keep testing its effects on the human mind. But despite these new studies, we still don't have conclusive evidence on its long-term effects. Cary Grant, an American actor popular in the 1950s, took over 100 doses of LSD, claiming that it allowed him to connect with the subconscious while breaking free from the usual disciplines one imposes on themselves. Similarly, Syd Barrett, a founding member of Pink Floyd, experienced waves of inspiration while using LSD that propelled the band to fame at the end of the 1960s. But the same forces that unleashed Barrett's imagination led him down a path of self-destruction as an overuse of the drug slowly drove him to insanity, becoming a shell of the man he once was. Albert Hoffman wrote that his psychedelic experiences left him with feelings of ecstatic love and unity with all creatures in the universe. However, he also did not shy away from the fact that the unpredictability of its effects was the major danger of LSD. The good mood and positive expectations of a trip could quickly turn to horrendous depression if the setting isn't properly controlled and monitored closely. From being a tool for mind control to becoming the symbol of freedom, today LSD has undergone yet another public image shift, with some involved with Silicon Valley advocating microdosing to boost creativity. With this new revival of the psychedelic in this era of technology, one can't help but ponder on Hoffman's words upon his discovery of the drug. "I did not choose LSD. LSD found and called me."
In 1946, a 41-year-old hairdresser named Janet Stott came to Strong Memorial Hospital in Rochester, New York, to be treated for scleroderma, a rare connective tissue condition. She had escaped the violence against Jews in Belarus during the Second World War and was hoping to begin a new life in the United States. What Stott didn't know was that she would become one of the 18 people the US government secretly injected with plutonium from 1945 to 1947 as part of the Manhattan Project. None of them ever found out. The Manhattan Project was the code name given to the American-led effort to research and build a functional atomic weapon during World War II. It recruited thousands of scientists worldwide and took place across multiple continents. The result of these efforts was the construction of the world's first ever atomic bombs, which were later dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, ultimately ending the Second World War. The mobilization for the program began in 1939, when the President of the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt, received a startling letter from Albert Einstein with an urgent message. Physicists had discovered that uranium had the potential to generate unprecedented amounts of energy that could be used in creating the world's strongest and most devastating bomb. What was more urgent in Einstein's letter was that he suspected that Nazi Germany was already stockpiling this radioactive element in hopes of creating a weapon of mass destruction. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941, the United States joined the war alongside the Allied forces, and in 1942 the Manhattan Project was officially born, bringing forth an atomic revolution shrouded by secrecy, espionage, and a whole lot of controversy. While nuclear research had begun in the US before its involvement in the war, the Manhattan Project stood out because it wasn't purely theoretical. Its purpose was clear-cut: build an atomic bomb before the Germans. Within a year, it became the #1 priority during the war. It got all the funding, all the resources, and all of the green lights. The research was mainly centered around the fission of uranium-235 and plutonium-238, which split and release heat in atoms with smaller atomic numbers when enriched with an extra neutron. The project's goal was to produce a chain reaction from splitting these atoms to release enough energy to trigger an explosion. Despite its name, the Manhattan Project took place all over the US, Canada, England, the Belgian Congo, and parts of the South Pacific, but its most famous research facility was the Los Alamos National Laboratory, located in the remote mountains of northern New Mexico. As the war advanced and Nazi Germany faltered in Europe, the focus of the project turned to Japan. After the first atomic bomb, called the Gadget, was successfully tested around 240 kilometers, or 140 miles from Los Alamos, a uranium bomb called Little Boy and a plutonium bomb called Fat Man were dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. More than 200,000 people were killed instantly, almost all of them civilians. At its peak, the Manhattan Project employed 130,000 workers, and by the end of the war, the US had spent $2.2 billion to produce Little Boy and Fat Man. While the research and development of the bombs is in itself controversial, especially with many scientists condemning it, there is another aspect of the program that is just as controversial, or even more so, is often forgotten. At that time, the project's personnel faced many issues handling recently discovered elements, such as plutonium that had unknown health risks. So, without regard for human life and safety, the US government turned to human experimentation. The leaders of the Manhattan Project understood the urgency of measuring the impact of radiation on the human body, and in 1942, established a division whose purpose was to protect the health of workers and the public from radiation. They were also tasked with studying potential hazards to establish tolerance doses and develop methods of treatment. Ironically, the medical term of the Manhattan Project concluded that, in order to do all this, controlled human experiments were necessary. So between 1945 and 1947, 18 subjects were unwittingly injected with plutonium. Several others were exposed to uranium, polonium, and americium. The experiments were conducted at the Manhattan Project-affiliated hospitals all over the US, knowing that plutonium might be carcinogenic or even fatal to the unsuspecting subjects. Janet Stott never knew that plutonium was in her veins. The dose she was administered was 56 times the amount of radiation an average person absorbs in their lifetime. All of that straight into her veins, all at once. Janet lived the remaining 29 years of her life in excruciating pain, suffering from a cancer that ultimately led to her death. Just like Stott, none of the other test subjects were informed of the substances they were being injected with,
and in order to further understand the appalling nature of these experiments, it's important to highlight some of their stories. Eb Cade was the first victim. On March 24, 1945, he was brought to the Army Hospital in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, after fracturing bones in a car accident. Dr. Heimer Friedel, one of the initial doctors assigned to the Manhattan Project, wrote to Dr. Louis Hempelman, the director of health at Los Alamos, that he found the primary subject for the first human plutonium experiment. He gave Cade the codename HP-12, with HP standing for human product. On April 10, 1945, Cade was administered 4.7 micrograms of plutonium, which Friedel suspected was nearly 5 times the human body's limit. Samples of his teeth and a biopsy of his bones were taken shortly afterwards, and Cade was released. The doctors didn't expect him to live for more than 10 years, yet they did what they did with eyes wide open. 8 years after the injection, Cade died of heart failure. Similarly, Albert Stevens received a plutonium injection in California only a month after Cade. He was misdiagnosed with terminal stomach cancer, which later turned out to be just a benign ulcer. Stevens was never informed that he didn't have cancer, but was instead given a dose of plutonium-238. Doctors reportedly knew that the dose was potentially carcinogenic, but still administered it, which ultimately led to Stevens' death, also from heart failure. Just like Janet Stott, Ida Charlton, codename HP-3, was also administered to Strong Memorial Hospital in Rochester in 1945. 3 weeks later, she received a plutonium injection of 4.9 micrograms. Charlton was discharged in December, but she was regularly hospitalized after that until her death almost 40 years later by cardiac arrest as well. But perhaps the most questionable and horrendous case of all of that was of Simeon Shaw, a 4-year-old suffering from terminal bone cancer. He was flown from Australia believing that he would be receiving the best available treatments for his condition. What he received instead was a death sentence in the form of a plutonium injection at California's UCSF hospital in 1946. What is most shocking about Shaw's case is that he was immediately flown to Australia afterwards with no follow-up on his case, and no radioactive data collected. He died 8 months later. The remaining human test subjects all share similar stories where they either died from the toxic effects of radiation or were impaired by lifelong illnesses. What's worse is that human experimentation was justified under the claim that all patients chosen were terminally ill, which simply wasn't true. A lot of those dosed were misdiagnosed, and repeated errors in procedure, research, and documentation were made, calling into question the efficacy of the experiments themselves. The Manhattan Project leaders claimed that these experiments were necessary to advance the science of nuclear physics. However, as we saw with the cases mentioned, the follow-up research wasn't thorough enough, and many of the samples ended up being contaminated or destroyed. So they basically ruined people's lives for absolutely nothing. Even after the Manhattan Project achieved its intended goal and World War II ended, human experimentation continued well into the Cold War. There's evidence of several large-scale projects all throughout the US that failed to inform their subjects of the health hazard of their experiments. One of the most shocking was intentionally exposing a school for disabled and special needs children in Massachusetts to radioactive iron and calcium in a government-sponsored study. Between 1953 and 1957, uranium injection experiments were also conducted on another 11 patients at Massachusetts General Hospital. Scientists concluded that uranium localized in the kidneys at a much higher rate than previously thought. Sadly, despite the experiment's results and the human lives lost, the occupational standards for uranium didn't change, making these human sacrifices unjustified and unnecessary. In the early 1990s, the Albuquerque Tribune exposed the nature of the experiments and the identities of the test subjects. All of them had already died, not knowing that they were dosed by the doctors that they trusted to cure them. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the Los Alamos laboratory director and the scientist aptly dubbed the father of the atomic bomb, reportedly knew the nature of these experiments, but expressed that he didn't want them conducted in his laboratory. There is even evidence that he personally approved plutonium and uranium shipments to be used for human experimentation. The secrecy that revolved around the project makes it difficult to trace the chain of command, but there is enough evidence to show that all the health and medical directors of the Manhattan program were somehow invested in this research. They knew what was underway, with many even cheering it on. The families of the victims were eventually compensated by the government and a total of $4.8 million was paid in damages, a little more than $9 million today. The US government also adopted new laws in 1997 preventing secret scientific testing on humans. Janet Stott's nephew said that the money didn't help his family get over the issue. His aunt left Belarus to avoid persecution and came to America only to be injected with a radioactive element that would ruin the rest of her life and lead her to her grave. Today, the Manhattan Project is heralded by US officials for the crucial role it played in ending the Second World War, but the controversy that surrounds it is still prevalent. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs leveled 2 cities in a matter of seconds, wiping out entire populations, and the testing that led up to those events resulted in early death or lifelong pain for over a dozen unsuspecting civilians. As with all wars, the innocent ended up paying the heftiest price. Many also argue that the success in developing the first atomic bombs led to the age of the Cold War and the race towards the development of nuclear weapons that are now a threat to humanity. After sending Roosevelt his urgent letter, Einstein later came to regret his decisions. "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in developing an atomic bomb, I would have done nothing," he famously said. When testing the gadget right outside Los Alamos, Oppenheimer quoted Hindu scripture, foreseeing the immediate threat of nuclear weapons across the planet. "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." 1 week later, the first atomic bombs were dropped, and the world as we know it changed forever. But was the pseudo-peace that existed following the Second World War worth the human sacrifice? Have you ever donated money to a charity or taken your clothes to the Goodwill store? How did it make you feel? Amazing, right? Most of us at some point in our lives have either donated or will donate money, clothes, food, shelter, and our time to others. And we do these things not because there's an immediate reward for it. More often than not, we feel best when we give to people who cannot reciprocate, or at least not in the same capacity. This altruistic feeling that makes us give to one another even when there's nothing to receive was described by ancient Greeks as philanthropia, the love of humanity. Coined around 2,500 years ago, this term was first used in the myth of Prometheus. In the story, the Titan god Prometheus saved humanity from Zeus's destruction and earned the title of philanthropos, or humanity-loving character. Although that's the term we now mostly use to describe this phenomenon, the love for humanity isn't an exclusively Greek concept. The idea of benevolence towards one another has its roots deeply planted in ancient civilizations throughout the world, from the Middle East to Egypt to the city of Rome. It was also propagated by Babylonian communities as early as the 3rd millennium, and is at the core of all Abrahamic religions and many others across the world. In Egyptian sacred writings such as the Book of the Dead, it was made clear to the people of the ancient world that a successful passage into the afterlife depended on a lifetime record of benevolent acts towards people who were suffering. While many of us today do not follow any of these ancient teachings or believe in an afterlife anymore, the messages they taught have stayed with us through millennia. So, when capitalism and accumulation of wealth began rising in the West in the 1700s, it wasn't surprising to start seeing rich philanthropists pop up whose lives became characterized by the voluntary act of giving a large sum of their wealth to promote the common good. This type of lavish giving, the one we most associate with philanthropy today, was rather popularized by rich bankers such as George Peabody, who is now considered the father of modern philanthropy. Peabody was an American merchant banker who came from poverty. After amassing his fortune in the early 19th century, he never forgot his humble beginnings and dedicated the later years of his life to charitable work. It's believed that he gave away around $8 million of his $16 million fortune to charities. His incredible benevolence paved the way for later generations of rich philanthropists. Sadly, what we have today isn't what Peabody envisioned when he gave away half of his net worth. What started with the notion of lending a helping hand, charitable work is no longer at the core of philanthropy in today's world. Tax evasion and personal gains have tainted the hands of the world's wealthiest givers and have caused a huge wealth gap that only seems to be growing, creating an ever-expanding rift between the social classes. How did we turn that amazing feeling you get giving money away to charity into a corrupt scheme for billionaires and large corporations? To understand this, we have to go back to the end of the 19th century. Andrew Carnegie, an American industrialist, paved the trail for philanthropic work to be used as a tax evasion strategy. Carnegie opposed federal income taxes and argued that he was better off allocating those funds to charities rather than the government. At that time, philanthropy by the ultra-rich funded social services the government couldn't afford. As a result, senators worried that taxing the wealthy on these charitable amounts would reduce their contributions and increase the burden on the government, a logic that still prevails to this day. The government's solution to this problem was a tax exemption on income from money donated to charity. This legislative move allowed for new wealth management strategies, pioneered by Carnegie, who founded a charitable trust that took advantage of the tax exemptions. Before long, wealthy industrialists and bankers started following in Carnegie's footsteps, protecting their fortunes from substantial taxes under the cover of charitable trusts. In 2014, Nicholas Woodman, the founder and CEO of GoPro, took his company public and was suddenly worth $3 billion. To celebrate his newly acquired fortune, Woodman announced that he would be donating a whopping $500 million worth of GoPro stock to a foundation bearing his name. The truth is not as generous as Woodman would want you to believe. You see, the GoPro CEO took advantage of a loophole that would allow him to donate his money without actually donating it. This is done through something called a donor-advised fund. Donor-advised funds are essentially charitable investment accounts in which owners can claim tax deductions up front without legally being required to distribute the money to charities right away. As long as the money is transferred into these funds under the rules of charitable work, owners can avoid paying higher taxes without donating any of it to charities or foundations. The point of these funds was originally to encourage more resources to get to communities where they're most needed. Sadly, the way the laws are structured allows tax deductions without any requirement for that money to ever reach those intended communities. It's no surprise then, since 2007, the number of DAFs in the US has tripled, and while the amount of money donated every year keeps increasing, the actual amount going to communities barely is. From the $466 billion in the United States in 2020, only around $35 billion made its way to qualified charities. A huge sum of money, yes, but not nearly as much as the rich would want you to believe that they give away. The reality is that these billionaires are entitled to spend their money however they wish. We can argue the ethics of becoming a billionaire another day, but let's say they got there on their own merit. They aren't required to give anything. The main problem isn't that they don't give, but that they claim to give more than they actually do. It's the need to be seen as a hero without doing anything heroic. Last year, Elon Musk announced that he would be donating $5.7 billion worth of Tesla shares to an undisclosed charity. However, to this day, no single charity has reported receiving the funds from Musk's donation, with many experts hypothesizing that he suddenly dumped the cash in a DAF. Financially speaking, offloading $5.7 billion worth of Tesla stock allowed him to claim a tax deduction of 30% on his income. That's about $570 million saved on taxes. So it seems that the only beneficiary from Musk's charity is Musk himself. First on the tax deductions, and second on the public praise he received because he theoretically donated so much money. Just months before that, Elon tweeted that he would donate $6 billion to end world hunger if the UN could show him a plan on how they would spend the money. The UN responded by saying that $6 billion won't solve world hunger, but could potentially save 42 million people on the brink of starvation. From pooled income funds to private foundations to DAFs, philanthropy today is only magnifying the issue of income inequality and adding to the already substantial gap in wealth. But that's not even all. The word philanthropy does not only mean giving to charities anymore. Now, it is also used to describe giving to groups that promote social or civic causes. And these groups can keep their donors completely anonymous, which basically gives billionaires the power to weaponize their philanthropy for political gain. In her book Dark Money, Jane Mayer documents how the uber-rich have used their charitable foundations to invest in ideology like venture capitalists, leveraging their fortunes for maximum strategic impact. Mayer argues that these foundations only support causes that benefit their financiers by campaigning against regulations and sowing misinformation in the heart of the masses. The Olin Foundation, for example, led numerous anti-environmentalism campaigns. The Bradley Foundation, funded by $1.6 billion, waged aggressive campaigns against teachers' unions and traditional public schools. Since the donations to these foundations are tax deductible, donors aren't accountable for the public use of their money, which only adds to their power and influence. And because these donations can be completely anonymous, it also rids the billionaires of any iota of responsibility for their actions. The sad reality of our society is that this isn't something new. Rich people have always depended on favorable political conditions to build and preserve their wealth. Mega philanthropists know that their money can influence governments far more than they'd ever be able to, even if they were to run for office themselves. This is why when Bill Gates was asked whether he'd run for president, he said, "I could have as much impact in my role as a philanthropist as I could in any political role. I don't have to raise political campaigns, I don't have to try to get elected. I'm not term limited to 8 years." To be fair, Bill Gates and his foundation have dedicated immense amounts of money to battle health crises such as malaria and the reduction of child mortality. While most of his work remains true to the original definition of the word, the love of humanity, there are still some shady things he's done in the past. A few years ago, Gates was able to heavily influence the passing of a bill for charter schools despite voters voting against it 3 different times. After millions of dollars spent on campaigns that influenced the community into changing their decision, the bill passed the 4th time. Almost immediately, Gates began subsidizing charter schools until the Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional. But would that bill stop Gates? No. He simply used his influence with lawmakers to fund a new bill to allow him to circumvent the Supreme Court's decision so he could keep funding these charter schools. This is a great example of how wealth can influence public policy. Plutocracy, or placing the power of society in the hands of the wealthy, can undermine our laws and leave us vulnerable to the whims of the rich. Whether they have good intentions or not, the lives of the populace should not be in the hands of a few, no matter how wealthy they are. We should all have a say in matters concerning our lives, regardless of our socio-economic impact. The Giving Pledge, which was launched by Gates and Warren Buffett in 2010, has more than 200 ultra-rich signatories who have pledged to donate at least half of their wealth towards the betterment of humankind. This is an excellent achievement and one that must be praised. Giving such large amounts of money can never be easy, and so the effort must be acknowledged. At the same time, we must also look on the other side of the coin and the power that these billionaires ever so greedily hoard in the process. In his book Winner Takes All, Anand Giridharadas argues that rich people who have lobbied for an economy of injustice have at the same time marketed themselves as our saviors and the solution to all of our problems. However, in doing so, they subtly hide the fact that they cause most of these problems themselves. CEO of Wayne Enterprises by day, hero of Gotham by night. The sinister truth is this: as long as there are so few people with so much money and power, the rest of us will have no say. We need to go back to the original meaning of philanthropy, where the love of humanity was the only driving force, not money, power, or control. We need to close the loopholes in the system that give people an advantage by donating money without having to donate anything at all. Until then, we'll have to settle for the supposed heroes with agendas to come and save us from the very problems they brought upon us. What began as a regular training session on the afternoon of the 5th of December 1945 would soon become one of the greatest mysteries of the human world. Flight 19, a group of 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers, set out from their base off the coast of Florida on a routine training mission. With clear winter skies up above and all the necessary precautions taken from down below, Flight 19 and its 14 crew members took to the air to fly across one of the most treacherous bodies of water known to man: the Bermuda Triangle. Within a few hours, all 5 planes, together with their 14 crew members, vanished. A few hours later, when afternoon became evening and the skies became gray, the US Navy realized that something must have gone wrong with Flight 19, and so they sent out another aircraft to find the men, or at the very least, signs of their crashed planes. Sadly, the very same fate was to befall the rescue aircraft. Upon entering into the airspace above the Bermuda Triangle, the rescue plane with 13 men aboard disappeared into thin air. It's been over 75 years since the incident, and no one has been able to find the remains of any of the 27 crew members that were lost, or the 6 aircraft that disappeared. At the tail end of the First World War,
In March 1918, the USS Cyclops was on its way back from a voyage to Brazil. The USS Cyclops was the biggest US Navy ship at the time. It was nearly 550 feet in length, and, on this trip, it was carrying around 11,000 tons of manganese and a crew of 306 people. The ship had been voyaging for 8 years at the time without any issues. However, on that fateful day, as the ship was sailing back to Barbados to resupply before going home to Baltimore, it entered into the Bermuda Triangle. In what is now one of the most strangest occurrences of modern history, the USS Cyclops disappeared completely, leaving behind no trace of its wreckage or the bodies of any of the 306 crew members that were on board. This was after the ship sent a message to the naval base that read, "Weather fair, all well." There was no mention of anything out of the ordinary, no time for the crew members to send out an SOS message, nothing. Just like that, the entire ship, the 11,000 tons of manganese, and all the crew members completely vanished. Numerous ships were sent out to locate Cyclops, but all returned negative. They couldn't even find the remains of the ship or any of the officers on board. It's been more than a century since the USS Cyclops went missing, and, to date, its remains are still missing. The cause of the disappearance is still a mystery. How does the biggest ship in the US Navy's arsenal just disappear without any trace? A ship that was 550 feet long and carried 11,000 tons of manganese and a crew of 306 people. How do 306 men die without anyone leaving behind an SOS message? How do 306 bodies disappear into the sea, never to be seen again? No trace of blood, no bones, nothing. How can 100 years pass and nothing has resurfaced? Nothing has washed ashore, nothing has been discovered? This is the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, humanity's most treacherous sea. Or is it? The Bermuda Triangle is a section of the Atlantic Ocean that is bordered by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. This patch of sea is considered by many to be a mysterious place, where many ships, planes, and people disappear without any trace. And in reality, many have. Tens of planes, dozens of ships, and hundreds of people have all mysteriously disappeared, never to be seen again. But what exactly is going on in the Bermuda Triangle? Is it really something mysterious? Or is there a scientific explanation for everything that happens there? To find out, we have to go back to the earliest record of strange sightings in the area. The first record we have of any seemingly supernatural thing happening in the Bermuda Triangle is from Christopher Columbus. While sailing through this patch of the Atlantic Ocean in 1492, Columbus wrote in his log that his compass began malfunctioning and that what he saw, in the distance, light like a fireball rising and crashing into the sea. Although there have been lots of explanations that help demystify what Columbus might have been seeing, most people simply choose to believe that what he saw and experienced must have been supernatural. And you might think, oh, how would you believe him? He didn't have access to the scientific methods we do now. And while you might be right, to an extent, the truth is that if you look for facts to back up this line of thinking, even with all of our knowledge about the world and our advancements in science and technology, you will find them. From thousands of ghost ships sailing across the sea without any crew members on board, to mystery cases of time traveling while passing through the Bermuda Triangle, this place is one that dances majestically on the line between what is real and what is not. There are many theories that people have used to try and explain what is going on in the Bermuda Triangle, from aliens to a wormhole to the lost city of Atlantis sucking people from underneath. Everything from evidence-based scientific hypotheses to religion, lore, and mysticism have been postulated. The most popular scientific explanation, however, is the theory that it's electromagnetic interference that causes issues with compasses when in and around this area. The theory claims that the Bermuda Triangle has a very high pull of the Earth's natural magnet, which could cause issues with compasses and other sophisticated equipment on planes and ships. This could explain what went wrong with Christopher Columbus's equipment while sailing through this area. It could also explain the conversations recorded by the pilots of Flight 19, who could not come to an agreement on which way it was that they were flying minutes before radio silence. But what about the people who claim they time traveled while passing through an electromagnetic fog? The most popular of these testimonies is one made by Mr. Bruce Gernon, who has written a book detailing his account. In his book, Gernon said that while flying in a light aircraft throughout the region, he was faced with a cylindrical-shaped cloud that sucked him in. In an instant, he saw himself on Miami Beach, around 100 miles from where he started. Gernon claimed that this 100-mile journey took mere seconds, and that he didn't notice any atmospheric or landscape changes throughout. When you hear this story, you might instantly think, he's just cooking up a fairy tale so he can sell some books. But that skepticism turns into plausibility when you realize that the people at the base station corroborated his story. According to them, the plane went off the radar and re-emerged in Miami within seconds, just like Gernon described. Did he time travel, teleport? No one knows. Scientists have since debunked the existence of a wormhole and have said that there is no way that he could have traveled through time. However, no one has been able to provide a definite explanation as to what exactly happened that day. It's for this reason that a lot of people still cling on to the idea that there is something truly mysterious going on in the Bermuda Triangle. You see, there have been explanations to debunk theories, but there hasn't been any conclusive evidence to explain what's really going on. So people are left thinking, well, if they aren't sure it's that, then how can we be sure it's not this? After all, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Most of the world's oceans are still a mystery to us. Although the ocean has been mapped by things like satellite and sonar, humans have only physically explored around 5% of our waters. The rest is still a mystery to us. Maybe not a mythical mystery, but a mystery nonetheless. And that's why people are quick to believe things like mermaids and krakens exist. The ocean in its vast emptiness echoes things that are difficult for the human mind to comprehend. And as humans, once things are difficult for us to understand, we come up with stories to try and make sense of these things. Once these stories are formed in our minds, it's difficult to get rid of them, especially when there's no evidence beyond reasonable doubt to convince you otherwise. The Bermuda Triangle is one of those stories we've told ourselves. There is no evidence that suggests shipwrecks and plane crashes occur more frequently in this body of water than in any other well-traveled part of the ocean. Now you might say, well, it's not just the accidents, it's the fact that these vehicles just disappear, leaving no trace behind. But the truth is, even that's not unique to the Bermuda Triangle. There are currently over 3 million shipwrecks in the world, and only 1% of these wrecks have ever been found. In fact, the Bermuda Triangle was not coined by researchers or scientists or even seafarers. It was coined by the writer, Vincent Gaddis, who first used the phrase in 1964. Vincent Gaddis was a paranormal writer who made a career out of ignoring natural explanations and inventing mysteries where none exist. The U.S. Board of Geographic Names does not recognize the Bermuda Triangle as an official name, and it doesn't have any official file on that area. There isn't even a map that helps to point out the boundaries of this place. When I was younger, I was obsessed with the idea of the Bermuda Triangle. After going through the rabbit hole of threads and YouTube videos at 3 a.m., I decided that one day I would take my bags and travel out to the sea, into the heart of the triangle where no other person is brave enough to go. And then I got older and found out that the Bermuda Triangle is not some sacred place where no one dares to enter. It's actually a very normal part of the sea that people travel through every day. Dozens of ships and airplanes pass through the Bermuda Triangle every day. Vessels heading to America, Europe, and the Caribbean fly this route often enough, and most of them go through unscathed. Yet, because of the small percentage of accidents that occur in this region, which is no more than anywhere else in the ocean, we believe that there must be something bigger going on, something we're just not aware of. The reason many people still believe in the lore of the Bermuda Triangle and in other mythical tales is one of the most fundamental human conditions. The need to feel like a part of something bigger, something greater, something more than human. Deep down in all of us, there's a feeling that the world is more than what we can see and experience. It's the same feeling that makes people believe in the existence of alien life and religious deities, even when there's no physical evidence to support that belief. And really, can you blame us? When you're blessed with the ability to think logically about why things are the way they are, you are also cursed with the disability of trying to make sense of everything.
and not accepting that sometimes we just don't know. These are the words of one Albert Einstein. His love for music is well documented. There are many pictures of him indulging himself in the tunes of his violin, seemingly oblivious to the rest of the world. As anyone who has ever loved music would know, our musical tastes have a lot to do with what we think, and who we are. Of course, on first read, Einstein's account sounds nothing more than a metaphor for visualization. But could it be more? Could someone possibly see music? Could there be anything more to the conscious experience? In 1812, a physician by the name of George Tobias Ludwig Sachs was writing about the nature of albinism, having the condition himself. Color was a recurring topic in his analysis of albinism, and as such, in discussing his own experience, he mentioned that colored ideas appeared to him. They were intimate and recurring, and couldn't be reckoned with usual sight, according to Sachs. Sachs is now regarded as the first medically documented case of synesthesia, a neurological condition in which a sensation in one of the senses evokes a sensation in another. The term quite literally means a cross-mingling of the senses, exactly opposite to the more familiar word anesthesia, which means no sensation. This cross-mingling could theoretically happen between any two, or even more, senses. It's no wonder, then, that there are more than 80 types of synesthesia known till now. Sachs himself seemingly had multiple forms of synesthesia, reporting that numbers, days of the week, time periods, letters, notes of music, all of these elements adopt those colors. These introduce themselves to the mind as if a series of visible objects in dark space, formless and noticeably of different colors. This is most likely a case of ordinal linguistic personification, where, as the name suggests, ordered sequences tend to have personalities and colors to each element of the sequence. This type of synesthesia tends to co-occur with grapheme color synesthesia, the most common form of synesthesia where numbers are associated with colors. There are many other types of synesthesia, such as lexical gustatory synesthesia, where hearing certain words causes certain tastes, or audio-tactile synesthesia, where hearing certain sounds can lead to a sensation of touch in parts of the body. Oddly enough, there's even a type of synesthesia where swimmers thinking, watching, or performing a certain swimming stroke perceive a color that they consistently associate with that swimming stroke. There have also been surgeons with what's called mirror touch synesthesia, where they're able to feel the pain of the patients they're observing while CPR was being administered. "I have died many times," says Dr. Joel Salinas, a neurologist who possesses this condition. However, the most awe-inspiring case of synesthesia probably took place when a man was able to visualize colors when he saw numbers. The only catch is, he was colorblind, and the colors he was visualizing had never been seen. But how credible are these accounts? Considering Sachs' colorful landscape was also attributed by some to congenital eye defects common in people with albinism, couldn't all these just be hallucinations or simply psychedelic experiences under the influence of a drug or some other sign of an overreaction? The science is very clear on that front. While synesthesia-like experiences have been created with the help of psychedelic drugs, synesthesia is a consistently reproduced condition, meaning those that have it will recall the same exact colors, the same exact tastes, the same exact sensations with nearly 90% plus accuracy, even when they're tested years apart and without warning. This pattern of consistent experiences has so far been the most reliable way to test whether someone has synesthesia or not. Mind you, consistency here does not mean that the same letter will always be correlated with the same color for all synesthetes, people who have synesthesia. Individual to individual, these correlations may vary, even if they may have the same type of synesthesia. But for the same individual, the correlation stays remarkably precise. So precise, in fact, that they can tell apart shades of color that are only slightly different. So, if the letter A is an orangish red for you, it may not be the same for another synesthete, but it will always be orangish red for you. This quality is also why the musical synesthetes tend to have perfect pitch, because they can superimpose the sound with a very intricate visual map and confirm what is what. Synesthetes also score higher on memory tests, especially with numbers and names, because they're most remembered as multi-property objects, each with unique associations. Perhaps the most compelling evidence that synesthesia is not an occasional random hallucination is the fact that the brains of synesthetes are physically different from those that are not. Synesthetes display consistently higher connectivity in their brains than non-synesthetes, especially in between visual and auditory regions. The visual regions were also better connected to the frontoparietal region, a region crucial for color association with numbers or letters. The amount of connectedness also reflected the strength of the synesthetic experience. The stronger the connections, the stronger the synesthetic experience. Research has also revealed that synesthetes generally have more white matter. This intrinsic, increased network connectivity led scientists to agree that there is a genetic component to synesthesia. And sure enough, about 40% of all synesthetes have a first-degree relative with synesthesia, and many synesthetes recall having synesthesia as long as they can remember. An interesting way to test whether you might have a grapheme color synesthesia, which is numbered to color synesthesia, is to look at this picture. Try to identify the 2s as quickly as you can. People who have synesthesia react quicker on a test like this, because the 2s and 5s are naturally seen in different colors to them like this, which makes it much easier to identify. They are able to see the 2s in different colors without necessarily having to hunt for them like non-synesthetes. So they're not staring at a number and then thinking of the associated color. It's an automatic response, one synesthetes cannot turn off. And that can be a problem, right? Even with the 5 senses most of us are able to use, sometimes we feel overwhelmed by the world around us. So to be overstimulated all the time with a barrage of sensory inputs would be pretty uncomfortable. Or so you would think. Synesthetes, by and large, consider their abilities as gifts rather than curses. Most synesthetes are completely unaware that others don't see the world the way they do. For some, sound has always had color, color has always had taste, and taste has always had sound. It sounds strange, but you'd be surprised how many of your favorite artists are synesthetes. From musicians like Lord and Pharrell Williams, to novelists like Vladimir Nabokov, from theoretical physicists like Richard Feynman to painters like Vincent van Gogh. All are said to have had synesthesia. Their conditions are as versatile as their crafts. Common amongst all, however, is the fact that their contributions have all been incredible feats of creativity. This convergence of creativity and synesthesia is no coincidence. In fact, synesthesia is up to 7 times more common in artists and people involved in creative professions. It's no surprise then that synesthetes perform better on tests of creativity and originality than the average person. But of course, as with any condition, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Some kids who have the condition display poorer reading comprehension than their peers, and often have a hard time following lectures. Solomon Shereshevsky was a Russian journalist who was also diagnosed with the condition. He could recall unusually long lists of information without error, but said that the automatic and nearly permanent retention of every detail, due to synesthesia, made it very hard for him to grasp abstract concepts or make sense of what he was reading. Still, synesthesia is generally considered a positive, and most people that have it do not think of it as a disorder. It's staggering how the same world you and I experience can actually be so different compared to so many different people. I had no idea that such a condition existed before I was introduced to this tool just a few days ago. It allowed me to see what my name looks like to a synesthete. In her video, violinist, composer, and synesthete Caitlin Hova recalls finding out in college that not everyone saw music as she did. The prevalence of synesthetes within the general population is remarkably high, contrary to what it may seem. As many as 1 in 20 people can have some form of synesthesia, and you probably know a lot of them. You just don't know that you know them. But now you know that you don't know that you know them. You get the point? In what follows, Caitlin goes on to play an incredible piece on her violin to showcase what she sees when she plays it, which really makes me wonder how relatively colorless our realities are in comparison. Or are they? You see, we all visualize things. We may not see colors for every note on an instrument or have perfect pitch, but we do visualize. It happens all the time. When we're trying to process large amounts of data or trying our hand at more artistic ventures, we're trying to see something totally abstract. One of the more interesting studies regarding synesthesia is the Bouba-Kiki effect. Take a look at this image. Which one of the shapes looks like it's called Bouba and which one is called Kiki? An overwhelming majority of the initial participants chose the image on the right as Bouba and the left as Kiki, even across languages. Even children as young as 2.5 years old have demonstrated this effect. While these findings are not seen in every community, The consensus suggests that the Bubakiki effect is a cue to pre-existing synesthesia-like associations present in all of us. It would reinforce the idea that the neural hyperconnectivity that is responsible for synesthesia is seen in pretty much all babies. Most of us simply lose those connections as we grow older. And that's the beauty and tragedy of synesthesia. All at once, that we all have it, but most of us lose it. Caitlin ends her video by asking what could have happened if we were all more conscious of others' experiences, and how different our senses might be from one another. How we solve a math problem, how we make sense of complex concepts, how we enjoy music. Sharing these things can make learning so much more fun. What does it mean to know you have the correct answer? She asks. What is that feeling? Is that feeling a color? As a student of the sciences, I find myself wondering, time and time again, how scientists realize some of their most mind-bending, unintuitive truths about the universe. How are they so confident in their findings? Aside from the degrees and credentials, what does it truly mean to know something? What is that feeling of harmony, that creative connection, and why does it soothe our hearts? Whether we can describe these things or not, you and I have felt them. Maybe in a painting, or in a ballad, or in a book. But we've all felt them. Answering these questions could help uncover the colors in our mundane but elegant reality, and allow us all to experience a richer consciousness, all whilst using an ability that, deep down, we all possess. This video is sponsored by The Daily Upside, a free business and finance newsletter delivered every single weekday. Nowadays, it seems to be a common theme amongst almost everyone to go out and shop our way to happiness. You know, just to take care of ourselves. After all, nothing says mental health like impulse buying that will dig us deeper into debt than we ever thought possible. Don't you feel that you're above this age-old system of enticing customers into buying more stuff? After all, we are in the age of minimalism and all that good stuff, right? How many times have you found yourself annoyed by an ad in the middle of something you were watching and promised to yourself that there was no way such an annoying interruption can actually convince you to buy something you don't even want? And then you go and buy it anyway. Well, if these things weren't working, we wouldn't see them be used forever. So clearly, there is a method to the madness. And you might be surprised by just how meticulous this method can be sometimes. Of course, you and I know some of the basic stuff, like placing commonly bought items at the end of a store so that customers have to walk through most of it and therefore be exposed to other products to get to the ones they really need. That's why they usually put milk in the back of the store. It's a common item that most people need, and so they're going to make you see as many items as possible before you get to what you need. Then there are buy one, get one free offers, which clearly boost revenue and make us buy more stuff in exchange for very marginal discounts. Exposure and billboard ads also do some of the marketing heavy lifting, but you already knew that. What you didn't know, however, is just how deeply our psyche is being studied to understand patterns and predict customers' choices well before the customer is aware of them themselves. This is neuromarketing. Well, it all starts with how humans perceive things. Humans, for whatever reason, perceive relatively and not absolutely. What this means is that our perception is based on stimulus that is already present. You can see this play out every day. For example, if someone near you unlocks their phone in a well-lit environment and lights up the screen, the change in brightness of your surroundings is barely noticeable. If you do the same thing in, say, a movie theater, it can sometimes be startlingly bright. Even though the brightness around you changed by the same amount in both cases, your perception of them is vastly different. Similarly, we also perceive loudness relatively. If you are already in a loud environment, the addition of another sound, say a glass breaking, may be barely noticeable. But in a quiet environment, even the same sound can feel much, much louder. Known more formally as Weber's Law, this idea of relative perception has been a core principle of astronomy and music theory alike, since they both have something to do with how we humans perceive things. Well, now, it has one more application, and that has to do with our perception of price. Firstly, this means that whenever the price of a commodity either goes up or down, How a customer feels about that price change depends on the original price of the commodity. Companies can use this information to marginally keep increasing the price of a product over iterations, provided that they do so in increments that are just below our perception threshold. This applies more generally to markets around the world, where people also perceive the price of a commodity based on how much disposable income they have. This is the reason why some products that do very well in America, despite increases in price, don't work very well in countries like China. But it goes deeper than that. Disposable income and original prices have fairly obvious relevance in this topic. However, our minds can even be tricked by seemingly irrelevant numbers as well. Studies were conducted where participants were asked to gauge how much they would pay for a certain product. However, before they were allowed to make their minds up, they were asked to think of the last few digits of their social security number. It turned out that the participants with higher social security numbers were willing to price the item higher. Despite being in no way related to the commodity itself, this process, also known as anchoring, caused the participants to be more generous with their bids. In his book, Brainfluence, author Roger Dooley hypothesizes that this may be the reason why counters, now commonly seen in fast food chains, are used. Beyond just letting the customer know when his or her order is ready, these counters, almost always counting large numbers, primes them to be okay with paying just that little bit more. A more common method of anchoring is also to state things like, normally you'd have to pay such and such for a product like this, but not with us. Sometimes, the anchoring is even more obvious. For example, do you remember how much the iPhone cost when it came out in 2007? It was over $499, and in some places even higher. That's a tall order, especially if you consider that it was for a product that many people were not really familiar with. Even in today's standards, with hardware that is orders of magnitude better, some phones, including Apple's own iPhones, are cheaper than that. So, why did marketing genius Apple do such a thing? They possibly just used the demand curve to the best of their ability. First, set the price as high as you can, since every market has a certain percentage of people that can pay even the inflated prices, assuming they like the product. Once you have exhausted that demographic, drop the prices significantly, which is exactly what Apple did. By the time the iPhone 3G came out, some retailers were selling it for as low as $199. By this point, there were enough people owning iPhones that people started familiarizing themselves with the product, and by dropping the price so much, Apple made it seem like they were giving the phone away on a massive discount. The initial $500 to $600 price was seemingly just an anchor that made the eventual price seem like a total steal. There is one more thing. You know how Apple always prices things $1 less than the big number? Like $499 instead of just $500, and $999 instead of just $1,000. Well, I used to think that when we pay $499 for something, we feel as though we are paying $400 and something, as opposed to just flat out $500. We feel closer to $400 than to $500. However, this is not entirely true. For things that are priced at whole numbers, our minds like to think that a fair price would also be a whole number increments below it, meaning something that has a list price of $20 probably registers as deserving $17 or $18. Meanwhile, if something is priced at $19.95, our brains think a deserving price would be $19.50 or $19.30. So, despite the fact that $19.95 is lower than the $20 price tag, surprisingly enough, you would have much happier customers if you were to accept just a few less cents. A University of Florida study tested this idea where participants were asked to estimate the actual price of things put on auction. The three prices were $4,988, $5,000, and $5,012. Realistically speaking, they were all very close to each other. The group that was tasked with estimating the price of the $5,000 thing estimated the lowest prices of them all. Even the $5,012 group, at just $12 or 0.0024% more, were willing to pay more for the same item. It's all in your head, truly. Companies also sometimes place products that they know won't sell well just to make other products seem more desirable. Again, humans like relative improvements. Remember that. These marketing decoys help offers look much better than they actually are. In the book Predictably Irrational, The author Dan Ariely mentions an experiment where participants were offered 2 offer sets. The offers were as follows. Offer A included a $59 internet-only subscription or a $125 internet and print subscription. Offer B also included a $59 internet-only subscription, but included both a $125 print subscription and a $125 internet and print subscription. In Offer B, it wouldn't make much sense to just choose the print subscription at a $125 price point when you could also get the internet subscription for essentially an extra $0. And this was clearly shown in the results. Want to guess which one generated the most revenue? The Offer B set generated nearly 45% more revenue compared to Offer A. The customers didn't choose anything they didn't choose before, namely the option to purchase the print-only subscription, but just its presence made the other 2 offers look much more desirable. Instead of competing with other companies using decoy products, companies can essentially micro-compete within their own products and generate more revenue. It's all a game. Then there are smaller tricks that the companies employ on a regular basis. One is to slightly increase the font size of the products you want sold. The slight change is barely perceptible, but subconsciously, we register it as something more worthy of our attention. Another is to offer customers better, but not necessarily overwhelming, choices. This is where services like Amazon have truly cemented their position. Amazon has the resources not only to sell a lot of products, but also to organize them in the right way and only present to the customers what they're most likely to buy. Other companies can sometimes overwhelm the customer with too many flashy options, especially during Black Friday sales, which confuses them and makes the purchase seem that much harder to make. These are still things you and I can see and put our finger on. Companies go much further than that to make the customer feel safer to spend more. Olfactory association is one of the ways in which this is accomplished. Olfactory is the sensation of smell. According to some reports, as much as 75% of all our sensation has got to do with smell. It's no wonder then that the memories that have an olfactory component are held the strongest and are recalled much easier as well. The smell of McDonald's, for example, is something that the company puts as much effort into as anything you might see on the menu. There is a very good reason for it, of course. The feeling of familiarity is crucial to the brand of McDonald's, especially considering going to McDonald's is something that the company hopes to become a generational tradition. People go as children and eventually end up taking their own children to McDonald's. That there are reports that McDonald's infused the smell with the cleaning liquid its staff uses to clean the store. A similar theme follows all major industries. We've all heard about the new car smell or the new sneaker smell. These are all essential elements of a company's effort to construct a recognizable image, one which we may not even see. Singapore Airlines, regularly voted as one of the best airlines in the world, also uses this marketing strategy. They are known to give passengers hot towels at the start of every flight. But even this seemingly innocent gesture is working to sew the brand image deeper and deeper into our minds. The company has its own brand fragrance, Stefan Floridian Waters, and it is infused into those hot towels that passengers use. Needless to say, the flight attendants are wearing it too, and so is the cabin interior. Of course, it can go both ways. Starbucks reportedly removed some of the sandwiches from its menu because they smelled too much like eggs, and took away from the coffee-heavy Starbucks smell customers know and love. One may question whether doing these things is even ethical. Well, there are 2 sides of the coin, as with any debate. On the one hand, marketers might argue that using these techniques, they are better understanding what their customers want and giving them a better shopping experience. On the other hand, this opens us up for attention sabotage, something which has been happening rather frequently with social media platforms already. One thing is for certain though, we have far less control over our purchasing decisions than we thought. We buy things we don't need to impress people we don't like, and the things you own end up owning you. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque like a dulled mirror which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made, above the level of a very low whisper, would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. This is an excerpt from the famed dystopian novel 1984 by George Orwell. In this book, which is dubbed as one of the most influential in the past century, Orwell talks about Winston Smith, a dutiful servant of the state who starts having second thoughts about the system that surrounds him. Constant surveillance from the telescreens, secret mics everywhere, posters full of propaganda, and when all those fail, fellow citizens waiting to rat you out without a moment of hesitation. Winston, like everyone else in the novel, was living in a world where he wasn't allowed a private moment in only the most superficial meaning of the word. What he wasn't allowed to have, however, was a private thought. As those thoughts establish a more menacing presence in his head, Winston is flooded with the overwhelming realization that the world in which he lives is barely livable. Everything in society was geared to notice even the smallest signs of unlawfulness, even a thought crime. It was a dystopia, well and truly. Published in 1949, one would imagine that this novel would bear more resemblance to those times than ours, to the regimes of Stalin or Mussolini, and it certainly does. The outright control of the masses, the dictatorial desire to always remain at war, and the unwavering expectation for obedience. Yet, the sales of 1984 have skyrocketed in recent times. Of course, certain countries ban its sale, and I'll let you guess which ones those are. But really, why? Why have the sales skyrocketed recently? Has the time Orwell really spoke of truly arrived? Perhaps the most attention widespread surveillance has gotten in recent memory are the Snowden leaks of 2013. Edward Snowden, an NSA computer security consultant, had leaked files showing the NSA largely overreached and abused its powers that were granted in the aftermath of the September 11 attacks. Instead of just asking for intel on criminal suspects, investigations revealed that the NSA asked giant tech companies for data on bystanders. People, for example, who called people who called people who called the subject. For every target that the NSA looked into, they swooped up data on 10 bystanders, a lot of whom were just citizens of the United States. The NSA was also revealed to have collected data about the telephone records of millions of American customers from the company Verizon. Defenders argued that it wasn't private information, just the type of information that was found in someone's telephone bill. You know, how many calls were made, when the calls were made. This type of data is often known as metadata, or data about the data. Instead of recording the contents of the phone conversation, these records simply only store details about the phone call, and that may seem useless to some. But here's the thing. If it were useless, they wouldn't be expending resources trying to collect it. This type of data can be used to create a very detailed profile of someone, just like scrolling down someone's Facebook page. There's also the Pegasus program that has caught the eye of the media lately. A state-of-the-art spyware developed by an Israeli group that can hack into even the latest mobile OSs. Pegasus infects targets' phones using a number of vulnerabilities instead of attacking just one. Some of Pegasus's hacks are zero-click, meaning they require no interaction from the user. It can allegedly render WhatsApp's now famous end-to-end encryption completely useless. The group that built this spyware claims it was built to help combat terror and crime. Yet, the most notable use of the spyware was in 2019, when the Saudi government used it to hack into the phone of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who they eventually murdered. It was also the spyware used to hack into Jeff Bezos' phone. In fact, it was formally discovered in 2016 when a sketchy link was sent to a human rights activist, who, instead of opening the link, sent it to investigators. Upon retrospective analysis, it's thought to have existed since 2013. Upon the release of the news about widespread and unconstitutional use of facial recognition technology by different companies across different countries, people sometimes tried to confuse the cameras by wearing sweaters with patterns designed to fool the machine learning programs. Little did they know that facial recognition had gotten so good, they don't even need to see your face. This new technology, thought to have developed in China, apparently can identify people based on the way they walk. It takes up to 50 different parameters that can be used to distinguish your walk and allow the computers to identify people from as far as 50 meters away. you would have guessed it by now, this technology too is being developed with the promise of preventing crime. But how it's actually used is anyone's guess at this point. These are just some of the many surveillance programs that are not just being developed, but marketed and used actively around the world. At least in 1984, Winston was fully aware of all the programs the state had to offer. Today, we don't even know most of it. Yes, Snowden brought a revelation of documents in terms of the spying programs, but that's just one facet of the larger landscape. Despite the outcry from those damning reports, change has been hard to come by. We constantly see news of surveillance programs cracking down on the civil liberties of its own citizens. Even tech companies forced to bow their heads to any and all requests for data, and some that do so willingly. If you don't even know who and what is watching part of your life, how can you even decide what to do about it? If you look back at the forecasts of surveillance by George Orwell, well, it turns out that he was an optimist. Really, it's not really the act of being watched that's particularly disturbing. Rather, it's the paranoia of feeling like you're being watched when you can neither prove it to be true nor false. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, they say. However, a government that cares today about criminals may tomorrow care more about their political adversaries. A government that today cares about political adversaries may tomorrow care about academics. The list goes on and on. That being said, it's not all doom and gloom. The thing with the economy as it currently stands, at least in much of the Western world, is that the act of profit-making can really be used to weaponize any interests, the good and the bad. In this instance, after the general realization of what was going on, people consciously started choosing products that emphasize privacy. Now, whether those privacy privileges are actually able to protect us is another question altogether. Privacy has successfully been converted from a human right to a desirable feature. Apple is one of the first companies to take that mantle in the tech industry, releasing a slew of privacy features that almost get as much stage time as a new processor or camera. It's also worth noting that the situations in which these abusive powers are granted in the first place. They generally take place after a terrorist attack, at a time when people are more likely to be outraged and emotional. That's when there is little to no opposition to such requests for power. The encroaches on our civil liberties generally don't take place overnight. They take place in slow, almost indistinguishable strides. That is what 1984 is really talking about. To give the reader the ability to extrapolate into the future when seemingly innocent requests for information slowly turn into widespread surveillance. These surveillance programs almost never have oversight or chaperoning, unless, of course, a whistleblower decided to leak it all. Take Facebook's algorithms for example. Innocent requests for data to make the platform more profitable in exchange for the option to keep Facebook free for everyone. A lot of the privileges that we have today surrounding our choice to delete all of our data and to control how it's shared is the result. But sometimes it seems to go a bit far. How often do you have a private conversation about a topic only to end up being recommended services about that topic later on? And I'm not talking about your Google searches or your public posts. These are private messages. Of course, the irony is in the fact that even Facebook's own CEO probably doesn't feel very safe about the widespread surveillance in our world. This is a picture of Mark Zuckerberg taken a few years ago, which shows him at a desk with what appears to be his own laptop. Mark has both the webcam and the mic of his laptop taped up. It's something that has become common practice across users of technology, most notable after the release of the Snowden files. But if Mark Zuckerberg doesn't feel safe in his own office, a person who likely has executive access to some of the deepest, darkest secrets of our world's technology, what does that say about all of us? Now, you might say, well, nobody's forced to use any of these services. Well, no, not technically. But realistically, does anyone really have a choice? The everyday Joe has to join Facebook because his colleagues are all on it. He has to join Instagram to maintain a functioning social life. Even the people that claim not to use social media use it for their businesses. The idea is the same, and with each additional user, the shared utility of these platforms rises, and with that rises the inclination to join and reveal more and more about our private lives. There's also an element of thought, or lack thereof in all these platforms. And that was another hallmark of 1984. Ridding the masses of almost any ability, or even desire, for critical thought. The things that dominate on social media are almost exclusively devoid of any crucial thought. All platforms are pushing for the shortest, most clickbaity things they can find to give people that addictive surge of dopamine, and then keep them on a short leash. Instagram is also routinely under scrutiny for its algorithms. A research study about its algorithms was stopped right in its tracks with the threat of legal action, to which the smaller research institution had to oblige. It's no wonder that the comparison with 1984 really falls apart in today's time. Today, everyone has a television not because they were forced to have it, but because they go out and buy it themselves. And what people want is not to turn it off, but to keep it on as long as possible. Of course, we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. The fact of the matter is, you and I can have that discussion. We can at least debate whether it's right or wrong. Whether anything is done about it in the end is another topic altogether. But at least the conversation can take place. That in itself is a hopeful sign that our world is not quite there yet. In truth, despite a resemblance that is hard to overlook, Orwell is not speaking of our time, or any time in specific. He is talking about the innate desire of those in power to remain in power, and almost equally, an innate desire to rebel against that. It's a tug of war which will remain timeless, just like his book. As long as we know about it and are able to talk about it, we have a fighting chance. So go ahead. Go ahead and think. That's not a thought crime. Yet. Consciousness. It's our awareness, our understanding, our ignorance. Our daily consciousness leaves out more than it takes in. And due to this, it leaves out important things. Things that would help relieve us if we knew them. If we had a higher awareness, a better consciousness, we would feel better. We would be more at peace with things. The deep down truth of things is screened by our consciousness. Our sensory organs will pick things out. Our eyes can only see certain things, our ears can only hear certain things. We have to create instruments and other tools to see things we as humans cannot, to expand our understanding and thus our ego, or consciousness. Humans evolved and became the dominant species on Earth by a long shot. It's due to our innate ability to network with each other. If humanity was wiped out and restarted, like loading an old save file, communities would still form. Structures within society are inevitable due to the variety of brains. Some are good at critical thinking, others are more artistic. However, we are all wired with some innate features. Just as humans form societies that evolve, other creatures do as well. But we're different. We are customizable characters, basically. We can kind of mold ourselves into whatever kind of person we want to be. We can't know for certain that animals or any other life on Earth is conscious or can even function in the same way that we do. Let's put it this way. I know that I have my own thoughts and feelings and emotions, but how can I know for certain that you or anyone else does? There's no way I can go to your head and see things 100% from your perspective. I can't know what you're thinking, or if you can even think in the first place. To truly understand the universe, to understand and actually experience life, you have to give yourself up. There's no point in sustaining bliss, and being permanently at an all-time high. The life you're living is what you have put yourself into, what ego you've formed, only you don't want to admit it. You want to believe it happened to you. Day to day, you play non-bliss in order to be able to experience bliss. You put yourself into bad situations, you let in the negative experiences in life just to feel some kind of satisfaction when it goes the other way. Self implies other, white implies black, death implies life. You can feel your existence as fundamental, not as an accident. At the basic level, at the lowest level imaginable, you are the fundamentals of existence. The same thing that makes you is the same thing that makes up everything else. If you can step back from what you believe, if you can step back from what your sensory organs have turned you into, you start to see things for what they actually are. Do you define yourself as a victim of the world, or as the world? Love is only possible due to the lack of self. You give up all your secrets, the walls you've built to keep people at an arm's distance slowly lower, one by one, until you're a completely open book, until all your pages have been read, and the rest of the pages are blank, waiting to be filled with this newfound love. In basketball, or soccer, or football, you're constantly giving the ball to someone else. The point of the game is to have the ball in your hand for the least amount of time. to constantly be passing it to someone else, to shoot it, to get it out of your hands. It keeps the game going, and life is the same way. If you define yourself, you, as only being what your ego is, as the things you do voluntarily, then you're the victim. It's because of some higher power that you were put here when you didn't ask for it. But what about the things you do involuntarily? Do you beat your heart, or does it just happen to you? You do those things, even though you don't know how. Words don't work here. As Alan Watts said, everyone is fundamentally the alternate reality. Not God in a traditional sense, but God in the sense of being the self, the deep down basic whatever there is. And you're all that, only you're pretending you're not. A mind that can ask, who am I? Why am I here? What is the purpose of all of this? Tends to forget. As I said, your consciousness tends to leave out critical information at times. A consciousness that can view the world and take in sensory information tends to forget what's behind those eyes. A mind that hasn't gone deep enough to find where those questions come from. Because the same place those questions come from is the same place those answers lie. The brain controls everything. In order to go to the extremes of the universe, to places we can only dream of going, we must first dive deep into something that is all inside of us. Take the Big Bang, for example. Now there's hundreds, thousands of theories as to how we came into existence, but let's go with this one. You believe that you are strictly you. Your human body is all that you are and all that you have ever been. You're simply a small speck of dust in a vast sea of galaxies, stars, planets. You're irrelevant. But rolling back the clock, things get smaller. The universe was more compact. The atoms that make you up are building blocks of the universe, of the hot gas clouds that form stars, that allowed solar systems to form, that allowed planets like Earth to form. If you keep rolling back this clock, you were around at the very instant everything came into existence. That is you too. When everything was infinitesimally small, you were there. But we define ourselves as being only us, mere humans walking on a planet that we didn't ask to get put on. But frankly, every one of us somehow made this happen. We just go on and pretend we didn't. It's because of how we define ourselves. Are you the victim, or are you the world? As cringy as it may sound, everyone you meet is just a small packet of the universe. A present, whether they're a pleasant one or not, that was packaged together from billions of years of engineering and architecture on a universal scale. But instead, we define ourselves as something completely separate from it, something not connected whatsoever, which is a foolish view. We tend to search for how the universe came into being, but we're just the universe trying to understand itself. In order to get to that conclusion, we have to reframe our mindset. We're not as different as we all think. Your name is given to you at birth. Your ideas and personality are collected from the world. Scraps, bits and pieces here and there cling to you like a magnet. So what part of you is you? We are all different manifestations of consciousness, but we are all fundamentally the same thing. We all may have different egos, different personalities, but when you step back, drop the ego, we are all connected. View the universe as a forest. Every one of us is a twig, a leaf, a branch. But together, we form life. Our origin, our roots, are connected together. Just as the roots of trees form a vast network which brings these massive forests to life, humanity's roots all come from the same place. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred from one form of energy to another. But many of us have this fear that it's all going to come to an end. And while yes, your life will end, your energy will not. It will continue onward, forever. But our consciousness has convinced us otherwise. We form this thought process, almost like we've been hypnotized, to think that we are all there is and all there ever will be, and that it's all going to come to an end. This leaves us unsatisfied and unhappy. But the universe is continuous, and you are technically the universe, so you will continue on as well. Your death is not the end of you. It's the death of your ego. Many people experience the same exact thing while living. Ego death. It tends to be induced through psychedelic drugs, LSD, shrooms, the list goes on. While working on this video, I actually experienced it myself, and although not intentional, it provided clarity in a way I've never before experienced. It's not the ego in the vernacular sense, as describing a person's self-worth. It's the philosophical ego. It's the complete loss of subjective self-identity. Everything that you believe you are will disappear. You're void of emotion, of connection to anything around you, of connection to what makes you, you. The idea of being a person doesn't make any sense. The words I, me, and myself have zero meaning whatsoever. The world can normally be put into two categories, myself and not myself. While experiencing ego death, this line is blurred. I am completely gone. There's only the awareness of existence. The lifetime accumulation of your thoughts and emotions are put on pause. It's as if you're on a cliff approaching an infinite void beneath you. Your life is continuous and exists all the way up the mountain until you reach the edge. Beneath you, though, is the unknown. Ego death is jumping into that void, leaving behind everything you've ever known. It's as if you've stepped out of your body into a separate entity. You start to see things for what they actually are, but things don't actually exist. Things is just a noun, it's a fragment of speech, and speech is just another instrument we've created to try and understand the world around us. Our senses allow us to go about our daily lives and traverse the world, but they don't really offer any explanations, so we have to make them up ourselves. While experiencing ego death, you disconnect from all of that. You have a heightened awareness. It's truly as if you're experiencing a higher level of consciousness that no person can understand. You reach this level that words can't explain. The instruments we made to try and understand our place in the universe shatter completely. Explaining it in terms of I saw or I felt don't seem reasonable. Our languages are instruments created to explain things that someone experiences. But while undergoing ego death, there is no someone. There is no me. So how do you describe it? It's as if your slate was wiped clean, your character's save file was corrupted, but you're still in the game. Because of this, ego death can be scary, but it can also be a very enlightening experience. It's both constricting and freeing. It's white and black. It's like you're defining what life is like through experiencing death. We cannot be more sensitive and welcoming to pleasure without being more sensitive and accepting to pain. You're flying and sinking at the same time, being pulled from below, and above, in every direction, at once. While going through it, I ended up reaching a moment of acceptance. Ego death, while often extremely anxiety-inducing, offers a glimpse into a reality free of that. A life free of your personal flaws, your daily thoughts, your responsibilities. It personally feels as if time is frozen, and wherever your mind wanders is free to judge things as they truly are. You are the observer and the observable. Surprisingly, the conclusion I came to is the same conclusion I came to while making a previous video of mine, and it's that nothing in life really matters. Fear in general tends to come from us not being able to make peace with the chaos that is the universe, not being able to cope with the idea of entropy, that everything is tending towards disorder. Forming an ego is disorderly in the same way. You go further and further down your own tunnel, and stray further from everyone else. Experiencing ego death is breaking out of that tunnel, pulling back, and understanding that the network of these tunnels that encompass every human on Earth all eventually return back to the same place. When I die, when my ego is completely gone forever, when my physical body breaks down and no longer resembles the form it's in today, I'll still somehow be here. Right now, I'm an hourglass. The sand is slowly leaking its way to the bottom, and eventually it'll all be there. It's the end of the line for me. But when that day comes, the universe will stop by, take the hourglass, flip it over, and whatever made me will then become something entirely different. We're all just a temporary collection of atoms, and whatever you and I subjectively believe we are won't last forever. But objectively, we will. For now, just enjoy the ride.
Imagine you're flying, feeling the cold air on your skin, flooded by light. You look down and see a sandy beach peppered with palm trees, and you decide to go there. Suddenly you're on the beach drinking a pina colada, but you're alone. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody was there with you? And then suddenly your best friend appears. It's comforting and warm, a feeling you know you've been craving because you've been struggling at work recently. You're grateful for their encouragement and for the pina colada. It's your favorite drink after all. You take a deep breath and enjoy the beauty of the moment. But it isn't a vacation, it isn't a game or a VR headset. It's a dream that you know you're in, a dream that you can control. The beach, the drink, the friend, you made it all happen. Because you're lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreaming occurs when a sleeper is aware they're in a dream and can exercise some control over the environment of the dream. In a regular dream, we're aware of objects and events within the dream itself, but we're not aware that we're dreaming. We can't distinguish between being asleep and being awake. Lucid dreaming isn't anything new, it's a phenomenon that's been reported throughout history, but only scientifically documented since 1975. And a lot is still unknown about it. Why it happens, how to induce it, and what effects it might have on us individually and as a species. Some scientists believe that lucid dreaming comes from increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, and unlike non-lucid dreams that can take place anytime while we're sleeping, lucid dreaming happens during our rapid eye movement or REM sleep cycle, our fourth and final, deepest stage of normal sleep. But the biggest thing that those of us who haven't had the pleasure of lucid dreaming are wondering is, what's it like? Lucid dreamers have described feeling like they're playing a virtual reality game where they have some control over aspects of their scene and setting. These dreams can also leave lasting impressions that might be stronger than those we experience when we're awake. Most of us have had the experience of waking up from a dream, even one we can't fully remember, and feeling somehow changed from it. With lucid dreaming, that change or impact we might feel is much more visceral. Some lucid dreamers have talked about their dreams in religious terms, like an out-of-body experience. Some even say it feels like being temporarily abducted by aliens and transported to a different planet, like you're in your own personal video game. But one of the most interesting aspects of lucid dreaming is the emotional revelations that can happen in them. In a lucid dream, you might be introduced to elements of yourself you might not see otherwise. You might see yourself more sympathetically, kinder, braver, or more sensitive than you'd like to admit or take credit for in reality. In this sense, lucid dreams might offer some introspection that many of us hesitate to ponder in our waking lives. Now it all might sound pretty amazing and you might be envious if you've never experienced a lucid dream, because I know I am. And we're not alone in that envy. There's a subreddit with more than 400,000 members dedicated to the subject of lucid dreaming. However, only 23% of the population experience lucid dreams on a monthly basis, and less than 1% of people are what scientists call proficient lucid dreamers, people who can easily sink into and manipulate their lucid dreams. But the good news is that a majority of adults, 55%, claim to have experienced at least one lucid dream in their lifetime, so if you haven't had one yet, the odds are in your favor. And if you want to up the odds, here are some things you can do to pave the way to your lucid dream journey. First is to optimize your bedroom for sleeping. Good sleep hygiene is key to lucid dreams. 65 degrees Fahrenheit or 18 degrees Celsius is considered the ideal sleep temperature, and it's important to keep your room relatively quiet and dark. Invest in some blackout curtains, sleep masks, or other accessories to reduce light, and consider using earplugs or a sound machine to block out disruptive noise. Another critical element to lucid dreaming is what researchers call reality testing. This consists of checking in with your environment and confirming whether you're asleep or awake. We all know that our dream environments can look familiar to our waking reality, but there's always some minor inconsistencies compared to reality. Performing these reality checks while we're awake can give us the skills to determine when we're in a dream. Reality testing is specifically helpful when something odd happens in your waking life. If you see a strange animal cross the street in front of your car, take a moment. Think about the fact that you're awake and that the animal is real and that this odd moment is happening in your life. Developing that critical frame of mind when you're awake will ideally carry over into your dream state. Reality checks can also be quite simple, like pressing your fingers against your palm and feeling the resistance of your hand. In a dream, you might notice that your fingers go through your hand, and at that point, you'll know you're not in reality where scientific laws apply. Or take note of being in your waking reality when you're reading, because in dreams, written words often appear jumbled. It can also be helpful to wake yourself up after 5 hours of sleeping and simply tell yourself to remember you're dreaming when you go back to sleep. Research has found that this technique is most effective if you can stay awake for 30 to 120 minutes before sleeping again. Another tactic you may already be doing is keeping a dream journal. Recording our dreams helps us recognize dreams more easily, since many of our dreams or elements of them repeat. You might want to write down what you remember the moment you wake up, or even record a voice note on your phone to rattle off bits and pieces that come to mind. As interest in lucid dreaming has grown and these kinds of tips have proliferated on the internet, a whole industry has grown around the goal of lucid dreaming. There are now sleep masks and headbands you can buy that produce noises, flash lights, or vibrate to inject stimulation into your dreams. These are methods used by researchers on lucid dreaming subjects. There are online tutorials, some helpful and some from people simply looking to capitalize on the craze around lucid dreaming. And there are even supplements that have been shown to induce lucid dreaming. The drug alkaloid galantamine has been used in research and home settings to encourage lucid dreams. One study showed that participants who took the drug after being woken up and practicing visualization were more likely to lucid dream than participants who received a placebo. Galantamine is already available over the counter as a supplement, and many lucid dreamers say that it helps them stay in the dream longer and have more control over elements of their dreams. Of course, some view using drugs as cheating, just as you would with any performance-enhancing substance in sports, but proficient lucid dreamers rightly stress that whether you use a supplement or not, you need to practice lucid dreaming using other methods. Simply popping pills won't get you there. But if you do manage to get there, into a lucid dream, what do you do? Once we're lucid dreaming, we want to use that moment to control where the dream goes and try to assert influence over what happens. This works better if, instead of willing something to happen, we simply expect it to. Imagine you're back on the beach with your friend and you want a beautiful sea turtle to come climbing out of the water. Instead of insisting that the turtle will show up, expect it to be there. Once you do, a sea turtle or something close to it will probably appear. That expectancy effect can help things appear in our dreams. If we say, "I'll find the dog behind the couch," when we look behind the couch, the dog will be there. Experienced lucid dreamers can also open doors in their dreams and envision what they want to be on the other side of the door. Perhaps you can open a door and transport yourself from the sunny beach into the middle of outer space. Most of what we know about lucid dreams comes from the early stages of research into the topic and from those who can have the dreams. We still don't have a great understanding of the neural underpinnings of lucid dreams or the brain processes that make them happen, and at this point we don't have a reliable way to induce them. But even with so much unknown, we do know that there are benefits to lucid dreaming. At the very least, a lucid dream can act as a sort of wish fulfillment, taking us to places or putting us in situations we've always wished we could experience. Lucid dreaming can also help us shed the stress of daily life. It's been clinically shown to be a potential treatment for pervasive nightmares, and data shows that lucid dreaming can foster creativity. Even athletes will employ lucid dreams to work on and refine motor skills. Most of all, lucid dreams allow us to interact and explore parts of our unconscious that we can't when we're in our regular dreams, or even while we're awake. Of course, this level of awareness in our unconscious state can present its own problems. Skeptics worry that lucid dreaming can have a negative impact on mental health, not only because it can disturb sleep, but also because it can blur the lines between reality and fantasy. Remember the reality testing tactic to induce lucid dreams. While it might help some distinguish between waking and dreaming, it might also make others question whether they're awake or asleep. This would be disorienting. It could lead to a feeling of dissociation where they feel disconnected from their thoughts, feelings, and sense of identity. Still, the curiosity around lucid dreaming is impossible to resist, and not just for you or me, but for researchers. In an effort to answer the question of what exactly is happening when we have lucid dreams and how to better understand how to trigger them, researchers have invited proficient lucid dreamers into their labs. Once the participants are asleep, researchers measure activity levels in the prefrontal cortex and other areas. The participants are told to use left and right eye movement once they're in a lucid dream and aware that they're dreaming. This way, researchers can see what brain activity is happening in the brain at that very moment. Studies also tell us that the events we experience in our dreams produce effects on our brains that are similar to what would happen if we experienced them during our waking hours, and if that's true, then it would mean that dreaming of doing something is the equivalent of actually doing it. That might be a stretch if we're talking about like going to Mars or breathing underwater, but if it's a meaningful conversation with someone or tasting a new delicious food, maybe we could take the feeling and carry it with us into our reality. Because lucid dreaming might not just be about experiencing our dreams differently, it might be the key to understanding our own consciousness. English aristocrat and writer Mary Arnold Foster wrote one of the earliest and most detailed descriptions of lucid dreaming in her book Studies in Dreams. She described her attempts to fly, and she proposed that humans have dual consciousness. One is our primary self, which analyzes our circumstances and applies logic to our experiences. For most of us, this consciousness is typically enacted during sleep, but according to Foster, this primary self wakes up in lucid dreams and brings memories, knowledge, and reasoning from our waking life, along with the awareness that we're asleep. This idea of dual consciousness may not be scientific enough today, but researchers would agree that lucid dreams involve increased self-awareness and reflection. They give us the ability to think more deeply about our lives because we get to actively live outside of them. When we sleep, we still are who we are. Our brains are the same, but they're unconscious, so lucid dreams can provide a point of comparison to isolate the regions of the brain that are involved in the state of heightened self-awareness and agency. As much as many of us simply want to have cool dreams, lucid dreams aren't just about experiencing the feeling of flying or traveling to mystical places. They can have real scientific implications. If we're able to understand what's happening in the brain when it appears to be unconscious but is really aware, we can better treat brain injury patients who are unconscious. Doctors could establish these patients' levels of consciousness and treat them accordingly. If scientists can establish a neural signature of self-awareness by studying lucid dreamers, they can make more accurate diagnoses and prognosis. And what these ideas tell us is that lucid dreams are really about self-awareness. So even if you can't manage to get yourself into a lucid dream, you can still learn from them. Try to be more connected to your unconscious self, maybe not through a lucid dream, but through something more accessible, like meditation or other therapies in your waking life. Like all things, lucid dreaming takes practice. We have to approach the desire to lucid dream with a sense of calm. When we try to force it into existence, we lose the potential to find it altogether. So maybe we should start with a sense of curiosity, not just about what it would feel like to fly, but about what might be lurking in our own brain that we just haven't found yet.
Recently, I was scrolling through old pictures, and I found a picture from when I was a little kid. I took the picture and held it up to my face in front of a mirror, and I realized, wow, I look nothing like that kid in the picture. We don't have the same physical properties. Our thoughts, ideas, and beliefs are different, and we certainly don't have the same memories. But still, I know it's me. My brain sees the picture and creates a storyline that I was there, I am here, and I'll be somewhere else in the future, looking back doing the same exact thing. This is the idea of self. The idea that there's something deep within us that remains fundamentally the same even when everything else changes. It's the idea that we can grow bigger, create new memories, lose old memories, change our thoughts and beliefs. But deep down, there's still something that remains fundamentally unchanged. The idea of self is one that has baffled pretty much everyone, scientists and philosophers alike, for centuries. Because as easy as it is to describe, understanding why or how it works sits on the opposite end of the spectrum. As humans, we experience a lot of different senses. We feel things, we see things, and we hear things. We have thoughts, we have feelings, and we have the ability to learn new things. But all of these things are separate experiences. So, at what point do all of these sentient properties become you? As I continued scrolling through the photos, I came across pictures from elementary, middle school, high school, and everything after. All of these photos looked completely different. When I think back to those times and the decisions I made, I would never make most of them right now. Yet, without a shadow of a doubt, my brain convinces me that I am still me. The words I and me are more than just pronouns. They are the two ways we describe self. When we say I, we talk about a being who is consciously aware of the present moment. So, I am reading this line on a script right now. On the other hand, when we describe self using the word me, we're usually referring to a personal identity, who we think we are. Me usually reflects who we are through the lenses of our past, present, and plans for the future. But we color our memories based on what we need to be in the present, and our plans for the future are always changing. How can there be a consistent being if everything that forms it changes? We like to think of memories as simply playing back a video in our head of what happened in the past. But that's not what memories are. Memories are our brain's reconstruction of the past experiences. We create these memories to fit the present narrative based on what we know now, how we describe me now, as well as our present needs and goals. So if you now think of yourself as a kind person, you're more likely to remember all the times you've been kind to people, rather than the times you've been unkind. We form narratives about ourselves around how we want to be seen by others. We convince ourselves that we'll act and behave a certain way to fit that narrative, even when we're often mistaken. If this is true and we can't trust our memories to give an accurate description of who we were in the past, then how can we have a self that exists through time?
Aren't we just creating new selves every time this narrative completely changes? Think about it. It's not that the narrative continues down a different path, it changes completely such that what was no longer is. And if what was can no longer be, then we cannot say that there is a self that persists through time. Rather, the idea of self is one that is constantly recreated by our brains when the need arises. This is what we refer to as the illusion of self. Contrary to what you might be thinking, this does not mean that we don't have a self. It simply means that it does not exist the way we think it does. Our bodies are made up of a bundle of perceptions, sensations, and thoughts. Our brains try to make sense of the randomized nature of our being by creating a linear storyline. You were there, now you're here. It is this storyline of sorts that we describe as self. It's just the brain's way of making sense of the randomness that is human existence. This is why the idea of self that we have now cannot be true. When most people think of a self, they think of something that can exist outside of the brain. But that's just not possible. The self is a sensation of continuity and unity of self that is created by the brain. Anything other than this is just wishful thinking that humans are more than just a sentient bunch of molecules. The idea that deep down we have a soul, an immaterial essence, the driving force of individual existence. And in most religions of the world, this is true. But not Buddhism. Anatta is the Buddhist doctrine that teaches against the idea of a self. It teaches that there's no underlying permanent substance, there's no soul. Rather, everything we experience is simply perceived by our senses, not by I or me. It teaches that since there is no I, material wealth can't belong to me. So we shouldn't crave these things or hold on to them like they're worth more than just a few good sensations. Dropping all the other pictures I was flipping through, I picked up the picture from when I was a kid again. I held it in front of my face and stared at the mirror again. And as the existential crisis flooded my mind, I couldn't help but ask, if I wasn't told that that was me, would I have known? If I had seen this picture randomly without any context, would I have been able to tell that it was me? Definitely not. So then how can I say that there's a self that existed in that kid that still exists in me? How can I say our experiences are linear, that we're the same person? The truth is, you're not the same person that existed before, and you're not the same person that will exist in the future. Or at least there's no evidence to prove it. This thought is both terrifying and exciting. It's terrifying because it's fundamentally against everything we know about ourselves. If there's no self, then there's no self-will. And if there's no self-will, there's no morality. There's no right or wrong, good or evil, just a bunch of molecules interacting to the stimuli they're presented with. But on the other hand, it is exciting because it liberates you. Now you don't have to think, it's me against the world, because there is no you to begin with. You'll no longer think life is unfair because bad things happen to you. You'll see bad things happening to you simply as things just happening. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't really matter, does it? You'll no longer be scared of death, because nothing can die that never was. You'll understand that death is simply a natural occurrence. The illusion of self is one of the most powerful and consistent illusions we experience. It's there right from when we're toddlers up until the day we die. If it isn't real, then why do our brains create these storylines? Why does this illusion exist? As living things, our goal is to survive and thrive. We learn, adapt, we grow. And one of the most important building blocks of survival is competition. Without competition, we'll all be satisfied with where we are and have no desire to strive for anything at all. Without the illusion of self, there is no competition. Competition is built on the idea of a single entity outdoing another. If there is no single entity and just sentient chemical reactions, there will be no competition. And without competition, things just don't really work the way they do now. If you're still not convinced that the need for competition alone is the reason our brains make up the idea of a unified and persistent being in all of us, you're not alone. Not everyone believes in the idea of a lack of self. Some people who meditate can sometimes get to a state of complete quietness and emptiness, described as a pure consciousness event. this is an empty state of consciousness. There are no thoughts, no technical mental processes going, just a deep-seated sense of I-ness, an independent identity. Many people use this state as an argument for the existence of self, but there are two things wrong with this school of thought. One, there is no scientific evidence to back it up. We cannot determine what is what simply by judging based on people's personal experiences, unfortunately. Two, the feeling of emptiness is a mental process. That in itself is your brain telling you that you're free of thoughts. It's still a brain activity. Some people argue that if there is no self, then how can we trust the judgments of anyone? If a ghost came out today to tell us that there are no ghosts, how do we believe them? For you to be able to pass judgment on consciousness, you need to be an objective observer. But being an objective observer means you need to have a self who observes all, like you're a god or something. So that negates almost every argument you're trying to defend. But in truth, the illusion of self is not a ghost telling us that there are no ghosts. It's a figure that we call a ghost telling us that they can feel, touch, and smell. They can interact with living things, so they cannot be ghosts. It's not just postulating the absence of a self, it's showing the reality of its absence through scientific research. We don't need a self to tell us there is no self. We only need the evidence. And the evidence is clear when I hold up the picture of when I was a kid to my face. It's clear that everything has changed. I know I am still causally related to who that kid was, but there is no evidence to prove that there's something in that kid that is still in me that has persisted through time. At this point, I was having an existential crisis, so I put down my own pictures and picked up the pictures of my grandma. She's much older now. She doesn't really speak much, but she still talks. She still remembers what the world was like when she was younger. But what about people her age who suffer from advanced Alzheimer's? People who can't recognize their own loved ones, who can't remember anything from the past. Do they still have a self? When does a person stop being a self? If you no longer have any memories of the past or plans for the future, what then is self? What does the word me refer to? If the very components that make the self can easily be altered or wiped away completely, then the idea of a persistent existence through time is not possible. Only when we disregard the idea of self can we begin to understand why people seem to go completely off script. We often judge people by the idea of them we've created in our head, when in reality, we're all just a bunch of competing impulses and urges, swaying us one way and then the other. The idea that there is no self that exists through time explains why we sometimes act in ways that are inconsistent with the story we tell both to ourselves and to others. The truth is, the illusion of self is simply a collection of our memories of the past, desires in the present, and plans for the future. It's our psychological profile. It's not a supernatural entity that exists independently. It does not transcend death. It does not exist through time. We were not, and we won't be. We simply are.
What does a child's mind look like? You have memories of being a child, but that's not really an accurate representation. It's an older you reflecting on the past. Your childhood memories are likely different now from the experiences that formed them. If you have a child, you might have noticed some of these real childhood feelings returning to you briefly. You recognize them in your kid, but these moments are fleeting. You quickly come back to the adult world. Pixar's Inside Out aims to give us a look into the inner workings of the mind of a child. For most of us fortunate enough to have seen it, it's quite moving. You might have cried a bit watching it or held back tears with all your might because you didn't want to cry in front of a child. But does Inside Out accurately reflect the child's mind and offer anything real to help them navigate their problems? Of course, does the movie mislead kids about their self-understanding? In the film, an 11-year-old girl named Riley moves, separating her from all her familiar items and furniture. With nothing to cook with, Riley and her mom decide to grab a pizza slice, and to her horror, the pizza is covered with broccoli. Now, the biggest challenge for Riley is that her new school is very intimidating. So intimidating that she cries in front of the other kids on her first day in class. Riley's emotions, represented by living characters, fear, disgust, anger, sadness, and joy, are leading the control panel of Riley's mind. We spend more time with the emotions than with Riley and her parents. The central conflict unfolds when sadness touches and changes Riley's core memories, which The way memory works in the film is largely inaccurate. I mean, it's a child's film. Memory is much more valuable than the movie-like playback it portrays. Our memory in general is a lot messier. Overall, our memories are unreliable accounts of what happened in the past. They're distorted over time. Whenever we try to recall a memory, it gets corrupted further from the original imprint. I separated from a loved one, your memories of them could be filled with a sense of loss, or they were once a source of joy. While it is fair to have a cleaner version of memory for the audience's sake, the account of core memories is misleading. These memories suffer from severe amnesia, don't have dramatic shifts in their personality, and twins separated at birth often share personality traits regardless of them sharing similar memories. Many of our personality traits come from genetics and our environment. The Riley and her emotions, there's nothing. In reality, there's supposed to be a middle one, the central cognition that allows us to assess perceptual data and make choices for the sake of our well-being. It is a part of her conscious experience that is completely absent in Riley and all the other human characters surrounding her. This account of the real-life mind comes from psychology theories first presented in the late 1950s and is still used in cognitive psychology today. It establishes the mind as having two systems. System 1 is instinctive and unconscious. It's where we make automatic decisions without deliberation and where our emotions are processed. We have no conscious experience of the functioning of System 1, only its output. System 2 is intentional, effortful, and conscious. It's our central cognition. We use it to think when our System 1 processes won't suffice. Whenever you have to make a tough decision, you rely on System 2. There are moments when we want our System 1 processes to take over, like when we need to run to safety or pedal a bike. Deliberating using System 2 in these moments can get you killed or make your task impossible. Central cognition exists in our prefrontal cortex alongside our working memory and executive control centers. And inside out, that would align nicely with the command center the emotions occupy. In reality, central cognition and emotions are often competing with each other, but there's no necessary hierarchy that determines who wins. Sometimes emotions drive action, and sometimes cognition takes control. It's like a disorderly scrum. When we're tired after a long day, our emotions often win. We don't even try to use central cognition in these moments. Most of us can relate to this, having snapped at somebody by making demands of you when you're just trying to get to bed. But it's probably not helpful for kids to understand themselves. It potentially adds to the already confusing sense of self that comes with growing up. The movie doesn't acknowledge their ability to deliberate and make decisions outside of an emotional reaction. To navigate the world successfully, we need to make good use of System 2. Otherwise, we're at the mercy of the world and our instinctual reaction to it. Central cognition has a big role to play for kids and adults alike. To develop the concept of Inside Out, filmmaker Pete Docter worked closely with neuroscientists and psychologists. Pixar wasn't naive about the mind when it signed off on the film, but accuracy took a backseat to other priorities. It needed to make a good story for kids and adults. Complexity can add depth to a film, but more often than not, it makes the story hard to follow. When it comes to movies for children, complexity is at an even greater concern. You could easily lose the younger audience with too many characters to follow and convoluted motivations. Pixar rearranged the processes of the child's mind to have a limited number of protagonists working towards a specific goal, all while facing a healthy amount of resistance. Adding central cognition as a character would have been more accurate, but it would have made the story more complicated and less straightforward. If Riley were aware, the reality portrayed in the film would fall apart. Perhaps the only way to be more accurate would be to show Riley's central cognition deliberating on her choices, with her emotions overriding her at times. But that would add another layer to the film that would make the journey of the emotions less consequential. Thinking about it, in a way, the emotions being sentient is a way of representing central cognition. They're able to deliberate amongst themselves, with joy taking the lead. As the audience, we root for the protagonist, because failure would be disastrous. If the core memories weren't always coming out soon. For the sake of staying true to the original themes, you won't be seeing central cognition or a more accurate account of memory. Still, considering the impressive impact of Inside Out, odds are there will be new important lessons about emotions that we all need to remember. And for those lessons to get across and ring true, they'll need the focus you only get with a good story.
In the summer of 2014, the world was in a festive mood as yet another World Cup was about to head underway. But on Wednesday, June 11th, the city of Sao Paulo, one of the main hosts of the World Cup, was anything but festive. Entire parts of the city remained shut, as cars were stuck on stretches of tarmac as far as the eye could see.
The effects soon extended well beyond the city, as the entire country of Brazil felt the effects of what would become the worst traffic jam in history. Eventually, the jam was said to have been over 214 miles long. Disputes about the economic implications of hosting a World Cup, worker deaths, and countrywide protests were ultimately what led to it. But Sao Paulo is notorious for being one of the most congested places in the entire planet. Now, you and I may not have been in such a historic traffic jam, but we've definitely had our experiences of being stuck in traffic. When the cars barely seem to move, the lights barely seem to change, and before you know it, a little 5-mile drive ended up taking you over 2 hours. Aside from driving us completely out of our minds, these traffic jams have obvious implications, economic and otherwise. Just in 2018 alone, traffic congestion is said to have cost the US economy around $87 billion. In addition, congestion increases fuel consumption, and by extension, emissions. In reality, this just hurts us more than it helps. It wastes precious time that we could have spent just being where we wanted to be. Instances of road rage rise, which then contributes to more driver error, which means more accidents, which means more traffic. It sucks. Traffic is much more demanding on our body, mind, and deteriorates the quality of life of everyone involved. You either go to the office to angry bosses or home to a cold dinner. Which really begs the question, how far off are we to solving this terrible, terrible thing? Well, let's get to that. What makes traffic jams and congestion so interesting is that, beyond the more quantifiable metrics such as the flow of cars, the volume of traffic, number of lanes, and so on, there's this other spontaneous factor to this phenomenon that's much more harder to predict or measure. The human factor. Each vehicle is, after all, being maneuvered or piloted by a human driver, at least for now anyway. And as such, the intricacies of traffic are, in a way, just expressions of the intricacies of human behavior. It all defaults back to us, the driver. It's no wonder then that Tom Vanderbilt, a guy who literally wrote an entire book talking about traffic, calls New York City traffic a giant applied psych lab. Let's see why he would say that. He refers to an experiment conducted in England by a traffic psychologist named Ian Walker, where bicycles are rigged with sensors that would calculate the distance and speed of vehicles driving past. The experimental conditions were as such. In the first scenario, the rider was wearing a helmet. In the second, he wasn't. And in the third, he tried to appear female by wearing a wig and a dress. It was found that, when the rider appeared to be wearing a helmet, the cars felt more comfortable driving close by. When he wasn't wearing a helmet, they gave him a bit more space. And when the rider seemed to be a woman, they gave him even more space. These are judgments, which Tom likes to call beneath the subconscious, that the drivers were making about the competence of the rider, and the likelihood of an accident with very little and often inaccurate evidence. Ask yourself, are riders wearing helmets always more experienced? Does wearing a helmet make you safer? Physically, yes, but mentally, it could cause you to act differently, and take risky maneuvers that you otherwise might not have. There are other experiments like this, of course. You might think that the more regulated a traffic is, the safer it is. The more often you see signals and signs at intersections, the more careful they will be. But that's not the case as it turns out. If there's too many signals, drivers often find themselves in a false sense of security. The seemingly abundance of caution that the traffic lights can portray causes drivers to drop their guard in the most risky parts of the road, which often leads to more accidents. This seemingly unintuitive idea was actually discovered due to an electrical failure in a traffic light. In the observation, and the later theory that emerged from it, is credited to Dutch traffic engineer Hans Moderman. He developed the idea of shared space when driving. Essentially, instead of adding more signs, street markings, crosswalks, and so on, you instead actually remove these things, the very things you think were actually making you safe. There are no curbs separating the street from the sidewalk. There aren't sidewalks to begin with, it's just all together, cars and pedestrians. With this, drivers find themselves less confident than they were before, because, well, there's no separation. There's nothing splitting those driving cars and those who are just on bikes or even walking. It makes drivers more cautious, which in turn actually saves more lives by preventing accidents in traffic as opposed to increasing it. Of course, there are more intuitive instances of traffic behavior, namely things like rubbernecking. It's when an accident in one lane of traffic causes drivers in other lanes, or even other roads, to slow down while they're passing by to watch things as they unfold, because we're nosy and like to get into other people's business. But beyond the physical obstruction that the accident causes,
This is an added slowdown often caused purely by psychological reasons. If just a few cars slow down from this, other cars behind them are forced to slow down. The ripple effect leads to more widespread congestion, and before you know it, you're in bumper-to-bumper traffic. That's exactly why in some countries, accident sites are quickly covered with portable boundaries to prevent people from catching an unnecessary glance. But here again, the human factor creeps in. Tom suggests that there might be more to this mundane activity. He thinks that drivers sometimes pause not to just see what's going on, but also to reflect briefly on their own morality, the possibility of something like this happening to them as well. Everyone thinks they're a good driver, until they aren't. Another curious aspect of traffic is the non-linearity between the amount of traffic and the congestion that it leads to. What I mean is, if only 1% of all drivers were to use public transportation, that could lead to a reduction in traffic by more than 20%. Although not a bottleneck in the traditional sense, the convention of 9 to 5 office hours might have a lot to do with congestion as well. In normal circumstances, in daily routine, traffic tends to form at similar times because everyone is on similar schedules. Everyone heading to work at roughly the same time has been notoriously bad for economies. With the recent pandemic and the wave of companies trying to get their work done online, you have to wonder what the long-term implications of this newfound flexibility will be on traffic. While most offices will still be operated from physical spaces, even a slight reduction in the daily number of commuters could have a drastic effect on congestion and improve economies while doing so. And while the long-term changes might be positive for the most part, that doesn't mean everything is perfect. Some studies have emerged stating that, while there were indeed fewer accidents by volume, a higher percentage of them were fatal. Drivers were again guilty of feeling safer, and were thereby less alert, on emptier roads, which led to more speeding. The psychological implications of feeling safe on the road can cause a chain reaction of decisions that ultimately make you less safe, which is another remarkable stat that doesn't make sense on first glance. Sometimes, the bottlenecks are even more obvious. For example, roads that are not wide enough to accommodate necessary volumes, unplanned infrastructure, or as in the case of Sao Paulo, a massive countrywide protest. These are some of the biggest causes of congestion on our roads today. If we were somehow able to control these issues, however, would that mean the eradication of traffic forever? Well, if only things were that simple. In one of the more remarkable experiments by some Japanese physicists, you can see cars traveling in a circle, completely devoid of any of the traditional bottlenecks. All they have to do is turn left. That's literally it. They are driving in a closed circular track, no intersections, no distractions. They are also asked to maintain a steady speed and a steady distance, traditional traffic advice. So it's not like the experiment is rigged to cause the drivers to make a mistake. In fact, they're just asking them to drive normally. And sure enough, they start just fine. But after the experiment runs for a brief period, as time passes on, the human factor steps in. Some of the drivers have difficulty maintaining a steady speed or distance. They are either too close to the vehicle in front or the one behind. To correct this, they have to brake or accelerate. As with most human drivers, they end up overcompensating. After all, better safe than sorry, right? Now, this causes the driver behind this car to stop as well, and the results of all these reactions are further compounded by the reaction times of each of the other drivers. A sudden braking in front of a driver causes him to brake, and that causes the driver behind him to brake as well. Erratic braking emerges out of nowhere, and with it emerges a congested flow of traffic. Before you know it, you're stuck in traffic where there shouldn't be. Traffic that came out of nowhere. This is what is called a phantom traffic jam. Out of nothing physical whatsoever, a traffic jam self-generates using only our reaction times, and often, it dissipates as organically as it emerges. Besides, you have to consider the fact that if even the most controlled simulations can lead to such a traffic jam, then the chaos of the real world only adds fuel to the fire. Real roads are not single-lane, closed-off circular tracks. They are mazes of tarmac, driven on by drivers that are using their phones, drivers that are in a hurry, drivers that are barely rested, drivers that probably shouldn't be driving. Theoretically, the ripple effect of traffic jams could still be absorbed by maintaining a long enough gap between vehicles. The more space you have between you and the car ahead of you, the more time you and the cars behind you have to react in time to brake smoothly and still keep going. It can be difficult to accept that the phantom traffic jams seemingly arise out of nothing, especially given the overall impact of traffic jams on the economy, our well-being, and the rest of the world. Which brings us to traffic forecasting. If you aren't able to prevent traffic, maybe being aware of when it may occur is the next best thing? Right now, most of us use Google Maps to estimate traffic in a particular region. If you've ever used your phone as a GPS, you'll see areas that show up red as congested areas begin to form. Google uses Android phones to crowdsource data about numerous things like the number of vehicles in a region and how fast they're moving. And if you've ever used an Android phone yourself, you've contributed to the pool of data too. But it's still not necessarily forecasting a jam. It's merely telling you if one has already been formed, which is certainly useful, but not a solution. Newer methods of forecasting are being developed with the use of machine learning and AI. Cameras mounted on signals and busy intersections are feeding data to a control center that is then regulating traffic signals across a given region. This is allowing for two things. 1. To be able to predict traffic with as much as 90% accuracy. And 2. To be able to react to emerging congestions by temporarily closing off certain roads and opening others. It's being tested in one of the most congested regions in the world, India. But the tests are still on a smaller scale. These systems are yet to see large-scale implementation. But there is a possibility that these forecasting systems will become obsolete before they're even rolled out. That's because of the emergence of self-driving cars. Think about it. What is at the core of some of the most unavoidable traffic jams? The human factor. It is the inability of human drivers to maintain a steady speed and distance, and self-driving cars can take that element right out of the equation. Aside from being able to better prevent fatal accidents, I think another major aspect of how self-driving cars will change our roads for the better is by preventing congestion. If cars can communicate amongst themselves, lanes could be merged automatically. Blind spots would no longer be a thing if you have 360-degree cameras on the car. We could even get rid of signals and traffic lights since the cars would just communicate amongst themselves about when to stop and when to go. That would reduce a lot of the clutter in our cityscapes. But what about the cars that are still driven by us humans? The thing is, the transition to 100% self-driving cars could be an extremely difficult one if we're not careful. We still have to factor in that in the near future, the roads will not be the automated utopia that we're dreaming of. Rather, they'll be a bit of both, human-driven cars and self-driven cars, each adapting to one another. If we're so busy building our infrastructure with driverless cars, we could forget about the very people that are supposed to be benefiting from it. After all, a self-driving car's job will not only be to drive itself and communicate with other self-driving cars, but to also adapt to the unpredictability of a human driver, however many of them are still remaining. Transportation has always been tied to civilization, our ability to cooperate in large numbers, which is what led to the rise and sustenance of our civilization, has a lot to do with the ability to cover large distances sustainably. A large portion of that distance has been covered on roads. In fact, getting from A to B has a remarkable effect on our perception of the world and the decisions we take. Aside from the obvious economic implications traffic has, it also makes the world seem like a larger place than it needs to be. People spend a disproportionate amount of valuable time out on the roads, time that you'll never get back. They also don't meet each other as often, and a lot of the world's wonders that surround us remain untouched, unexplored. Making sure that we explore them involves understanding traffic jams, and by extension, the minds of the humans that cause them. Why do we dream? This is one of life's great unanswered questions. Given that we spend around 6 years of our lives in a dream state, it's no wonder people want to understand why we do it. Sure, there are theories, and I'll get to them, but there's no clear consensus on why we do it. No one really knows for sure. Or do they? Dreams are strange, to say the least, and for many of us, they hold great significance. So much that we like to share them with others at length, if we can even remember them, and try to interpret their secret and hidden meanings. So, do they actually hold any real meaning? Well, I have some ideas. Before we get to some of the bigger questions, let's just look at what goes on inside the brain as our nighttime adventures take their course. While sleeping, we go through different cycles of the 5 stages of sleep. These are divided into REM sleep and non-REM sleep. REM simply means rapid eye movement. It explains itself, right? The first 4 stages are non-REM sleep. These are restorative and for the most part, dreamless. As we move through these initial stages, our brain activity slows. But about 90 minutes after we finally fall asleep, we hit stage 5, REM sleep. This is when the dreaming really gets going. When we're in this stage, the body is, for all intents and purposes, paralyzed. Your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure rises, and brain activity returns to near waking levels. The paralysis in REM sleep is caused by the release of glycine, an amino acid from the brainstem, onto your brain's motor neurons. It's suggested that this paralysis is nature's way of preventing us from acting out our dreams, and that's probably for the best. The limbic system is a pretty primitive part of the brain that deals with emotions, and is very active during REM sleep. It's made up of the amygdala, which is mostly associated with fear, the hippocampus, which is heavily involved in the formation of long-term memory, and the cingulate gyrus, which is involved in our physical reactions to situations. Break down the roles of these bizarre brain structures, and we can start to paint a picture of why our dreams often take the bizarre and scary forms they do. Couple this with the fact that the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that deals with logic and self-control, isn't really active during REM sleep, and things might just start to make sense. But understanding it isn't enough to prevent these nightmares from happening. It can also happen while you're awake. Sleep paralysis is a terrifying concept. Like I just mentioned, when you fall asleep, your brain doesn't completely shut off. In order to prevent you from acting out your dreams while you sleep, the brain releases chemicals that leave you paralyzed. This paralysis is supposed to be lifted as soon as you wake up. But sometimes, it doesn't. And that's where you get sleep paralysis. You wake up, you're aware of your consciousness, but you can't move. It feels as if there's a massive weight on your body preventing you from actually waking up. Sleep paralysis is often most caused by disrupted REM sleep, so some people may believe they're still dreaming when they're in fact awake. Because of this, some of your nightmares could leak into the real world. While undergoing sleep paralysis, you'll often see things standing in the corners of your room, or on the ceiling, or even closer. Luckily, this usually goes away pretty quickly. So, is it just biology? Is that really the answer? Is there no secret window into our psyche? Everyone, at one time or another, has wondered what their dreams mean. Some believe that dreams have no meaning and serve no function, others believe that they're one of the most important things that human biology has allowed to happen. There's in fact many theories of why we dream and what purpose it serves. I can't really go any further without mentioning Freud. His theories of dreams are probably the most well-known around the world. It focuses on the content of the dreams themselves as an explanation of the function of dreaming. German psychiatrist Sigmund Freud theorized that dreams represented a window into the unconscious mind, a reservoir of feelings, thoughts, urges, and memories that are beyond our conscious awareness. The bulk of the iceberg submerged deep underwater. Most of the contents of the unconscious mind are supposedly unacceptable or unpleasant, representing feelings of pain, anxiety, or conflict. When we're sleeping, the forces that keep these feelings in check are weakened, allowing us to live out our desires and even fears through our dreams. Freud strongly believed that by exploring dreams, people could increase self-awareness and gain an insight into their unconscious self that would then help them deal with problems in their day-to-day lives. He also argued that the true meaning of our dreams is hidden within their actual content, and that interpretation is needed to understand how they relate to our unconscious fears or desires. Many of you watching might even agree with this. Despite the fact that there is absolutely zero evidence to back this account, it is pretty much unfalsifiable, even though more modern explanations now exist that are better informed due to a deeper understanding of how the brain works. 20th century Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung also believed that dreams allow us to tap into the unconscious, but argued that it was a collective unconscious that we were able to access through our dreams. According to Jung, this is a theoretical repository of information shared by everyone, in which certain symbols in dreams have meanings that are similar for all people, regardless of culture or location. This could explain why so many of us share variations on common themes in our dreams, like falling, being chased, or our teeth falling out. Any of these sound familiar? Dream interpretation is the process of assigning meaning to dreams. Even today, the practice plays an important role in various forms of psychotherapy, which is surprising given that there is only a little evidence so far that shows understanding of interpreting dreams has a positive impact on mental health. This could be because evidence also shows that people tend not to attribute equal importance to all dreams. Motivated reasoning comes into play. People are more likely to view dreams that confirm their waking beliefs and desires as meaningful compared to dreams that contradict them. But just for fun, let's take a look at some interpretations of the most common dream themes. We've all had the falling dream, right? Well, this could be a warning from your subconscious, and is common in people who are having a major life problem with work or relationships. It could be an indication of insecurities, instability, or worries. You might be feeling overwhelmed and out of control in some situation in your waking life. This type of dream could also reflect a sense of failure or inferiority in some circumstance or situation. It's typically suggested that showing up to work or school naked represents vulnerability and anxiety. Clearly. Research has demonstrated that this dream is common in people who have accepted a promotion, gone off to a new job, or who are coming into public view. Others argue that it means you may be hiding something and are afraid that others can see right through you. And despite the nightmarish feel of dreaming that someone or something is chasing you, it can be considered a positive message and a little prompt from the unconscious to encourage the dreamer to face a problem they've been avoiding. It's suggested that who or what is chasing you and how far away they are is important. These common themes barely touch the surface of the complexity and endless variety and variations of dreams. We know dream interpretation can be entertaining, but there are definitely more contemporary theories about the purpose of dreaming that it's probably important to consider them too. A better understanding of brain function and activity have allowed for the development of neurobiological theories in more recent years, one of which is the activation synthesis theory. Not quite as intriguing as the psychoanalytic approach, in fact it's pretty boring. This theory simply rejects the idea that dreams mean anything at all, which is disappointing. They could be merely electrical brain impulses that pull random thoughts and imagery from our memories. Activation synthesis suggests that humans can create dream stories after they wake up, in a natural attempt to make sense of the absurd. I kinda get it. There are some holes in this theory too though, the main one being that there is vast documentation of the realistic aspects of human dreaming, and evidence that dreams do reflect real-life events that are important or prominent for the dreamer. For example, a study in 2006 asked women who were going through a divorce to report the degree to which their former spouses were on their minds over a 5-month period. These same women were awakened during REM sleep on 3 nights, and asked to provide a detailed account of their dream content. A positive correlation was found between the degree to which women thought about their former spouses during waking hours, and the number of times their former spouses appeared as a dream character. In another study, researchers demonstrated that dreaming can help solve complex mental tasks. Participants were much better, 10 times better in fact, at getting through a complex 3D maze if they had napped and dreamed of the maze before their second attempt. This strongly suggests that certain memory processes happen exclusively during sleep, and that our dreams are not only a signal that these processes are taking place, but seem to be crucial to better performance. So, unconstrained by reality and the rules of conventional logic, the dreams your mind can create have the potential to lay out limitless scenarios to work through problems and produce solutions that you may not have even considered while awake. So, it turns out that dreams can be influenced by pre-sleep emotions, and can be really helpful for problem solving. So that's another theory put to bed. The continual activation theory proposes that the conscious and unconscious mind must remain continually active in order to maintain proper brain function. In this context, dreams function to consolidate working memories into long-term memories, and dreaming is simply an incidental result of the brain's need for continual activation. This means that if the brain's activity falls below a certain level, such as during sleep, it is stimulated to maintain activity through dreams. The expectation fulfillment theory explains dreaming as a way to release emotional arousals that haven't been expressed during the day. This frees up space in the brain to deal with the emotional arousals of the next day and allows instinctive urges to stay intact. In effect, the action we wanted to take is completed in a metaphorical form, and this prevents a false memory being created because we perceive the action as a dream instead. So dreams are metaphors for unfulfilled arousals and expectations, but because sleep does not involve the same stimulation of waking life, dreams draw on memory instead of motor or sensory activity. It is this process that apparently generates the unusual imagery, narratives, and thought patterns we experience in dreams. This explanation has received validation anecdotally through people's personal experiences, but same old story, it is essentially unfalsifiable. Interpretation of dream events is subjective, so we aren't able to put this theory through rigorous scientific testing. I could go on with the theories for days, but you get the point. No one really knows. It's very difficult to disprove most theories. Maybe some of the more fascinating dream phenomena can shed light on the function of dreaming. The term lucid dreaming was coined by Van Eden way back in 1913, although people were writing about this kind of experience as far back as the 1800s. It describes a state in which the dreamer is aware they're asleep, and sometimes has the ability to control events and actions. It most commonly occurs during late-stage REM sleep, and essentially allows your conscious mind to control something your unconscious mind normally controls. Lucid dreamers report being able to fly, taste, smell, and touch pretty much anything they want. It's more common than you think, with about 55% of people having experienced the state at one time or another. For starters, participants were asked to perform specific ocular movements if they became lucid while dreaming. By ocular movements, I mean moving your eyes, that's literally it. This is possible actually, and it's kind of ingenious, because eye muscles are free to move during REM sleep. By determining exactly when the sleeper was lucid dreaming, researchers were able to take recordings of brain activity during this state. The evidence showed some interesting and specific brain activity that represents a mixture of both waking and normal REM sleep. It also seems that the brain undergoes a specific altered state of physiology during lucid dreaming that constitutes a hybrid state of consciousness. Studies have shown that the prefrontal cortex, as well as the frontal, parietal, and temporal zones become activated. These areas of the brain are responsible for higher order cognitive functioning, including working memory, cognitive flexibility, planning, inhibition, abstract reasoning, the list goes on. So, besides being quite entertaining, why do it? Can we learn anything from it? Some advocate many potential benefits, including boosting creativity and confidence, reducing stress, and as a possible therapeutic technique to treat nightmares, PTSD, and other mental health disorders. Others view the practice as more spiritual and approach it the way they would a meditation, with the intention of increasing a person's sense of the vastness of reality, opening up new realms of discovery. It's even been suggested that some advanced meditation practitioners are able to become conscious of what is beyond the dream state, the deep formlessness of delta sleep. This is questionable at best and in need of much further study. Given our current relatively limited understanding of the brain, it's hard right now to understand how it could be possible to be conscious of deep sleep, because the brain is in a far more synchronized and deeply unconscious state compared to almost any other state of consciousness. But hey, who knows? Despite the evidence, lucid dreaming remains a controversial topic. Alternative explanations have been suggested for the phenomenon. It may be that lucid dreamers are in a daydream-like state of semi-wakefulness. Or are they dreaming normally but have a memory of the dream and believe that they were conscious and directing the dream but were not? It could be a sleep state dissociation, in which the person is both awake and asleep in the dream state at the same time. I suppose it's even possible that people aren't reporting true experiences, but I personally don't think this is what's going on. If lucid dreaming is as real as the evidence suggests, I'm left wondering. If dreaming serves any of the purposes I've already talked about, such as accessing the unconscious, acting out instinctive urges, solving problems, or whether they're simply electrical impulses keeping the brain from shutting down, how does being a conscious witness affect how they play out? Does it hinder or help? Is it a state of heightened reflective consciousness that humans are meant to access so that we can enlighten ourselves about our life, our world, and our purpose? Or does lucid dreaming stand alone in its function to serve an entirely different purpose? Have you ever dreamt of an event only to find out that it happens in your waking life? It's a weird occurrence. Precognitive dreams are dreams that appear to predict the future through a sixth sense, and there's some pretty famous examples of this happening. When the Titanic sank in 1912, hundreds of people came forward with reports of psychic dreams about it sinking. It was even possible to validate at least 19 of them, including a date-stamped letter. Several people apparently canceled tickets and decided to not travel based on their dreams. Are all 19 of these people psychic? Well, no. In fact, in this case, it's likely to be simple math and the power of probability. Think about it. There's 7.5 billion people on this planet, each having an average of 5 dreams per night, whether you remember them or not. In turn, those dreams support multiple common dream themes, including events like sinking ships and airplane crashes. When all of this is considered, in reality, it's highly likely that many thousands of people will dream about a sinking ship on any given night. Probably tonight too. Now, add in a bit of unconscious insight and media suggestion for a good measure. The Titanic was the world's largest ship on its maiden voyage, and was in the headlines before it even undocked. The media had called it unsinkable. The power of suggestion is immense, and it's no surprise that all this news, attention, and maybe even some nerves about taking such a huge trip infiltrated more than just a few dreams. So, the next time you dream about an event that has nothing to do with you when it comes true, it's probably just a coincidence. Probably. But what about dreaming of your own death? This is a deeply personal experience, and probably not subject to extensive media attention. It's exactly what happened to Abraham Lincoln. 2 weeks before he was shot dead in 1865, Abraham Lincoln had a dream about a funeral at the White House. When he asked someone who was in the casket, they replied, "The president, he was killed by an assassin." Clearly, he didn't listen, because at the time he was assassinated, he had given his bodyguard the night off. If the premonition dream is about something close and personal to you, some might argue that your subconscious mind is accessing a piece of information that you weren't consciously aware of in your waking state. You just missed it. The brain has so much to process every second you're alive, it only makes sense that some information is lost. So it's less psychic power and more inner feelings or intuition that you're experiencing through your dream. And this takes us neatly full circle back to the question of why we dream. If you don't believe in psychic abilities that manifest in dreams, then precognitive dreams are essentially the window into our unconscious. Of course, as always, some disagree with these explanations of precognitive dreams, and suggest that when matches occur on such a reliable and frequent basis, this can't be entirely down to coincidence. Some of these people turn to a mix of philosophy and physics to understand how precognitive dreams might happen. To truly understand these theories, it is necessary to assume that the future consists of many possibilities, and which one becomes reality is determined by the choices we make. The butterfly effect shows up yet again. Ultimately, common sense would tell us that dreams likely serve many purposes as opposed to just a single one, and how we choose to understand our dreams and why they happen is largely a product of time and culture. The function of dreams may have even changed as humans have, and continue to change across time itself. What once acted as a rehearsal system for evading predators is now serving to help us navigate the social and technological complexities of modern life and its stresses. Dreaming is vital. The link between dreaming and REM sleep is undeniable, as are the benefits of REM sleep for our health and well-being. So don't stifle them. They're only trying to help you. Sweet dreams.
In 2012, Drake made a song titled The Motto, but what most people remember from it is YOLO. YOLO tells you to live in the moment, enjoy life you have today, and not worry too much about tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, you only live once. While Drake certainly popularized the motto, he wasn't the first to use the phrase, and he certainly wasn't the first to come up with the idea of enjoying the pleasures of today without worrying about tomorrow. This idea has been around since the 4th century BC, as what philosophers call hedonism, a school of thought that was created by Aristippus of Cyrene, a student of Socrates. Hedonism is the idea that the end goal of all of our actions in life is to 1. Pursue pleasure, and 2. Avoid pain. Aristippus believed that the only good cause worth pursuing was one that will ultimately bring you pleasure. In today's society, we're taught that the way to succeed is to suffer today so you can enjoy tomorrow, to save for the rainy day. Once we get out of college, we're encouraged to find a job and work hard at a 9-to-5 for many years, live modestly, and save as much as possible so we can enjoy our retirement 50 years later. Aristippus didn't believe in any of that. He didn't believe in the idea of delayed gratification, and he always advocated for people to simply get pleasure from what is present and available. He was completely against the idea of suffering in the present in order to get something that only might be pleasurable in the future. So instead of telling students in college to study hard for their exams so they can land a good job after school, for example, Aristippus would encourage them to fraternize, drink, and party lavishly, because these are the pleasures that are readily available to them. On the one hand, you can see him as stupid and lacking foresight. After all, if you squander everything you have on the pleasures of today, you'll quickly run out of resources, and all of that pleasure will turn to pain. From people losing everything they had because of an addiction, to people living in poverty as a result of their own laziness, we've seen the results of solely focusing on the present pleasures. But on the other hand, there's some wisdom to this school of thought, because truly, tomorrow isn't promised to any one of us. What's the point in working hard at a 9-to-5 for 50 years, ignoring all of the pleasures of the time, only to die a few years before retirement? And let's say you do make it to retirement. The sad reality is that 1 in 4 people will have a disability by the age of 60, and the older you get, the chances of that happening increase drastically. Knowing all of this, is it still foolish to think that we are all better off just enjoying the pleasures that we do have in the present? Socrates and other philosophers at the time certainly believed so. A lot of philosophers hated the idea of hedonism, because saying that the end goal of the entire human existence is simply to pursue pleasure and avoid pain just sounded vain. This opposition, combined with the rise of Christianity in ancient Greece at the time, meant that this extremely rash idea of hedonism died with Aristippus. Many years later, Epicurus, who is considered the father of modern-day hedonism, redefined what hedonism was. And to do that, he had to start by redefining a certain word: pleasure. For Aristippus, pleasure was a state of ecstasy and excitement, that amazing feeling you have after biting into your favorite food or after that first sip of coffee in the morning. And for most of us, this is how we define pleasure. But not Epicurus. For Epicurus, pleasure was a state of tranquility. Instead of encouraging people to indulge themselves in constant gratification, Epicurus believed that the true meaning of pleasure was to kill the fear of both death and God, because only then would you truly be able to fully enjoy what this life has to offer. While Aristippus simply encouraged people to pursue pleasure, Epicurus believed that all human beings do everything to gain pleasure and absorb pain. He didn't encourage it, because according to him, that was our natural state anyway. To defend this point,
Epicurus asks everyone to look at how babies view the world around them. They don't really understand how the world works yet, but they do understand two things: when something feels good, and when something feels bad. When something feels good, the baby is joyful and happy. When something feels bad, the baby cries because it wants that pain to stop, and it wants to return to said pleasurable state. I'm sure at this point you're wondering, if we're all solely pursuing pleasure, then what about selfless acts? Acts that are done solely because they are virtuous or valuable for other people and not ourselves. How do we describe those? Well, in hedonistic ideas, it's simply because those things make people feel heroic, which ends up being processed in your brain as a pleasurable feeling. So, at the core, it is still pleasure they're chasing, just not the kind we might be thinking about. According to hedonistic teachings, there are two types of pleasure. There's moving pleasure and there's static pleasure. Moving pleasure is when you're in the process of satisfying a desire. When you're hungry, you eat. When you're thirsty, you have a drink. When you need a timeout, you take a nap. Static pleasure is the tranquility you feel once you're done satisfying those needs. At this point, the adrenaline has finished coursing through your veins and you're left with a sweet feeling of satisfaction. In that moment, you feel a sense of tranquility and you keep feeling it until it is sadly replaced by pain. Because according to Epicurus, there is no in-between. The absence of pain is pleasure, and vice versa. But even with this more modest way of explaining hedonism, a lot of people still disagree and even frown at the idea. And this is because of one thing: the idea that pleasure is the only source of intrinsic value. Think about it for a second. If pleasure is the only intrinsic value, then what do we make of things like finding meaning in life, achieving great things, building and maintaining long-lasting relationships, becoming a legend in a particular field, or even something as simple as living religiously or upholding a set of moral beliefs that we hold dear to our hearts? Hedonists might try to argue that all of those things do not hold any value themselves, and that they're only valuable because we get pleasure from them. But something like upholding religious beliefs isn't always pleasurable. In fact, most times it restricts the kind of pleasure you can get. But still, it gives people a sense of fulfillment that for them is better than the pleasure they're forsaking. If self-pleasure alone is the aim of human existence, then people who benefit from the wrong that happens in our society will never fight against it. People would never fight for the common good when it might affect them negatively. But yet, every day, we see people put their own desires on the side to help other people. People get excommunicated from their families, rejected by those they love because they chose to speak up and fight for what's right, even if the issues don't affect them directly. If we're all chasing our own pleasures, that would never happen. We'll all be too busy enjoying our broken society because it benefits us and not worrying about trying to change it for someone else. Another huge stumbling block that hedonists face when trying to argue their beliefs is the worth of reality. If pleasure is the ultimate goal, then it shouldn't matter whether that pleasure is real or imagined, right? If we say that people always intrinsically pursue things that are pleasurable, then if there is an option for unlimited pleasure, they should never choose anything else, right? To answer these questions, Robert Nozick created a thought experiment. Giving people two options, he asked them to choose between being plugged into a pleasure-giving machine for the rest of their lives and living their current reality with the pain that exists in our world. People always picked this reality, because in the end, living a life that's not real is pointless and meaningless. And even with the option of the most pleasurable thing in the world, people would rather have pain that's real, whatever real means. As I've said previously, the best memories are the ones you remember with both pleasure and pain. 20 years after he left his childhood home, Abraham Lincoln came back only to see the entire place in ruin. As he looked at it with tears in his eyes, he said, "My childhood home I see again, and am saddened with the view. And still, as memories cloud my brain, there's pleasure in it too." This beautiful mix of pleasure and pain is something that the hedonistic view of the world simply does not account for. When you're graduating high school, you're excited for the adventures that await you in college. You'll probably be leaving home for the first time, and you'll finally be alone, able to enjoy what the world has to offer. That feeling is pleasurable. But the feeling is also painful. You'll miss your high school friends and the simplicity of childhood. You'll miss your parents, your siblings, and the community that you grew up in. And though these painful thoughts cloud your brain, there will be pleasure in it too. Hedonism is frowned upon in modern day society because it opens the door for a trap that you can easily fall into. Pleasure is an insatiable desire. If you get hungry and fill your belly, it only takes a few hours and you're looking for something else to eat. It's an unending pursuit. So if that becomes the entire reason for your existence, it can quickly become difficult to control. This is how most people become addicted. It starts out as just a fleeting pleasure, and before you know it, the reason you're doing those things stops being the pursuit of pleasure and starts being an unquenchable and uncontrollable thirst for those things. A trap that's very difficult to come out of, one that many people get stuck in for the rest of their lives. But this isn't to say that we can't learn some things from hedonistic principles, because as much as we might not like to think about it, it's true that tomorrow is not promised. So we might as well make the best of today. Things like making a conscious decision to enjoy the little everyday pleasures can help us lead a happier life. If your car breaks down and you have to walk to school, don't be in haste. Embrace the journey. Walk with a friend, make jokes with them, and always leave each other on a good note. Craving a cup of coffee? Head out to your favorite coffee shop and order your favorite drink. You've earned it. You don't have to wait until you're retired before you can start reaping the fruit of your labor. Take those vacation days. The promotion can wait a few more months. Stay on that call with your friends for an extra hour. Missing an hour of study probably won't make you fail. Because even if seeking pleasure might not be the ultimate goal of human existence, it's certainly a worthwhile pursuit. You are a chicken. Yes, you. You look around and sometimes wonder why your owner takes such good care of you. At first, you're not sure. You're skeptical. What if he sends you to the slaughterhouse? You've never been there, but you know very well none of your friends have ever come out of that place. You remain on high alert for when that fateful day might arrive. But it never does. Days go by, and then weeks, months, even years. You are now convinced your owner loves you more than any of these other chickens, and he would never do anything bad to you. Each passing day is additional evidence to say that you will live for the next. 1,000 days go by like this. 1,000 beautiful days. Until, of course, the 1,001st day, when the illusion of safety breaks, and you end up on someone's dinner plate. You should have never crossed the road. Now imagine how betrayed the chicken must have felt when it was being taken to that terrifying part of the farm. Given the 1,000 days worth of evidence, the chicken's trust in its owner was ironically at its highest level when it was eventually slaughtered. Perhaps, if it wasn't so foolish to believe that it was special or unique, maybe it would have at least been spared the feelings of betrayal. That one final day completely changed the outlook of the chicken's life. That one piece of evidence outweighed the previous 1,000 days. And it's not even a contest. This is something known as a black swan, a single event or observation that comes as a surprise with disproportionate consequences, radically changing our outlook about something. People used to think that swans could only be white, until they saw a black swan, which basically reshaped the way people thought about what is out there. Nassim Nicholas Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable, to study this very phenomenon and shine light on how vulnerable we are to black swans, and how we are only becoming increasingly more vulnerable with each passing day. In his book, he talks about some fundamentals of epistemology that limit our ability to understand the black swans before they happen. But first, let's talk about why our modern society, as technologically advanced as it is the perfect nesting place for a black swan event. Let's say we're going to weigh a few thousand people, and at the extreme end of that sample contains the heaviest person in the world. So long as that person is subject to biological constraints like the rest of us, it doesn't really matter how much he or she weighs. Let's say 2,000 pounds. Now, how much do you think that accounts for in the total weight of all the people we weighed? The answer is probably less than 0.5%. It shows that even a crazy outlier like a 2,000 pound person doesn't really overwhelm the average. Taleb calls this ecosystem mediocristan, to refer to how the mediocre measurements of the average person do mostly represent all measurements quite well. Now, let's conduct the same experiment, but with wealth. Let's gather a few people and include just one of the 3,000 or so billionaires in that list. How much do you think that billionaire accounts for in the total wealth of all the people in that sample? An overwhelming majority, almost always close to 99%. Contrary to the first scenario, here the outlier overwhelms everything else. Taleb calls this world extremistan, as it rewards a few people extremely well, but leaves basically nothing for the others. Taleb says that the modern world is composed of circumstances that are geared towards extremism, not mediocrity, because money, for all intents and purposes, is just a number in someone's book. The vast majority of money is completely digital. It's not subject to physics laws or biology to constrain it to minimal variance. Sure, most people don't make that much money, but a few people can make a lot of money. Similarly, if you want to consider musicians, most musicians don't sell that many albums, but a few artists sell quite a few. You can conduct the same thought experiment with book sales, scientific publications, shoe brands, and so on. Point is, the modern economy is very much a winner-take-all system that rewards a very small number of people with a disproportionately large portion of the pie. If it was more like the weight example we just talked about, you wouldn't expect the outliers to be so wild. But the fact that they really are indeed so wild just goes to show how unpredictable the environment we're living in really is. The forecasts we take for granted today often fail to take into account the true nature of this unpredictability, these black swan events. You might be inclined to say that, no, these billionaires put in the work day in and day out, and therefore they can enjoy the fruits of their labor. Indeed, most of them probably worked really hard. Some of their innovations might later pave the way for a better future for all of us. I'm not discounting that. However, the system is not rewarding them proportionately. More importantly, it's hard to say how much of their efforts are the fruits of their labor and how much of it is due to pure chance. If you were to run a few simulations with extremist-type circumstances, you would inevitably have a few Jeff Bezos-like outliers. We may be biased into thinking that we understand what causes Bezos-like outliers in our society. You know, the usual. Think out of the box, start a revolutionary company, work extremely hard for a few years, and then smell the roses. Happily ever after. We've all read the autobiographies. We've all watched the documentaries. However, when was the last time you read about a person who did all of those things and failed? When was the last time you saw shelves of books about people who failed? Chances are, probably never. These stories just never really quite make it. There is an epistemic bias in all of this. Taleb says, now take a look at the cemetery. It is quite difficult to do so, because people who fail don't seem to write memoirs, and if they did, those business publishers I know would not even consider giving them the courtesy of a returned phone call. This is despite the fact that, often, advice about what not to do is more useful than what to do. But that's just the economy. That's just one facet of society. We also don't understand the socio-political aspects. Take 9/11 for example, which is certainly a black swan event. After it happened, you had tons of experts come out and say that they had known for years that it was about to happen. Well, why didn't they say anything? This retrospective distortion of the understanding of a problem is one of the hallmarks of a black swan event. None of them really knew. If they did, cockpit doors would have been bulletproof long ago, pocket knives would have never been allowed into cabins, and the TSA would have been invented much earlier. But these things were only instituted after 9/11. If you were to suggest such policies in 1991, for example, you would probably not be taken too seriously, or would have been shown a spreadsheet that suggested airlines don't have the money for bulletproof doors. But inevitably, they did. Thankfully, the likelihood of a 9/11 style event is much lower now than it used to be. Countries around the world are more prepared, more vigilant. However, that also makes these precautions somewhat lose their relevance. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book Homo Deus, cites a paradox about knowledge. He says, knowledge that does not change behavior is useless, but knowledge that changes behavior loses its relevance. The more data we have and the better we understand history, the faster history alters its course, and the faster our knowledge becomes outdated. Despite the measures we have taken for a black swan event like 9/11, that does nothing to improve our odds against a future black swan. If anything, it might lure us into a false sense of security, and in fact worsen our chances of coping with the impacts of the next highly improbable event. We tend to convince ourselves that we understand risks once we have understood a game of dice or blackjack. However, trying to approximate the risks in real life with the same methods used in a closed-loop artificial game is simply oversimplification, a mistake that we commit daily. This, Taleb calls, is the ludic fallacy. We learn simple games and immediately conclude that the stock market works in the same way, even though one of these things lives in mediocristan and the other lives in extremistan. If the markets were well understood, Do you think something like GameStop or AMC would have ever been allowed to happen? Sure, short squeezing is not a particularly new phenomenon. And yet, even a non-Black Swan event such as this one left even the smartest hedge fund managers scratching their heads and practically chasing bankruptcy. This false sense of understanding makes Black Swans that much more dangerous. There are other reasons why we are increasingly more vulnerable to Black Swans. Taleb said whereas in the past people might have been studying different kinds of literature and diving deep into a locally developed set of ideas, today, arguably the most read book is Harry Potter. That's of course not to say Harry Potter is a bad book or anything, but it goes to show that we are much less in tune with each other's ideas, for better or for worse. For the most part, everyone is dealing with generally the same ideas. That coupled with the rising complexity and reach of technology means when something fails, it fails for more people than ever before. The Pakistani government tried to shut down YouTube in Pakistan. It ended up shutting down YouTube worldwide, Taleb cited. We don't understand these things. That's just one way for technology to fail, but it goes to show how interconnected things are. And while that is often touted as a plus, given sufficiently poor luck, that can really spell doom for us all. Take coronal mass ejections as an example. These are regular bursts of radiation from the sun that scientists on Earth know and expect. The largest coronal mass ejection ever on record is the Carrington event in 1859. Its effects were mostly felt by telegraph operators who had some of their equipment burnt from the sudden surge. Most of the world went on without a hitch. On the other hand, if a Carrington-class event were to occur today, with all the grids, electric cars, and equipment that we now have, the damages would be in the trillions of dollars, and repair could take decades if at all possible. And with each passing day, with each little transition into an electric future, we're becoming more and more vulnerable to such an event. The thing is, this isn't even a Black Swan event. In 2012, the likelihood of a Carrington event in the next decade was calculated to be around 12%. And yet, despite that high probability, we're not particularly prepared for such an event. Given the esoteric nature of its risk, seemingly low probability but high impact, despite all the mounting evidence, you'll have a very hard time convincing governments to make modifications to power grids to avoid catastrophic failures. So if that's how little we care about an event that we know is bound to occur eventually, imagine how unaware we are of a true Black Swan. The chicken in the farm, were it to somehow be spared by some miracle, would never trust another human being ever after the betrayal it endured. However, few are ever so lucky. Meanwhile, for the owner, the chicken's death comes as no surprise. It is a routine event, and therefore no Black Swan. The idea of a Black Swan is therefore relative to the knowledge one possesses. Hence, our objective is to try and be in the position of the butcher, not the butchered. Taleb says, I worry less about advertised and sensational risks, more about the vicious, hidden ones. Of course, the idea of a Black Swan also incorporates good things, such as wildly unlikely positive outcomes of chance, otherwise known as life. The odds of being born are 1 in 400 trillion. But to be fair, I just unfollowed my own advice. Such a thing can't really be predicted, can it? For all we know, and for all we don't, being born is an unimaginably unlikely event that nobody really predicted. So if you are alive, whatever that means, in the end, we're actually all the Black Swans we've been trying to avoid the entire time. Ironic, isn't it? Are you the type of person to analyze every second of the interaction you just had with someone for hours on end, or are you normal? Either way, you probably don't think all that hard about every single detail of the decisions you make in social situations. But believe it or not, there's an entire scientific field that applies to social situations and decision making. We're talking about game theory. Game theory can be used to analyze both economic and social situations. It's essentially the science of strategy, and just like the reality it is trying to model, game theory can get really complicated. And yes, although game theory is relevant to games as we typically understand them, such as poker, most research in game theory focuses on how groups of people interact. Let's first define what a game is. So, what exactly is a game? It sounds like a stupid question, like who doesn't know what a game is? But games, in the field of game theory, are a slightly different concept to what you might expect. When it comes to game theoretic analysis, a game constitutes any interaction between multiple people where each person's payoff is affected by the decision made by others. let's apply this definition of a game to a couple of games. Is Sudoku a game? Well, in the traditional sense, sure. But in game theory, no. Sudoku is not a game. Sudoku is not a game because how you decide to complete the puzzle doesn't affect any other player. There is, after all, only one player in the game. You. What about tic-tac-toe? Is that a game? Two players can play the game, and each box that is filled by one of the players affects the other player. Winning requires both players to respond optimally to what the other player is doing. So yes, it is a game. You could also have a situation where two shop owners choose from a finite number of positions where to strategically place their shops for maximum profit. They are each affected by what the other person does, since they may be opting for the same market, and there's certainly a win-lose situation here. So, even though placing your shop may not sound like much of a game, in the eyes of game theorists, it certainly is. Game theory is the study of games like these, and game theorists try to model games in a way that makes them easy to understand and analyze. I say easy, but a lot of games can end up having pretty similar properties or reoccurring patterns, and more often than not, things can get pretty complicated. Game theory has two main focuses: cooperative games and non-cooperative games. Most game theory models involve 5 conditions. It goes something like this. First, each player has 2 or more choices or sequence of choices. Think of these like typical moves in a game, like moving a chess piece. Second, all possible combinations of decisions or plays result in a clear outcome. Basically, you can win or lose. Third, it's clear how you can win or lose, and participants will gain or lose something depending on the outcome. Fourth, the players know the rules of the game as well as the payoffs of other players, meaning everyone is aware of what is desirable to the other players as well. And fifth, the players are rational and sensible people. Rational here means strictly that when they're faced with 2 alternatives, they'll choose the option that provides the greatest benefits. While players know the rules and their opponent's options, they don't know their opponent's actual decisions in advance. So players must choose options based on assumptions of what their opponents might choose. Some game theory scenarios are zero-sum games, meaning one player's win is another's loss, and vice versa. Others, however, allow mutual gains and losses. These games can involve multiple strategies. You can try to minimize the maximum losses another player can cause and make decisions based on probable outcomes. This all really just sounds a bit confusing, so here, just let me show you. If life is indeed a game, then the first rule is to be skeptical of other people's suggestions. As we said, if it's a game, someone else is going to be competing, so there's definitely going to be competition and sabotage. Perhaps a straightforward and well-known example is the prisoner's dilemma. The game goes like this. 2 criminals are caught red-handed and are arrested. Each has 2 choices. They can each either stay quiet or testify against their friend. Upon arrest, they are each separated and offered a deal. Testify against your friend and we'll let you off the hook easy with 1 year in prison and give the other person 10 years. If both stay quiet, the cops can't really prove the more serious charges and both criminals would spend only 2 years behind bars. If they both testify against each other, however, then both would get 5-year prison sentences. At first glance, keeping quiet seems like the best strategy. If they both did this, they would both be out after just 2 years. But right before they're about to testify, one of the two thinks to himself, what if I stay quiet and the other guy rats me out? Without knowing what the other person is actually going to decide, it's a reasonable worry to have. The smartest solution to this would be to react in a way that is beneficial regardless of what the other person does. A Nash equilibrium is actually a state in which no one person can improve, given what the others are doing. This means you're picking the best response to a particular strategy from your opponent. A quick analysis of the prisoner's dilemma reveals they would both most likely testify, which is the Nash equilibrium for this problem. This is because regardless of what the other person does, testifying will lead to a maximum sentence of 5 years, with the potential for a 1-year sentence. Meanwhile, if you don't testify, you could end up with a 10-year term. It's easily the safest thing to do considering neither party knows what the other is going to do, even though both criminals are better off if they just stayed quiet. Here, the individual incentive wins over group interest. Testifying is a better option, because you know that you'll be in trouble if you stay quiet but your friend testifies. But if you can think of that, your friend can too. So he knows you're likely going to testify given that it's the safer option for you, and you know he's likely going to testify too for the same reason, and you know that he knows that you're likely going to testify. You see the loop that's forming? These types of problems are examples of non-cooperative games, which means the 2 prisoners can't convey their intentions to each other. If they were able to talk to each other, however, we would be in a cooperative setting, and that would affect the likelihood of certain outcomes, as you can imagine. For example, it'd become much easier for them to agree beforehand that they're both just going to stay quiet. On the contrary, a coordination game is one in which everyone benefits from working together. There's no incentive for either party to cheat, since it will result in a worse outcome than if they just cooperated. A good example is driving on the correct side of the road. You win nothing by driving on the wrong side of the road. But sometimes, you lose without even playing. The principal agent problem is when one person is allowed to make decisions on behalf of another person. In this situation, the first person is likely to prioritize their own interests and pursue their own goals. And well, yeah, that's the basis of modern politics. Game theory can also be applied to biology, though. In fact, its application in the field of biology has allowed biologists to answer a lot of questions about evolution, which is remarkable since game theory was never designed for this. For example, it's helped scientists explain biological altruism, where an organism acts in a way that is most favorable for the overall species, even if that action is harmful to itself. A bird might warn the rest of the group about the arrival of a predator. Doing so risks its own life since it essentially announces itself to the predator. But this trait can later help that bird, assuming it survives of course, when other birds return the favor and warn it. These concepts might help you anticipate some of the strategies others might be using to get one over on you. But who really knows what they're thinking? The concept of guessing others' moves is what makes the game so tricky. While each player is likely to be certain about only their own move, they still have to speculate about other players' decisions, and more importantly, other players' conception of every other player's decisions. Essentially, you are no longer making a decision based on what you think is right. Rather, you're anticipating what your opponent thinks is right, and simply reacting to it. But then again, your opponent is doing the same exact thing. So who's really making the decision here? Whose mind is the actual decision being made in? Let's put it another way. Each player must know their own chance of coming out on top, guess everyone else's chance, and also guess what everyone else is guessing about their own chances of winning. Not only this, but you also really need to be able to guess what other players are guessing about your guesses about them. And now look, we're confused again. Another problem is that, although game theory has many benefits, it would be impossible to properly apply it in all situations. There will be times where rationality might not offer the right solutions, or where mutual benefit might not be the most ideal outcome. When you come up against these, you have to not only recognize them, but then also decide whether using game theory would be the most helpful way to deal with the situation. By then, the moment could already be gone. The assumption that everyone is going to be rational, a basic premise of game theory, is also a really risky one. Humans can be extremely unpredictable and emotional, and this makes the guessing work near impossible. There's a ton of real-life examples that illustrate the basic concepts of game theory. Apple and Samsung are involved in an endless game of advertising. It's not like either company needs to advertise. Besides, advertising can get extremely expensive. So why not just forego this task altogether and use the money for research and development? If both companies did this, then we'd probably have better phones by now. But sure enough, Apple banks on the possibility of Samsung advertising and gaining an edge over the market, and Samsung does the same. And that possibility soon turns into a certainty you and I have all come to accept. Now, this is an extremely simplistic example that bypasses many other variables, but you see the basic concept. Another good everyday example can be found in the treatment of public goods and property. If everyone decides to be good citizens and not litter, society benefits as a whole. But you're inevitably going to come up against one or more people who choose to essentially go rogue and behave selfishly by littering. This leads to society as a whole bearing the cost of cleaning up, all the while making not littering a less worthwhile decision. After all, if the road's already littered, the work to not litter is that much less meaningful. You can probably now see how applicable this is to other situations in life, like every big important decision we're supposed to be fixing, but more on that later. As interesting as it is, game theory can still only analyze simple situations with well-defined constraints, and you must remember that any model is a subset of reality, no matter how good it is. It's essentially intellectual guesswork. The bottom line? We're all constantly in the game. It's pretty impossible not to be. Our lives are endlessly and unavoidably impacted by the actions and decisions made by others. So you might as well play the game the best you can. And that interaction you spent hours analyzing after the other person has already long forgotten it? Maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. We're just trying to win the game of life. And the reason to win is so that you can be free of it.
I have a pretty serious confession to make. I don't like Superman.
Before you destroy me in the comments, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but the Man of Steel has just never resonated with me. The problem for me has always been that he's too strong. I mean, one of his primary powers is invulnerability. Talk about a tension killer. The conflict is never if Superman will save the day, only how. This apparent infallibility extends to his personality as well. He's a character utterly without flaws. The biggest strike against him is that he's too compassionate, and this can sometimes land him in trouble. That's the answer you give when you're asked in a job interview what your biggest weakness is. It's not really a weakness. This relentlessly upright persona and general do-goodery makes Superman feel distant. His character is, pardon the pun, completely alien to my own experience, and if I'm being honest, it's not all that interesting. To me, Superman is boring. I prefer my heroes to be messier. Characters like Batman, Wolverine, and Deadpool feel so much more human. They're flawed, they can make mistakes, and sometimes they do bad things for the wrong reasons. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels this way. Over the last 2 decades, anti-heroes have become increasingly popular. In fact, the top 3 highest grossing R-rated films of all time are 2019's Joker, followed by both Deadpool movies. But why is this? Why have so many of us turned our backs on characters like Superman and Captain America? To understand that, we first need to figure out what exactly an anti-hero is. Unfortunately, as it turns out, this is easier said than done. We all know an anti-hero when we see one. They're dark, gritty, usually a bit reckless, and make questionable life decisions. However, the term itself is difficult to define. Anti-heroes as we know them today are a relatively new concept, and the parameters are fuzzy at best. At its most basic level, the anti-hero is a subversion of the hero trope. They are whatever a hero is not. In a technical sense, this means giving them characteristics normally reserved for an antagonist. They might drink and curse, have an abrasive personality, or rail against authority. The problem with this description, though, is that its negatively defined meaning is rooted solely in its opposition to something else. This doesn't tell us what an anti-hero is, merely what it is not. This is further complicated by the fact that what characteristics constitute a hero vary over time and between cultures. Heroes in the truest sense are meant to represent the ideals of a society. They stand as living personifications of the values that citizens should strive to emulate. However, these ideals and values naturally evolve alongside the beliefs and needs of the population. This applies to anti-heroes as well. Traits seen as or anti-heroic change based on the cultural context. In 1962, Canadian missionary Don Richardson traveled to Western New Guinea and Indonesia to try and convert members of the indigenous Sawi tribe to Christianity. He encountered some trouble, though, when his potential congregation identified Judas, not Jesus Christ, as the hero of the story. It turned out that the Sawi people placed a higher value on trickery and deception than sacrifice. They saw Jesus as little more than an unwitting sucker who had been duped by the true hero of the narrative. A better way then of defining heroes and anti-heroes might be by judging them based on their moral consistency. Heroes by their nature are morally consistent. They have a strict set of dedicated principles they follow that guide their actions. Anti-heroes, on the other hand, are morally ambiguous. They operate in gray areas and are more fluid in their decision-making. This ambiguity can manifest either in the anti-hero's own personal ethics or in the way that they are perceived by society. Not every anti-hero needs to be an edgy, homicidal maniac cracking one-liners as they shish kebabs bad guys with katanas. In fact, the classic anti-hero archetype looks a lot less like Deadpool and more like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I know what you're thinking, Spider-Man's not an anti-hero, but even by the traditional definition, he kind of is. When Peter Parker is first bitten by a radioactive spider and gifted with superhuman abilities, he doesn't want to become the savior of New York. He's insecure, anxious, and wavers in his convictions, even allowing a criminal to escape as an act of revenge against a boxing organizer who cheated him out of his winnings. Over the course of his career, Peter quits multiple times, always questioning whether or not he's capable of overcoming the challenges given to him and living up to his responsibilities. None of these are qualities that we normally associate with heroes. Peter is inconsistent, and our perception of him doesn't align with the image that we've built up in our heads. On the other end of the spectrum, there are anti-heroes like Wade Wilson's alter ego Deadpool, who we normally associate more with the term. These are heroes who do the right thing for the wrong reason or the wrong thing for the right reason. Deadpool is firmly in this camp. Particularly in the comics, he's a mercenary first concerned solely with how any given situation benefits him. Even in the films, his story begins as a revenge trip. Yes, his objective is to take down a cartel of human traffickers manufacturing and selling mutants into slavery, but he's only doing this as retribution for his own disfigurement. His motivation isn't to break up the smuggling ring or free the captives, he just wants to fix his face. To say that Deadpool's morals are loose is generous. He is entirely self-interested, recklessly individualistic, and more than a little murder-happy. If he ends up saving the day, it's typically just an unintended byproduct of his actual goals. The key takeaway from this is that anti-heroes are hard to pin down when it comes to assigning moral judgments, either because their own ethical code is so nebulous, or because we as a society have difficulty reconciling their personal traits with our own expectations of what a hero should be. So why do we like these characters so much? Why are we attracted to moral ambiguity? Perhaps it's because we find it reflective of our own experiences. Very few of us live in a world of simple black and white morality. We recognize that life is more complex than good versus evil or right versus wrong, hero versus villain. People are complicated, our decisions are nuanced and subject to interpretation. No one is purely a villain or even a hero for that matter. And yet, our culture is dominated by institutions built on the foundation of moral absolutism. This philosophy maintains that human action is inherently right or wrong regardless of intention or consequence. The justification for this is a belief in an all-encompassing and objective morality. Every individual's behavior is judged according to the standard and determined to be moral based on how closely they conform. Political and religious institutions are the clearest example of this. They create extensive sets of laws and regulations by appealing to the authority of a higher power, whether that power is a divine being or a constitution. The benefit is that this creates consistent standards which can be broadly and reliably applied to any situation. This helps maintain societal order while safeguarding institutional power. However, when these laws are violated, it necessitates punishment regardless of individual circumstances. Take, for example, a man who steals medicine in order to care for his sick child. Although his motivation is pure and the act itself noble, theft is still illegal. If he's caught, he faces imprisonment, if not worse depending on who's in charge. While creating a reliable and predictable framework by which behaviors can be evaluated, the problem with moral absolutism is that it's inflexible and doesn't allow for subjective interpretation. Instead, it promotes the idea that there's an objective morality by which every act can be judged. In becoming symbols of societal ideals, traditional heroes serve as the physical embodiment of these absolutist systems. More than that, they act as enforcers, ready to use violence in order to combat perceived evils and protect the established moral order. This is why I don't like Superman. Ironically enough, the Man of Tomorrow is a champion of the status quo. He, Captain America, and others like them defend social and political structures as they already exist, regardless of their flaws. To his credit, I don't think Superman would punish someone for stealing medicine for their sick child, but he definitely will protect the systems that originally put that person in that position. By intention, moral absolutism creates a societal binary: those who conform and those who do not. Anti-heroes are a part of this second group. Their innate moral ambiguity naturally places them in opposition to mainstream culture, landing them in the realm of the outsider. These individuals find themselves shunned or even outcast due to character flaws or other traits seen as deviant. It's not surprising then that most anti-heroes come from marginalized backgrounds. Deadpool is widely considered to be pansexual. Wolverine suffers from PTSD and alcoholism. Spider-Man comes from a poor family and was a nerd before being a nerd was cool. These characteristics place the anti-hero in direct conflict with normative culture, forcing them to make a choice: either conform or face the consequences. Because of this, anti-heroes often find themselves battling for the right to simply exist as they are. This, in turn, leads them to seek wider societal change. Whereas regular heroes are inherently change-resistant, willing to violently uphold moral norms and standards, anti-heroes by their very existence demand change. They function as living rebuttals to the predominant philosophy created by institutional authorities. This is a convention that actually began not with superheroes, but with cowboys. In the 1960s and 70s, a new type of Western called the post-Western began capturing the attention of global audiences. These movies featured morally ambiguous protagonists who were largely distrustful of existing institutions and set out to buck the system. This stood in stark contrast to classic Westerns, which featured simple moral narratives where a handsome, white-hatted stranger wandered into town to defeat the black-hatted outlaw and win the affection of the local schoolteacher. Post-Westerns turned conventions like these on their head, challenging the traditional values put forth by earlier films. This was reflective of a larger cultural shift happening in America and Europe. The rise of the counterculture movement, along with the chaos of the Vietnam War and other global crises, were contributing to a mass feeling of uncertainty, and many people began to question whether or not the ideals of previous generations were still valid. Post-Westerns captured these sentiments and served as a form of social criticism. By featuring flawed, conflicted characters struggling to find their place in the world, they presented a more realistic depiction of the lives of everyday people. If all of this is sounding a bit familiar, well, it's because we're in a very similar place right now. Distrust in our political and social institutions is at an all-time high. Very few of us have any confidence that our leaders are capable of solving complex problems like economic instability, food scarcity, or climate change. This has produced a collective sense of doubt and unease that has increasingly been reflected in our heroes. Or should I say, anti-heroes. Films like Deadpool, Logan, and Joker functionally serve the same role as the post-westerns, changing the beliefs championed by earlier generations of heroes. The superhero stories of the 80s and 90s largely represented a return to the classic Western tropes, including black and white systems of morality. This came at a time when the West was running on the high of economic prosperity and the end of the Cold War. Figures like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher advocated for a revival of traditional values, which in turn gave rise to a new form of absolutist morality. It's no coincidence that Reagan, himself a retired actor with a few westerns under his belt, frequently wore a cowboy hat. But it's easy to claim that your moral worldview is the right one when everything is going well. Flash forward a few decades and you have 9/11, the War on Terror, the 2008 Great Recession, and COVID-19. Crisis after crisis has challenged the fundamental ideas that shape our culture and revealed monumental cracks in the structures meant to guide our lives. The popularity of anti-heroes represents a shift in our collective thinking. We like them because they offer us an alternative to the ethical ideals advocated by the institutions that have failed us. We identify with the struggles of anti-heroes because we too reject contemporary values and want to see them replaced with something better. However, this begs the question, what comes next? The age of the anti-hero will one day end, probably sooner than later, and it's hard to know what will replace it. Will we once again return to an era of strict absolutist morality, or will we be able to invent something better, something more nuanced and capable of dealing with life's ambiguities? Whatever it is, let's just hope it comes with a few less Supermen. I love a lot of things. Some people love sunshine and rainbows. Some love the warmth of summer and the chill of winter. Others love the smell of hot coffee in the morning and the coziness of their bed at night. Some love to travel and go on crazy adventures. According to the dictionary, love is a mix of emotions, behaviors, and beliefs associated with strong feelings of affection, protectiveness, warmth, and respect for a person, or a thing, or even an idea. But can we really define love? How do we explain a word that you can use to describe what you feel for everything, from people to cars to intangible ideas? To fully understand what love is, we have to look at the ancient Greeks. Instead of one all-encompassing word, the ancient Greeks used 7 different words to explain love in its many different forms. Eros, which means passionate love, is the most common type of love we see in our world today. It's fueled by a desire for pleasure. It's love at first sight, seeing someone's physical appearance and immediately getting attracted to them, even without knowing their first name. Most romantic relationships start like this. It's passionate. It can even be a bit obsessive. But love like this is confusing. It's the age-old question of love versus lust. Both lust and eros come with intense physical attraction and a strong desire to be close to the person, even if you just met them. Some people like to differentiate them by the length of time they stay around. If it was a fleeting emotion, it was lust. But then, if it lingered around like the best man at a wedding, then it was definitely love. But is that really true? And if it is, then is love simply lust that has stayed around for long enough? If lust simply becomes love, how long does it take for the switch to happen? At what point does lust become love? It's a complex question, and you don't normally give it much thought, so I'll do it for you. According to science and human biology, there are 3 stages to falling in love, and it all starts with stage 1, lust. It's driven by testosterone for men and estrogen in women. So when does lust become love? Well, that's stage 2. When we start feeling a sense of a high when we see them or speak to them or even just think about them. A high similar to the feeling you'd get from drugs or alcohol. When we start to feel a sense of euphoria when we're around them. When testosterone and estrogen are replaced by dopamine, making us happy and excited. Adrenaline triggering our fight or flight, and norepinephrine keeping us alert. This is why falling in love feels like an addictive rush, like you're driving at 120 miles per hour with no brakes in your car. Your palms are sweaty, your knees are weak, and your arms are heavy. Your heart is racing. Love is this feeling. Sometimes love doesn't start with lust, it starts with friendship. Knowing someone well enough that you can predict their reaction to every situation. Love is intimacy. It's authentic. It's kind. It's warm. It's encouraging. Love is the best friend you've known since you were a child. It's always wanting the best for the other person. Selfless goodwill. In today's world, philia is dying. We have millions of followers and subscribers, but very few friends. We have a multitude of people seeing the perfect view of our lives, everything we want them to see, but no one who is welcome to see what's behind the curtains. Philia is a sense of camaraderie. It's calling someone brother or sister, even when they're not related to you by blood. Love is loyalty, sacrifice, and vulnerability. Love is a choice. Love is not always serious. Love is not always permanent, and when it's fleeting, love is not always lust. Ludus describes a love that is built on infatuation, flirtation, and fun. Sometimes love is simply having a crush on someone and acting on it. It's going out for drinks with a friend and acting like a romantic couple for the night only. It's random kids pushing each other on swings in the playground, basking in that joy that their friends are having alongside them. It's going to the club and dancing with strangers, or singing karaoke in a room full of people you've just met. Sometimes love is casual, exciting, fun. It doesn't need any obligations or implications to be love. Love doesn't need physical attraction to be love. Love doesn't even need friendship to be love. Love simply is. We often say that love involves commitment, time, mutual trust, and acceptance between two people. But is that really the case? Because none of this exists between a mother and her child. But love does. The truth is that sometimes we can love someone even when we don't like them. If you have any siblings, I'm sure you'll understand the concept a lot. The Greeks called it storge, unconditional familial love. The kind of kinship love that only exists between family members. And of course, family does not mean you have to be tied by blood. Lifelong friends who become family, adopted children, step-parents, when we consider someone our family, we often develop a need to protect them, even when they might not be the nicest people to hang around with. Storge is a strange type of love. Most times when we love someone, we are drawn closer to them. We want to spend all of our free time with them, go on adventures with them, laugh, smile, cry, do everything with them. But sometimes love is wanting to go home, even when you might not talk to the people there very much. It's simply a sense of security, like a weighted blanket. This love is being able to give someone a kidney without hesitation, but not your phone's charger. Even when in truth, only one of those is easily replaceable. And this strange feeling is not only towards people, it's the same for sports teams and fans. Every year you cheer for your team, every year they break your heart. Yet the very next year, you glue back the millions of pieces and wear the badge with the pride chanting, "This year will be our year." Because love is unconditional. It's not dependent on who the person is or what they can give to you. Love is a one-way ticket. It's loving someone even when they might not have the ability to love you back. Aristotle once said, "All friendly feelings for others are an extension of a man's feelings for himself." If you don't love yourself, you can never truly love others. This is why philautia, the love of oneself, is something we shouldn't take for granted. Love is not just what you can do for others, it's also what you can do for you. So go out and give yourself a treat once in a while. You don't have to have achieved anything or crossed any milestone before you celebrate yourself. Just like others don't necessarily have to do anything before you love them, you don't either. Love is when you can stop comparing yourself to others, when you forgive yourself for your past mistakes and stop judging yourself for things that are beyond your control. Love is when you wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and be proud of the person staring right back at you. Love is leaving toxic relationships and not feeling obligated to stay no matter who they are or how important they've been to you in the past. It's choosing yourself over and over again and protecting yourself the way you would protect anyone else. Love is being kind to yourself, in your thoughts, in your words, and in your actions. Because only when we truly love ourselves can we be able to love others. Love lasts for a lifetime. Love is to have and to hold, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part. Love is committed and compassionate. It's accepting each other's differences and learning to compromise. Love is taking out all the broken pieces and putting them together again, instead of throwing them all out. Love is everlasting, rooted in romantic feelings and compassion. So is love a feeling or a choice? If love is a choice, why do we never know we're falling in love with someone until we are? Why can't we ever say to ourselves, I want to fall in love with this person, and just do it? On the other hand, if love is a feeling, then there is no basis for wedding vows. There is no basis for the promise that we'll love each other forever. Because feelings come and go, and usually they are beyond our control. The only way we can judge that love will remain forever is when we decide that it will. Is love a feeling or a choice? Well, it's both. Falling in love is a feeling, but staying in love is a decision. It's telling them you love them even on the worst days. It's saying to them, I don't know how we'll get through this, except that it'll be together. Love is being vulnerable even when we don't feel like it. Love is holding the roses without being scared of getting pricked by its thorns. Love is an amazing feeling in the beginning, but for love to last a lifetime, it has to evolve into a commitment of never letting this person go for as long as they let you. Love is giving to charity and helping strangers in need. Love is empathy towards humanity. It's fighting for change even when you might not be directly affected by the issues. Love is altruistic, selflessly caring for humans, animals, and even Mother Earth itself. Love doesn't expect anything in return for its actions. Love itself is the reward. Love serves as the foundation for societies and communities, without which we cannot thrive. Scientists have always battled with the concept of love. Some believe that love is a basic human emotion, like anger or sadness or joy. However, some others believe that love is simply a cultural phenomenon, something we are drawn towards as a result of societal expectations and pressures. But nothing could be further from the truth. If love is simply a cultural phenomenon, it wouldn't exist in all cultures of the world, and the fact that it does suggests that, in truth, there is something innate about love, something biological about its experience. If love is fundamental to the human experience, then we must ask, what is the point of love? Why do we love? Is it for parents to be able to bear with their kids long enough for them to attain maturity? Or perhaps it's for mates to remain together for as long as is necessary to raise the next generation of humans. Does love exist to create a sense of community and camaraderie that is necessary for a herd community like ours to exist? We might never know why love exists or what ultimate purpose it serves, but we do know how important it is. The longest study on happiness showed that the people who end their life happy are not the ones who are the richest, or the ones who are the most healthy, or the ones who never made a mistake in their lives. The happiest people are those who are surrounded by the most love. Love from spouses, love from children and grandchildren, love from friends, love from religious organizations and communities. To fully understand just how important love is, we need to juxtapose its experience with the pain of loneliness. Not having that someone to share your inner monologue with because your thoughts are too petty or intense. random or full of anxiety, or too scary to share with just anyone. You can't rant, you can't scream, you can't fully express your feelings of obsession over your favorite passions, or rage about your most heartbreaking moments, constantly having to filter our thoughts through the lenses of politeness and political correctness, being looked at but not being seen, being heard but not being listened to. It's dreadful. We've all been there. If love is so important, why do we not make it the center of our lives? Why do we chase everything else, but to love we say, stop searching and it'll find you? You see, the truth is that love doesn't always find you, and sometimes you have to search it out. So to those chasing love, listen. In Plato's dialogue, The Symposium, Aristophanes the playwright explains love the way many of us chasing love think of it. In the beginning, humans were all androgynous, with double the parts we have now, including two faces turned in opposite directions. This physical form made humans so powerful that they became a threat to the gods. So Zeus cut them in two, one male and one female. And since every human has longed to be rejoined with their other half, like two pieces of a puzzle, two halves of a whole. Although this is just a myth, it opens up the curtain to why we love the way we do. We often fall in love with people who think would complete us, people who so perfectly fit together the pieces of our heart's puzzle, people who complement our shortcomings and give us hope for the things we are most insecure about. We love in part with the hope of completion. We all have a deep-rooted need to blossom, and we can only hope this person is the rain at the end of summer. But the truth is, we're already complete. In us are the two parts of a whole. So when people say, stop searching for love, don't take that as a message to stop trying. Take that as a lesson to stop searching for completion in another person. At the end of the day, only when you truly love yourself and completely understand the weight that carries, can you love others the way they deserve to be. It all starts, and it all ends, with you. I was having dinner with two friends recently. They're a couple, but as we sat down to eat, I could tell there was tension between them. They weren't speaking to each other for the first 10 minutes of the meal and gave short answers to all my questions. After a moment of pure silence, something strange happened. My body started to tremble ever so slightly. I turned my head away from my friends and coughed. I was doing whatever I could to conceal what was actually happening. I didn't want them to know that I was laughing. We know a lot about human behavior. We eat for energy to keep us moving. We blink to keep our eyes moist and sweep away dust particles. We breathe to bring more oxygen into our blood and expel carbon dioxide. We yell to get the attention of someone or a group. We cough to clear our throats and airways of germs, mucus, and dust. We shiver to warm up, and we sweat to cool down. We understand a lot about why humans do the things they do, but one behavior that isn't so easy to pin down is laughter. Why do we laugh? What purpose does it serve? And why do we seek it through friendship and humor? We laugh for many different reasons. When we hear a joke or a friend says something clever. When we're surprised by something or there's tension in the air and we know we really shouldn't be laughing. Have you ever been in a fight with someone and you just both start laughing? Or even more likely, only one of you laughs and it just makes things a whole lot worse. Some people laugh all the time and some only laugh when physically tickled. Some of us laugh at pain and suffering and others laugh through tears. There are many routes to laughter that are all very distinct, which is why it's difficult to explain why we do it. This subject hasn't been widely discussed, but several philosophers devoted some brief consideration to the subject. Plato, for one, had a low opinion of laughter and the humor intended to inspire it. In fact, he narrowly interpreted it as a malicious act. We laugh at those who think they're greater than they really are. In this interpretation, laughter serves as a way to point out the self-ignorance of others. This is why Plato described laughter as a form of scorn. You can see this variety of humor online when people mock famous CEOs such as Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. Like pointing out how the self-made genius Elon started his business with nothing but $20 in his pocket, and the rest of his family's jewel mine fortune. Or how Jeff Bezos risked it all to start Amazon, and by all, I mean his parents' life savings. Underlying these jokes is the suggestion that these CEOs aren't as great as they think they are, that they had a big head start in life and so don't deserve to think so highly of themselves. Like Plato, medieval Christian institutions also condemned laughter. For the Christians, laughter was a sign of a lack of self-control. They hated it so much that when the Puritans ruled England in the mid-17th century, they outlawed comedies. Imagine being burned at the stake for telling your mate why the chicken crossed the road. Hobbes and Descartes also described laughter as a feeling of superiority, but for these two philosophers, it was about exerting our intellectual superiority over others or our past selves. Like when people mock anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, or when they mock pro-vaxxers and round earthers. Or when that cousin at the dinner table says The Big Bang Theory is the funniest TV show and you laugh sarcastically, because you think they only said it to make everyone think they're smart. I think it's fair to say that we all do at least occasionally laugh from a sense of superiority. But does that cover all or even most of the instances we laugh? Obviously, we don't think this way anymore, or at least not quite as pervasively. Laughter is still a taboo in some social settings, like during a sermon or at a funeral. But we appreciate laughter more now, and even value it. For over 100 years, we've been watching people make us laugh in film and television. We go to live stand-up comedy shows and sketch performances. We seek it out and are not ostracized from society for doing so. But why do we appreciate it now? What does it do to us that we find satisfying in some way? At the turn of the century, the father of modern psychology, Sigmund Freud, helped establish relief theory to explain why we laugh. With this, Freud proposed that we laugh as a way to release nervous tension. All the energy we use to repress emotion becomes pent up and is released in the form of a laugh. This would help explain why I laughed nervously at a tense dinner with my friends, or why a joke about a sensitive topic can have us rolling on the floor. This reminds me of a time my brother got so mad at me that he took $50 out of my wallet on the table, went to the bus station, and left town. 12 years later, he reached out to me for the first time since leaving. He said he was so relieved to hear my voice and was coming back to visit. With tears in my eyes, I said I was so relieved to finally be getting my $50 back. Admittedly, that wasn't a true story. It was a joke intended to demonstrate relief theory. I set up an emotional experience by establishing that my brother was returning home for the first time in 12 years. That energy was then released when it revealed my biggest concern was me getting back my money. Freud believed that this also explains why we find humor about sex funny, because of how much we, as a society, repress our sexual desires. The release of repressive energy is so intense with the sex joke that they often get the best results, a room full of laughter. But then there's still something missing from relief theory. If we laugh from a release of repressive energy, then wouldn't the most repressed individuals love humor? Shouldn't people who practice abstinence be really tickled by a raunchy innuendo? Or what about parents of a 4-year-old? Shouldn't they find their child's potty humor hysterical? In reality, people who enjoy sexual and aggressive humor the most are those who are the most expressive about sex and violence. If that's the case, then what makes us laugh doesn't have a strong or necessary connection to what we repress. Those of us that mouth nice under our breath when we see this number probably enjoy an indecent joke or two. You know who you are. And you don't have to dig into a study to notice that many jokes that make us laugh have little to do with repressed emotions. Take this conversation from the late Mitch Hedberg, for example. I like the escalator man, because the escalator cannot break, it just becomes stairs. This joke doesn't release any repressed emotions. We typically don't have any strong emotions built up in relation to escalators. Well, unless your shoe has gotten stuck in one. But for the rest of us, why is this joke funny? One of the dominant theories today that has been pushed by numerous philosophers over the past 200 years is incongruity theory. Simply put, this theory explains humor as something perceived that deviates from an established expectation. Basic joke structure works in this way. You have a setup to establish an expectation, and then the punchline deviates from that expectation. Incongruity theory does seem to explain most instances of laughter, like the time I saw a LARPer in line at the bank or a squirrel put its head through a bagel hole. However, there are many instances in my life that were incongruous but not funny at all. I was once walking near a cute-looking chained-up dog. As I passed by, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. Confused, I looked down to notice the chained-up dog was biting my ankle. The dog let go and my leg was bleeding. The situation was technically an example of incongruity, but I wasn't laughing, I was horrified. Kierkegaard explains this by saying that the tragic violates our expectations as well as the comic, so for something to be funny, it also can't be painful or destructive. Incongruity theory was modified further by philosopher Michael Clark to include the condition that the person must enjoy perceiving it for it to be funny. The problem with this modification is that the theory is still too inclusive. We enjoy many deviations from our expectations that don't make us laugh. Sometimes they're simply bizarre or grotesque in a manner we enjoy, like when we watch a horror film or the way the Romans enjoyed the gruesome spectacle of the Colosseum. With many finding incongruity theory to be less than satisfying, a new general theory of humor was conceived in 2010. The authors of the benign violation theory contend that all instances of humor must contain a violation that is benign or harmless. But what does that mean exactly? Violations in this theory can be both physical and cognitive. Physical violations are things like being tickled or threats to our physical body. The cognitive are things that violate our personal dignity, societal norms, linguistic norms, and moral norms. When these cognitive thoughts or ideas are violated and we realize that the violation is harmless. It reminds me of when a friend came over for dinner the other day. I was roasting vegetables in the oven and my friend asked if the vegetables were burning. That's when the fire alarm went off and we both laughed. So why was this funny to us in that moment? The fire alarm alerts us to a physical violation, a possibility of fire. We know that in light of our previous conversation, the violation is benign. Our vegetables have just been in the oven for too long, and there's no actual fire. Benign violation theory can account for most instances of humor, but can it account for all things that make us laugh? Dr. Robert R. Provine, a professor of psychology and neuroscience, put forward the idea that most laughter isn't triggered by formal jokes, but rather by everyday communication. In a study he conducted, Dr. Provine and some graduate students listened in on average conversations in public. What they found was surprising. Only 10 to 20% of laughter came from anything resembling jokes, the rest came from everyday conversation. We have to conclude then that most laughter isn't triggered by things that are funny. Most of the time, laughter can be separated from humor. What's largely missing in the previous theoretical approaches to explaining laughter is the social element. We're 30 times more likely to laugh with other people than we are alone. How many times have you watched a sitcom with people around you and laughed, and then watched that same show alone in near silence? Love it or hate it, it's because of this exact reason that sitcoms throughout television's comedy history had laugh tracks. The TV shows were trying to simulate the social experience of laughter, and studies have shown that they actually worked. On average, people laugh more at a show when there's a backing track. So the next time your cousin brings up Big Bang Theory for the umpteenth time, tell them to watch the show again without the laugh track, so the producers aren't telling them when to laugh, just so they can feel smart. Dr. Provine also thinks that laughter has an evolutionary purpose that is social. Laughter eases the tension in a group with the purpose of bringing about unity. When I was at the tense dinner with my friends, it makes sense that my instinct was to laugh. More than anything, I wanted to unify the three of us as we sat in silence. Further to this point, studies have outlined that in close relationships, laughter makes people feel closer, more connected, and more satisfied. It may be cliche to say, but there's truth to the common phrase, couples that laugh together last together. If Dr. Provine's evolutionary theory is true, then laughter serves a very important place in our society, to bring us together. In light of all the theories we've explored and studies we've considered, how should we go about trying to make people laugh? If we use benign violation theory to construct a joke, we know that to make a group laugh, we need to poke fun in a well-intended way. But what if part of your audience doesn't think your violation is harmless? What if they're hurt or offended by your joke? When our jokes target groups of people by race or gender, for example, they might seem benign to those people outside the targeted group of the joke. But what about those within it? If the evolutionary purpose of laughter is to unite a group, what are the ethical considerations with jokes that divide? This is the dark side of humor. As much as it can make people feel like they belong, it can also exclude others from the group. That's why we have the expression, inside joke. It's this side of humor that Plato described as scorn, and though there's much more to humor than Plato's cynical take, he did consider a specific use of laughter that is real and malicious. That leaves us with an important question to consider. When we make a joke, should our aim be that everyone finds the violation harmless? And is that even possible? In the end, all we can do is ask ourselves whether our aim is to unite people for the greater good, or to exclude others. And if the latter is the case, is it really worth it? This reminds me of a time I felt excluded by my peers. Out of nowhere, they started mocking me for wearing jeans and a coffee-stained sweater. They were suddenly put off by me yelling, "That's what she said," when the mood called for it. And they really couldn't stand the way I whistled when I thought someone was hot. Worst funeral ever. Who is your favorite superhero? There are so many to choose from that it can be tough to pick just one, but for millions of people, the answer is undoubtedly Black Panther. Portrayed on the big screen by the beloved Chadwick Boseman, Black Panther was an instant global phenomenon. Millions of moviegoers the world over flooded into theaters, some more than once, to escape into the colorful, Afrofuturist nation of Wakanda and watch the daring exploits of King T'Challa. Beating out classics like Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, today it remains one of the most celebrated cinematic achievements in the entire Marvel franchise. It's undeniable, we love the King of Wakanda. So much so that I'm sure many of us have found ourselves wishing that both he and the nation of Wakanda were real. How exciting would it be to live in a world where superheroes actually existed? Sorry to burst your bubble, but the reality would likely be much different than anything depicted in the MCU. When becoming king, tracking down a group of international arms dealers, and battling his long-lost cousin, Eric Killmonger, for the heart of his nation. But how would you feel if a foreign king you've never heard of suddenly revealed that he had superhuman abilities? And more than that, that his country controlled greater technology and more wealth than any other nation on the planet. Would you still love Black Panther then? The question is more complicated than a simple yes or no, especially given the complex issues of race, colonialism, and cultural identity surrounding Wakanda. Black Panther tackled these issues head-on, offering audiences a candid examination. The central conflict of the narrative itself deals with the tensions created by the specters of racism and colonization. After defeating T'Challa in ritual combat and assuming control of the throne, Killmonger delivers a speech to the tribal council in which he recounts the struggles of Black Americans and asks, pointedly, where was Wakanda? According to Marvel lore, while the rest of the African continent was swallowed whole by Europe during the Age of Imperialism, Wakanda stood idly by. It was watched as neighbor after neighbor fell to foreign invaders and did nothing as entire populations were enslaved and their land plundered for its resources. Wakanda continued to hide in the shadows as further injustice might share in Killmonger's sentiments and harbor varying degrees of resentment. This can make for some awkward political situations, especially regionally. Demand that Wakanda share its advanced technology or even its wealth to make up for historic failures. Those not of African descent would probably be suspicious and maybe even fearful of the sudden change to the existing geopolitical order. A long-lost relative who didn't share in T'Challa's humanitarian worldview somehow took control of the country. It wouldn't be too hard to imagine a scenario where a conquest-driven warrior king sought to expand Wakanda's borders. T'Challa, and in fact the entire nation of Wakanda, would become a highly divisive topic both among world leaders and individual citizens in a similar way to nations like Saudi Arabia and Russia today. This could lead not to just anti-Wakandan protests, but possible assassination attempts as both disgruntled governments and fearful citizens aim to remove this new threat. This exact scenario serves as a premise for the Amazon series The Boys, a superhero parody in which a band of vigilantes attempts to take down an Avengers-style group called the Seven. The Seven are a tyrannical and corrupt team of superhumans who use their powers to serve their own selfish desires while enriching their corporate benefactor, Vought International. Their exploits consistently lead to the injury and death of innocent bystanders, but this collateral damage is covered up by Vought, which markets the group as saviors of humanity. The Seven's recklessness fuels public resentment, and a ragtag assembly of super-powerless vigilantes known as the Boys form to try and assassinate them. The Boys is representative of a very real fear ordinary citizens have of the ultra-powerful. It's safe to assume that most people would be suspicious of an elite group of individuals with genuine superhuman abilities. America to the genocidal Thanos. So if Black Panther exists, so should the others. With this comes a whole slew of new problems. By their very nature, superhumans create an imbalance in society. There's them, people capable of flying faster than fighter jets or chucking cars like they were wiffle balls, and then there's the rest of us, barely able to make it through our morning commute. This inequality of ability would lead to widespread feelings of fear and resentment. Chief among people's worries would be the belief that these individuals might use their powers to establish a new social and political order. To help prevent this, we'd likely see the formation of anti-superhuman organizations. These factions would push for legislation that might help level the playing field, or at least establish a legal framework to protect ordinary citizens. Marvel's 2016 film Captain America: Civil War uses this idea as the central conflict of its plot. Following the disastrous fallout from Avengers: The Age of Ultron, the United Nations attempts to rein in Captain America, Iron Man, and the rest of the crew in the form of the Sokovia Accords. This legislation places the Avengers family under the control of the UN and effectively ends any form of independent autonomy. This leads to a rift in the group, as half support the independent oversight while the rest believe it to be a potentially dangerous obstruction. The film concludes with the Sokovia Accords still in place and half the team being forced into hiding. Civil War explores the anxiety felt by many people regarding the recent rise of powerful, extra-governmental organizations. What do we do when entities like the Avengers impose their will on a country and its citizens? Who is responsible for the repercussions when the Hulk accidentally takes down an entire skyscraper? It's not a question with easy answers, but the Sokovia Accords are an example of how real-life governments might attempt to create safeguards against potential catastrophes caused by superhumans. It also clearly displays the impulse of international leaders to try and control this power as they would with biological weapons or nuclear technology, which, of course, would not stop merely at legislation. In a world with superheroes, militaries, governments, and even private entities would attempt to either recruit or manufacture armies of their own superpowered soldiers. Entire industries could develop in the rush to create the next Hulk or Captain America. Sadly, the sudden rush for superhuman superiority would trigger a new global arms race as geopolitical rivals seek to fill their ranks with the strongest, smartest, and deadliest individuals that science can create. It would be the Cold War all over again, but this time with superpowers instead of nuclear power. It's honestly a terrifying notion and one that we may soon be forced to contend with. Advances in gene therapy, robotics, and other cutting-edge fields have begun to open the door to a new world of human enhancement. In the next few decades, we may become capable of giving individuals abilities previously reserved for the realm of fiction. Superhero stories may one day be viewed not as far-out fantasies, but instead for a problem with these kinds of technologies is that they rewrite the rules of what is possible. Societies operate based on the assumption that human beings have certain limitations. If these limitations are surpassed, it'll force us to reevaluate how our civilization functions on a fundamental level. It might benefit us then to try and understand why exactly we're so obsessed with superheroes in the first place. While modern incarnations stem largely from the realm of 20th century science fiction, the idea of powerful champions battling monsters and saving innocents dates back to the very beginning of human history. The Epic of Gilgamesh is one of the oldest surviving pieces of recorded literature, and it's basically a superhero story. It tells of a legendary king with super strength, prophetic abilities, and unparalleled fighting skills who goes on a series of quests that culminate in the search for immortality. Over the course of his adventures, Gilgamesh slays demons, travels to the underworld, and undergoes a series of trials, but ultimately fails in his goal of learning the secrets of eternal life. Though initially despondent, his defeat leads him to accept his human limitations and instead learn what it means to live a good life. The story is a template for the epics that filled ancient literature. Gilgamesh's character provided direct inspiration for the demigod Hercules and heavily influenced the Greek poet Homer, whose work is filled with seemingly superhuman protagonists. These early heroes were created to serve as models of their society's virtues, instilling the values of bravery, fortitude, and honor into citizens. And just like the superheroes of today, these characters weren't perfect. Rather, each had tragic flaws that routinely led to disaster for themselves and those around them. Their strength wasn't in being able to perform astounding feats or slay countless enemies, but in their ability to face their flaws and learn from them. In fact, the archetypal plot structure of these stories, known as the hero's journey, provides a clear formula for personal growth. By leaving a place of comfort, encountering obstacles, and confronting our weaknesses, we're able to change for the better and hopefully return as a more complete version of ourselves. At the end of Black Panther, T'Challa is able to reconcile his political beliefs with that of his cousin. Although he rejects Killmonger's call to wage war against former colonial oppressors, he realizes that Wakanda's period of isolationism must come to an end. Heroes like Black Panther and Gilgamesh serve as role models we're meant to look to for inspiration. They represent the best in us and provide examples of how we might overcome difficulties in our own lives. We love superhero stories because they give us hope that we too are capable of great deeds, and because they serve as a reminder that every single one of us has the ability to change the world. So what if Black Panther was real? We may never know. But you look out the window into the empty streets. No sounds of kids running around, no noise of busy streets littered with both cars and pedestrians. The city is silent. The pigeons don't even group up anymore, because there's no one to feed them. You ask yourself, where am I? Your alarm rings. It's 9 a.m. Time to resume work at the office for the day. With a sad face, you walk to your desk, open up your computer, and sigh. I miss the old days, you say to yourself. This is nostalgia. It's the burning desire to go back to the past, to live the life we once had, or perhaps only a romanticized version of it. We want experiences, places, things, people, and even ourselves to go back to being what they once were. We remember our childhood memories without all the awkwardness, our first love without the reason we're no longer with them. our first kiss without the terrible acne we had. We remember a romanticized version of our past, one without the flaws, one where we know what's going to happen next, and one where we can tell what consequences our actions will have before we take them. It often happens when we see, hear, or even smell something that reminds us of the past and the life we once had. The best example of this is in relationships. People often leave relationships because it wasn't a good experience for them. But a few months down the line, and they begin to start missing the connection. They feel like maybe it wasn't as bad as they remember. Their memories begin to filter out all the bad that happened, and they're left with feelings of a nostalgia about a romanticized version of what the relationship was. Oftentimes, they go back, only to get hurt all over again. Nostalgia can be pleasant, but as we've seen, it can also often cause us a lot of emotional distress. The 17th century Swiss physician Johannes Hofer, who came up with this name, classified nostalgia as a mental disorder. No one could understand why anyone would want to dwell in the past without that being the case. And for a long time, that's what nostalgia was, until one lunch in 1999 in Southampton, England. Constantine Sedekidis had just recently moved to the University of Southampton and was having lunch with a colleague. He explained to this colleague that he was generally doing well, but a few times a week, he was hit with nostalgia of his former home at the University of North Carolina. He longed for the time with his friends, the basketball games. He longed for his old life. His colleague, who was a clinical psychologist, made an immediate diagnosis. Depression, he said. Just like the 17th century Swiss physician, this psychologist couldn't fathom why anyone would want a time that was already gone, a life they had already lived. But he knew this wasn't true. Constantine denied being depressed, explaining to his colleague that he didn't feel any pain. He said, "I told him I did live my life forward, but sometimes I couldn't help thinking about the past. And it was rewarding. Nostalgia made me feel that my life had roots and continuity. It made me feel good about myself and my relationships. It provided a texture to my life and gave me strength to move forward. And this was the start of a drastic change. Everything we knew about nostalgia was about to take on a new form. Perhaps it wasn't as bad as we thought. It might not even be bad at all." Through Constantine's research, the word nostalgia has slowly lost its negative reputation, but not entirely. You see, nostalgia is a bittersweet emotion. On one hand, it brings us comfort and makes us feel loved and connected when we remember all the times our loved ones cared for us, or of a time in our life where everything was going right. On the other hand, it makes us feel sad that those things are gone and scared that we might never experience them again. A great example of this is when Abraham Lincoln visited his childhood home after 20 years. He arrived and found the place in ruin. Saddened by what he saw, he wrote this poem. "My childhood home I see again and saddened with the view. As still as memory clouds my brain, there's pleasure in it too." Because although it saddened him to see that he would never be able to experience those emotions again, remembering the times he spent in the house and the happiness it brought him when he was younger brought happy thoughts to his memory. Positive feelings of nostalgia make you thankful for what you've had and give you the desire to keep moving forward. Perhaps you might even be able to recreate that amazing feeling or even experience something better in the future. Negative feelings of nostalgia, however, make you feel like your life was better in the past. You might even start to beat yourself up for choices you made in the past because you think whatever decisions you made are negatively affecting your life today. You get stuck in a cycle of thoughts about the past that basically leaves you frustrated, defeated, and stuck. When things like that happen, it's often because you haven't taken the time out to process that experience. It has happened, but you didn't give your brain enough time to mourn it and move on from it. You put up a wall, you seal it away as many of us do. However, once you can truly process the experience and come to terms with what came from it, you'll stop experiencing the negative nostalgic feeling that's associated with that particular memory. One of the best things about the feeling of nostalgia is that it's all about you, and people love themselves more than anything else. Most human emotions we feel are felt as a result of external forces. We get sad when something doesn't go our way. We get disappointed in people when they do something unexpected that we'd rather they didn't. We get angry at people when they do something to agitate us. But nostalgia, nobody does anything to us. In fact, oftentimes, we can't pinpoint the trigger for our nostalgia. All we know is that a few times a week, we remember our old life with friends, family, and times we shared with loved ones. And as memories cloud our brain, there's pleasure in it too. Now, this does not mean that outside forces can't trigger nostalgia. As we all know, advertisers have discovered the power of nostalgia, and they use it to their advantage all the time. That's why you have Disney remaking all of their best cartoons. They're trying to make people nostalgic, so they flock to the cinemas, trying to recapture a moment of their previous lives. But unlike trying to make someone feel happy or sad for a character in a movie, trying to make someone feel nostalgic is very tricky and can often backfire. Like, just look at the Lion King live-action movie, the first Sonic the Hedgehog trailer, and more recently, Tom and Jerry. All three of these movies tried to make people nostalgic, but they failed completely in their goal. Why? Because nostalgia is a very complex emotion. The question, who am I, has plagued humanity for millennia. Every 5 years, every single atom in your body will have been replaced by a different atom. Your thoughts, opinions, and feelings about things will have also changed. Sometimes, where you live and your friends may have even changed. So who are you? Is there one true aspect to your being that stamps you as being one of one? What part of us acts as the random seed hash that is tied to our existence? The best philosophers, scientists, and psychologists have had a go at the question, but all to no avail. And while nostalgia certainly doesn't answer the question, it helps us calm the anxiety it causes. We can say that what makes you, you, are your specific memories about the past, all of which tell you about how you've changed and become the person you are today. They tell you that you are a continuous being, one whose existence grows linearly with time. When we're feeling like a failure, like we don't have any purpose in life, like we have no value or any meaning, we can often tap into our nostalgic memories for comfort, to calm our worrying minds and to remind us that we do have intrinsic value, that we are not failures with no purpose. We have friends, family, and healthy experiences we can cling on to. Nostalgia usually happens when there's a major life transition, like when you're going off to college, moving to a new city, traveling across the world, or getting married. It's like our brains are trying to grab hold of who we were even as we're still learning who we are and discovering who we want to be. Right now, people are feeling nostalgic more than ever, and honestly, that's exactly what a year in lockdown will do to you. We begin to feel nostalgic when we see live performances we went to in the past, large family gatherings we used to detest, and even little things like the noise of a busy grocery store or kids screaming on airplanes. Maybe not the last one. Because we're limited in our ability to go out and create new experiences, our brain is rerunning the old ones again and again and again to give us that sense of warmth and connection that many of us are missing in our daily lives right now. The internet has modified everything we used to do as a society. Mobs have morphed into cancel culture. We no longer have to be physically present at work or school, and we now even have a dedicated day to feel nostalgic. Social media calls it TBT, or Throwback Thursday. Every Thursday, people post nostalgic photos of both themselves and of a time period to sit back and reflect on what once was. We also have things like Snapchat, Facebook, and Google Photos, bringing us memories of pictures we've taken from a few years ago. Having all of these memories flood not just our minds, but also our phone screens, without having the ability to make new ones, and you can see why people are feeling nostalgic now more than ever before. We also see nostalgia in sports. For years, there's been the very heated debate of who's the GOAT, who is the greatest athlete of all time. In the NBA, you often hear of LeBron versus Jordan. But in reality, even if LeBron James ends his career with more titles than Michael Jordan, MJ will always still have the nostalgia factor on his side. He's many people's childhood, and no one will ever argue that their sports idol, the one who they watched while they were growing up, isn't the GOAT. However, with enough time, the modern day GOATs turn into old legends, and slowly but surely get outshined by new and rising talent. The arguments we have today will be the same arguments we have in the future, only with different people and different nostalgic factors. Nostalgia is a very interesting emotion, because we all in some way want to feel it, even if it brings us both happiness and pain. Oftentimes, the best memories are the ones we remember with both happiness and sadness. On days when we feel our worst, it makes us feel sad, angry, and even scared that we might never get those things, those feelings again. But even on those days, nostalgia has the power to bring us hope, and make us realize that we all have a story that is still being written. Why do we remember the past and not the future? Do we exist in time, or does time exist in us? What does it really mean to say time passes? Wonder is the source of our desire for knowledge, and nostalgia helps us remember how far our curiosity can take us. From where we were, to where we are, to where we will be, Nostalgia will be there all along the way.
Time is something that everyone is familiar with. 60 seconds is 1 minute, 60 minutes is 1 hour, 24 hours is 1 day, and so on. This is known as linear time and is something that everyone is familiar with and agrees upon. But consider this. If someone came up to you on the street and asked you to draw time, what would you draw? You might draw a clock or a watch ticking every second. Or you might draw a calendar with X's over each day to represent the passing of time. But that's all those drawings would be, just physical representations of the passing of time. Those drawings would just scrape the surface of the enigma that is time. Something that seemingly runs our lives and is unavoidable, can't be explained by even the smartest people on Earth. So what is time? And can we prove that time even exists? Aristotle once said, "Time is the most unknown of all unknown things." That was nearly 2,500 years ago, and it still stands true today. If you were to go to Google and type in "what is time," you would find that it says time is a dimension. And in many ways, it is. When you text a friend and ask them to meet for coffee, you wouldn't give them a place without a time. However, there's a flaw in that definition of time. It leaves too many doors unopened. Because time is also a measurement. For example, I was born in the 1990s. That was over 20 years ago. If I were to say I was born 18 billion kilometers in the past, that wouldn't make much sense and people would probably look at me like I'm crazy. With spatial dimensions, the 3D world that we live in, it's very easy to go back and forth between places because these things are essentially fixed in space. If I went to the store to buy groceries and I forgot milk, I could easily go back and buy some milk. However, the time that it took to do that is unable to be retrieved. It is lost forever into the past. An object placed in 3D space will stay there almost indefinitely. If I place a bottle on the table, it will just stay there. But that bottle still falls victim to time. See, time is like an arrow. It moves in one direction, forward. Scientists fittingly call this the arrow of time. If you one day woke up and found yourself floating in the middle of empty space, would you be able to tell which way is up, down, left, or right? Probably not. However, time is a much simpler ordeal. See, time comes from the past, originating at the Big Bang, where our history lies and is fixed, through the present, where we are essentially prisoners of, towards the unknown and turbulent future. We can remember things from the past, like how I can tell you that this morning I went to the store, bought groceries, and then forgot to buy milk. But at the same time, I can't tell you what I ate for breakfast next Thursday. The arrow of time originated at the Big Bang and has been moving forward ever since. We use the second law of thermodynamics to represent this. It is known as entropy. Think of entropy as a measure of disorder in the universe. At the Big Bang, all the matter in the universe was compacted into an infinitely small point. This is considered a very low entropy situation, a very orderly situation. It would be similar to stuffing every sock that was ever made into one drawer. In that situation, you know with 100% certainty where your socks would be. Ever since the Big Bang, all the matter in the universe has been expanding away from each other, making the universe a higher entropy system. Because of entropy and because of the arrow of time, we have galaxies, stars, planets, and even life. Entropy is the reason that you can tell the difference between the past and the future. It explains why every human is born, and then lives, and then dies, always in that order. If there were no entropy, if there were no change in the universe, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the year 2017 and the year 1 billion. No matter what you do, time moves forward, and doesn't stop for anyone or anything. At least on the macro scale. See, the arrow of time works and is extremely noticeable on large scales, the scales that you and I operate on every day. But at a quantum level, time operates differently. Take the situation where you woke up in the middle of space. There, you have no idea which way is up, down, left, or right. It's a very unique situation that only applies in the vastness of empty space. But if you come back to Earth, it's very easy for you to orient yourself. The arrow of time works in a similar way. On a macro level, the big level, it's very easy for you to tell that the year 1900 is different from the year 2018. It's very easy to view the flow of time. However, on a micro scale, if we look deep down into the physics that make up the universe, entropy and subsequently time isn't so obvious. If I were to record myself cracking an egg and pouring its guts into a bowl, and then I reversed the footage, you would easily be able to tell that the footage had been reversed. However, if I record a pendulum swinging back and forth for 5 minutes, and then reverse the footage and show it to a random person on the street, will they be able to tell that that footage has been reversed? The answer is probably not. See, the arrow of time seems to flow in one direction on the macro scale, but as you take parts of it away and skim it down to the bare bones of particles that make up the universe, time seems to work and flow in every direction, both forward and backward. There are no laws of physics that states the past is any different from the future. The only reason why you can think about what you want to have for dinner tomorrow as opposed to what you want to have for dinner yesterday is because of the arrow of time, because of entropy, because the universe had a beginning. Or at least it seems like it. You might be starting to see why the arrow of time and entropy are so important. They quite literally govern our lives and the universe. See, the fact that entropy is increasing is well known. It's the reason why life today is the way that it is. However, not many people are addressing the question that is, why was the entropy of the universe so low in the first place? Well, the answer is simple. It was lower yesterday than it was today. You can take this logic all the way back to the Big Bang. You hear that a lot. The universe came into being at the instance of the Big Bang. And for all we know as of now, that may be true. However, it might not be true. We have the physics of Einstein's general relativity that allow us to go back to mere seconds after the Big Bang. But after that, our equations break down. That's as far as we can go. For now. There's no law of physics yet that states that there wasn't time before the Big Bang, and perhaps a reversed arrow of time. We just don't have the science to look that far back yet. In a previous video of mine entitled, The End of Our Universe, I discussed a situation that may occur in the distant future. Because the universe is expanding and because entropy is increasing with time, there will eventually be a time where everything in the universe is so far apart from one another that space will essentially be empty. Everything will be too far apart to interact with one another, all the way down to the atoms that make up everything in the universe. However, just as the temperature outside fluctuates day to day, so does the entropy in the universe. Albeit very small fluctuations over small timescales, such as a human life, over unreal timescales such as 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 56 years, it is possible that quantum fluctuations could cause an extremely random, extreme entropy decrease. This would create conditions similar to the Big Bang as we know it, and could explain the arrow of time and the origin of our universe. However, in order to answer these questions, we need to unite quantum mechanics with Einstein's general relativity. This would provide a scientific link between the quantum world of atoms with the macro world of stars, galaxies, and black holes in the universe. This is dubbed the theory of everything, and is something that many scientists are working on right now. With this theory, we may be able to, for the first time, be able to explain how and why the universe we live in came into existence. And maybe even prove that the multiverse exists.
Close your eyes. Remember yourself as a child, playing with your friends, stressing out about spelling test at school, coming home to snack on the table, and asking for help with your homework. What do you feel? Maybe you're suspended in a time when things felt new, fun, and exciting. Now think of similar activities as an adult. Getting ready for bed, reading a book, having dinner with friends. These moments don't seem as interesting or exciting as they did when you were a child. When we think back on our childhood, it feels like it lasted a lifetime, but now it's like we're passengers in our own life, with time merely passing us by. Time flies, and unfortunately for us humans, evolution never gave us wings. This feeling where time seems to go faster when we're experiencing it, but feels much longer when we remember it, is called the holiday paradox. Coined by psychology writer Claudia Hammond, the holiday paradox refers to the idea that when we go on vacation, A week or even 2 weeks seem to go by so quickly we can barely believe that we had a vacation at all. Yet, when the vacation is over and we look back on it, it feels like it was much longer than just 1 week. Scientists believe that one of the reasons for this is that when we're on vacation, we have lots of new experiences in a short period. You go scuba diving for the first time, you see art, you eat interesting food. These events are outside your daily routine. Then you return to your ordinary life, marked by routine, work days, and weekends. The stimulation of that vacation seems long gone, and when you look back on it, it feels like so much happened. It feels like so much time went by, and even though when you were there, it felt incredibly short. Our experience of time changes depending on what we're doing and how we feel about those experiences. That's why you hear things like time flies when you're having fun. I'm sure you've experienced it before too. Your favorite musician's concert is over in the blink of an eye, and at the end of a great first date, you realize you've been talking for hours, yet the conversation still feels incredibly short. This happens because when we're immersed in an activity, we're not checking our watch to see the minutes ticking by, so we lose track of time, making it seem like time is going much faster than normal. Immersion is the key word here, because time doesn't only go faster when we're doing something exciting or something we love to do. How many times have you told yourself you'd only spend 10 minutes on TikTok to look up from your phone 3 hours later and see that the sun has gone down? Exactly, it's because of how immersive the app experience is, and it keeps you busy and makes you forget about time. These differences in perception make the holiday paradox both relatable and confusing. To help us understand the phenomenon better, we need to look at how people think about their childhood. In a 2005 survey, 499 participants between the ages of 14 to 94 were asked about the pace at which they felt their lives were moving. When asked about shorter durations like weeks and months all the way up to a year, the participants' perception of time didn't appear to increase with age. However, when asked about longer durations, the older people were, the faster they felt like their lives were moving. People over 40 in particular felt like time went by slowly in childhood, then accelerated through their teenage years and into early adulthood, and then, after that, time just flew by. But why? Why do we feel time goes faster the older we get? Our brain has a limited storage capacity, and so to keep things running smoothly, our brain encodes new experiences into memory. It tends to skip over the more repetitive events in our lives. The more memories we have, the more things we can look back on when we're thinking retrospectively. And the more things we can remember about a period of time, the longer we feel that time period was. Think about your time in college or in high school. You remember most of that period of your life because you were absorbing so much information that your brain was forced to slow down to take it all in. Creating new memories, learning new concepts, your brain had to store a lot of new information, and so when you think back, there's a lot of things to remember, which makes that period last longer in your memory. This is why scientists always encourage you to learn new skills no matter how old you are, because by learning new things, you're giving your brain a reason to absorb and store new information, which in turn makes that moment last so much longer. New experiences don't always have to be good or fun to make time slow down. If you've ever felt fear, chances are your life seemed to move in slow motion. If you're in a car crash, a bike accident, or even feel physically endangered by another person, your cognitive reality shifts. What might only be a few seconds of fear feels like minutes or even hours. In her book, Claudia Hammond talked about a study in which people with arachnophobia were asked to look at spiders for 45 seconds. When they were asked afterward, every participant thought they were looking for a much, much longer period of time. They may not have been in imminent danger, but their fear was triggered. Their world slowed down, desperate to get out of the situation they found themselves in. Over the years, there have been many theories about why time seems to speed up as we age. You can see that our world, in general, has sped up. This has caused all of us to feel like life is moving more quickly, but if you talk to a 5-year-old, chances are they don't feel the same life passing by them effect. There's also the proportionality theory, which says a year feels faster at 40 than at 10 because 1 year constitutes much less of your life. When you're 10, 1 year is 10% of your life, but when you're 40, it's just 2.5%. This, though, only works when you're thinking about life in its entirety and not in the specific periods when time slows down or speeds up, like when you're dancing on your wedding night or doing a plank. The holiday paradox tells us that our perception of time is everything, and that perception is deeply affected by our age and memory. If you graduated college 4 years ago, you likely remember walking across that stage like yesterday. But if you think about your first day of high school, it might seem like decades have passed, even though it's only been 12 years. Time impacts our memory. but memory also creates and shapes our experience of time. We're most likely to remember the timing of an event if it's distinctive and vivid. Some people might coast through their 50s not creating many new memories, then that decade might seem lost to time. But if you ask someone who went through a divorce or lost a loved one in their 50s, those years might feel incredibly like the slowest decade of their lives. Hammond writes that time perception matters because it's the experience of time that roots us in our mental reality. The mental reality of an adult stuck in their routine, unable to take vacations or learn new skills, is much duller than that of a child experiencing the world for the first time. That adult's bank of new memories is simply running low. We learn new skills from childhood to early adulthood and find ourselves in a lot of novel situations. And because of this, our early years tend to be overrepresented in memory, making them feel like they lasted longer than our later years. The 50-year-old divorcee finds herself in a period where time seems to slow down because she's making new memories, having new experiences, and feeling new emotions. In some ways, these midlife shifts that many of us have, for better or for worse, actually tap into the kind of mental experience we went through as kids. When you're a child, every sports game, good grade, or fight with a friend feels like the most important thing in the world. But as we get older, that feeling is much less frequent. We find ourselves waiting for significant life moments like a marriage or promotion to get the same rush we got as a kid, to feel that same experience of novelty and memory making. And the rest of the time, we're just going through the motions, letting time pass without giving it too much thought, until we wake up one day and can't figure out where it went. As it turns out, children might actually perceive time more slowly than adults. There's evidence that from a kid's perspective, time as they're experiencing it is slower. That's because memory, attention, and executive function, the cognitive control of our behavior, are all under development when we're children. Kids' neurotransmissions are physically slower than those of adults, affecting how they perceive the passage of time. By the time we grow up, our circuits are wired. To figure this out, researchers conducted a study where participants listened to a series of tones and compared their duration. The youngest participants, about 5 years old, had the least accuracy in perceiving how long a tone lasted. They often heard short tones lasting much longer than they really did. This could explain why, when we're young, things feel like they take so much time, even the most basic things like eating breakfast or getting dressed. When we're adults, those same tasks feel like they go by in a flash. Often we don't even remember we did them. Somehow you got dressed this morning, but do you actually remember it happening? Picking out your pants and putting on your shoes every day might be so routine, it's not creating any new memories for you. The moments that we live in, but in which we don't form any new memories, are those bits of time that escape us. While time might move slowly at 5 years old, our experiences between the ages of 15 and 25 stick with us the most. This is the era of nostalgia for most of us. We remember scenes from our lives, the books we read, and the movies we saw during that time. Can you think of your favorite movie quotes or funny moments? Because chances are they're from a film that came out when you were in your late teens or early 20s. This is when we have more new experiences than most other times in our lives. We have our first job, solo traveling experience, relationships. It's often our first time living away from home and the first time we feel we have a choice in how we spend our days. While it's happening, this period feels like it's on overdrive, but looking back at it, it feels like that part of our lives lasted forever. That's because we created so many memories, met so many new people, and saw the world in many new ways. We feel nostalgic for that time because it felt so complete. That is the holiday paradox. If you're living in that time, enjoy it, savor it. If you made it to your late 20s, you probably know the phenomenon of having a sudden longing for your younger self, your younger life. You've settled into a routine where stressful responsibilities often replace endless fun moments. So how do we slow down our lives again? The truth is, of course, that we can't slow time down, but we can do more things to create memories of the time that we have. Look for novel experiences that engage your brain. You don't need a vacation to feel excited or refreshed about your life in the world. New things are waiting around the corner if you just open your eyes and look for them. Constantly challenge yourself to learn new skills, like maybe learning a new cuisine or building a bench for your backyard. Maybe you just want to get better at meeting people. Go to a neighborhood event or sit alone at a bar and talk to a stranger. Whether big or small, let something exciting take over your brain and let you feel like a kid again. Another hack is to try to remember your day as vividly as possible. Routine can feel good, but it also doesn't allow for new memories to get imprinted on our brains. Spending time reflecting on your day makes you more likely to ingrain the memories, even the bad ones. Naturally, our memory is short-lived. It's easy to go to bed every night and not think about what happened to us during the day, but what if you stopped and spent a few minutes to relive it? Would mundane things become important or exciting? Would you remember someone or something you saw on the street that was new or strange? Suddenly your day might feel a bit slower. Whether you just think about it or want to write it down, try to make the moments of your life last and take up real estate in your head. That's what we're doing when we're on vacation. We're banking all sorts of new, interesting memories we might look back on when we want to reminisce about how full our days felt. Our own minds actively create the way we experience time. While we may not always have control over our time, as the demands of life mount in front of us, we can control how we remember things and, therefore, control our perception of the time we have. Time, as we're told, is immovable. It's totally defined. A second is a second, a year is a year, and as much as we might want to change it, we're told that's the reality. But if you do think back to your childhood, a time hopefully filled with joy and novelty, a year feels so much longer. If you've been in danger, the minutes you weren't sure you'd be safe surely couldn't have been just minutes. So yes, maybe time is immovable, but it's comforting to know that we do have some control over how we experience it. We can warp it to make it shorter, or stretch it to make it feel longer. And while we might never learn how to travel in time, at least we know we have some small control over it. When I started this YouTube channel, I became fixated on the day it would succeed. I stopped going out with friends and spent almost every waking moment working towards and dreaming about the future. When I did manage to go out with friends, I spent all my time daydreaming. I was stuck imagining a far-off future, a future that would never come. Don't get me wrong, objectively this channel is successful, and all of you who choose to watch these videos have literally changed my whole life. But the future I dreamed of will never come, because there's always something more to chase, something bigger and better to look forward to. Many of us live life like this. We spend most of our time preoccupied with things that don't exist and very little time enjoying the things that do. When we're not fixating on the future, we're being haunted by the past. We spend our nights curled up in bed thinking about the wrong choices we've made in the past and what we wish we'd done instead. As a culture, we're obsessed with time. We're both haunted by the past and dreading the future. But the truth is that the future and the past don't exist. We might think that the past and the future are as real as the present, but that's the illusion of time. In reality, the present is the only thing that exists or can exist. A clock tracks movement like the rotation of the Earth in our orbit around the Sun, but its measurement of time isn't objective. There is only the present, and its direction is forward. The past can be accessed by our memories or recordings, but even this access is tremendously limited. Our memory is fallible. We often misremember critical details of events and can be influenced to think we did something we never did. Memory itself is known to get less accurate each time we think to reflect on it. And when video is available, it doesn't give you the first-person experience. It's only a tiny piece of the past that doesn't truly capture what it was like to be there or the full range of emotions you felt at the time. The past is just a previous experience of the present. It doesn't exist. The future hasn't happened yet. We might prepare for conditions like rain later in the week. Many of us will make plans for a satisfying career. But these things don't exist, and there's a fair chance they won't ever exist. The forecast is often wrong, and careers rarely go as planned. If you continue to obsess over the past and the future, you'll never truly live a full life. You'll be too busy thinking about the moments that have either already passed or are yet to come. You'll forget to be present and to take it all in. Whereas animals live primarily in the present, humans have strong memories. We can bind time together. This can be helpful from a survival standpoint. Our species anticipates the future and prepares for it now. This was necessary for humans to successfully survive threats and to develop more complex societies. Early humans carved spears to take down woolly mammoths. They realized that if they made these weapons now, they'd have a better chance of killing a giant beast tomorrow. They also anticipated that a mammoth would provide sustenance for a long time. And by preparing for the future, they significantly increased their odds of survival. This ability to plan for the future is why we're here today, but we've paid a heavy price for that practical sense of time. And that price is our happiness, our peace of mind. We're too stuck in the future to be at ease now. We make it all seem okay by telling ourselves the big lie. According to the British philosopher Alan Watts, this notorious untruth is that we think we'll be happy in our imagined future.
but it never comes. When that future does arrive, according to our current definition of time, we'll be stuck in another imagined future. Our minds will be focused on the future until our bodies no longer have a pulse. It's like a donkey chasing a carrot on a string. We can never get closer to our meal, and our appetite will never go away. To an observer, the donkey is foolish, but from a first-person perspective, we're convinced of the illusion. We don't see the string or the stick, only the carrot and the promise that it holds. Many of us are stuck in a future when we'll be happy, healthy, and have the job of our dreams. Our memories control our lives, and we make decisions about the present and the future based on what happened in the past. Using our memory, we limit the possibilities of the present. We assume we can't do something because we weren't able to do it in the past. We avoid going places and doing things because we've previously had poor experiences with them. Sometimes we decline offers because they conflict with our sense of who we are, based on our past understanding of our identity. You may think of yourself as self-sufficient, but what about those moments when you truly need help? People have died clinging to their identity as self-sufficient, and why? Because they're tied to a past that doesn't even exist. Our schools train us to always look for the next ladder to climb. The present is mostly considered beneath us, and we criticize those who live in the moment because they're not preparing for the future. They're focused on now, which by our cultural standards is often regarded as antisocial behavior. We invent gadgets for productivity thinking they will give us more time. It's like saying you can enjoy more moments if you buy the next piece of tech. But all we end up doing is anticipating the next upgrade or the next big innovation. That's why the most popular question that tech reviewers get is, should I buy this now or wait for the next one? And when we get the new technology, we use it to escape the now rather than embrace it. For over 15 years, we've had the ultimate tool for fleeing the present, our smartphones. We turn to our phones whenever we're idle or in any situation without something purposeful to do, and we feel a panic from the present and escape it by seeking out the past and future on our mobile. We make plans with text conversations or by opening up the calendar. We browse news about what's already happened or read predictions about what will happen next. Alerts are set in the Reminders app, and we accept notifications to warn us about anything and everything that isn't in our present moment. When's the next ball game? What are the best beach resorts? Where's the price of housing headed? We're constantly searching for answers about the future instead of enjoying the present. On social media, we look at images of the lives of others, and we project ourselves into a future where we're on vacation, like our social media connections. Or we look back on the trips we've taken in the past, and with regret, we wish we'd planned things differently. It's not so easy to live in the present. Sitting still gives us anxiety as a survival mechanism. Preparing for the future and anxiety are intrinsically connected. We're not planning for the future when we're in the moment. It can feel a bit like closing your eyes when you're driving. You're not looking at what's ahead to avoid disaster. But we've evolved beyond the point where survival needs to occupy our minds. Always, at least. In fact, many of our jobs are only connected to survival because they provide us with an income to buy food and shelter. We've got free time outside of our occupations. At the very least, we should enjoy our free time by living in it. Our smartphones open a gateway to filling that time with plans for the future. Many of us will prepare our next workday or respond to emails about the past. We ignore the people around us and become more distant from them. Relationships are all about the present, and one of the ways you can tell they're not going so well is if one or both partners aren't very present. The more we try to escape the present moment, the more we neglect our relationships. And ironically, many of our plans are intended to strengthen our relationships. We save for retirements and vacations. In other words, we're planning for a time when we can exist in the moment. But when that time comes, we'll be stuck thinking about another future instead of enjoying the one we're in. Of course, global issues make living in the moment particularly challenging. The climate is changing due to humans creating greenhouse gas emissions, a legitimate threat to our survival. We need to do what we can to prevent catastrophes in the future, but we shouldn't let that steal the present from us. Otherwise, we'll only be saving a future that we won't even be bothered to live in. Alan Watts was a student of Eastern philosophy. He studied Buddhism, Zen Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, and more. And from his studies, he took away the importance of being present and methods of living in the now. Distilling these religious concepts made him very popular in the West. He wasn't a proper scholar in the strict sense, but he wrote a lot of books on these subjects and gave a lot of entertaining lectures. Some of his teachings are a bit dated now, but his distilled messages are still as relevant as the future continues to haunt us at every turn. Watts had a particular interest in Zen Buddhism. It emphasizes being here and now, but also goes much deeper than that. Unlike the teachings of Buddha, Zen Buddhists believe that achieving a permanent state of enlightenment, or nirvana, was impossible. We can only try for fleeting moments of pure essence, called satori. These are moments when we're so perfectly in the present that we're cut off completely from the past and the future. We experience the present without our ingrained interpretation of the world around us. We don't see chairs as chairs, we see no chairs. Words fail to capture Zen, as do logic and our schematic laws of thought. In explaining Zen to you, I am failing to demonstrate Zen. That's why Zen masters often respond to questions by raising a finger. Alan Watts would hit a symbol in an attempt to demonstrate Zen. The idea isn't to murder the mind or bring it to nothingness. Zen is an affirmation. It wants to put you in direct contact with your mind in order to give you peace. Zen Buddhists believe in the inner purity inside us and that getting closer to it should be our ultimate goal. In achieving Zen, the past and the future won't bother you. As forms of structured thought, the past and future have no way to enter your mind. They don't exist in Zen, they don't exist at all. When Watts speaks of time as an illusion, he's suggesting that we aren't doomed to live as beings stifled by time. Like the Zen Buddhists, we can live in the present. Even when we aren't striving for moments of satori, we can still free ourselves from the tyranny of the past and the future. Carpe diem. Seize the day. To better understand how to live in the present moment, watch this video on hedonism.
The year is 2019, or maybe 1600, or maybe there isn't even a calendar system in place yet. There is no BC or AD because, you know, it hasn't happened yet. But somehow you've managed to travel back in time. Okay, first things first, don't panic. However you managed to do this, I'm not really sure, but nice job. Now you're quickly going to realize how much the past actually sucks. There's no clean water, there's no Febreze to cover up the terrible smells, and all the luxuries that you took advantage of are nowhere to be found. No one understands what a laptop is, and the idea of even a light bulb is a concept as foreign as the jeans you just showed up in. You're immediately going to be drawing attention from almost everyone around you. So what exactly do you have to do in order to get society headed in the right direction? And can you make the future a place that is better for all of humanity? First things first, language. Let's assume you're able to speak English. In the modern world, English is one of the most universal languages spoken around the planet. But even if you've only gone back a couple hundred years, you're still going to struggle to make conversation with almost anyone. If you've ever read anything by Shakespeare, you'll see how different and honestly just how confusing the language was. Invent the printing press thousands of years before it was actually invented, take the dictionary you've brought with you, and quickly mass-produce modern English. And there you go. You've revolutionized language, pushing us ahead thousands of years already. Okay, also, we're going to need a number system for counting and math and stuff. Written numbers first appeared over 40,000 years ago and predate written language by tens of thousands of years. But it definitely wasn't the greatest. It's pretty simple to tell that these are 3 circles, these are 4 squares. But quickly, what number is this? The answer is, who cares? I don't have the time to count that. It's 53, by the way. Instead of using this number system for tens of thousands of more years, how about we skip all of that and head straight to what we use today? Arabic numerals. Those are the numbers you're familiar with, like the number 5. It's much easier than counting lines for hours on end, and there's only 10 numbers you need to memorize. One of them represents nothing. It's 0. Don't try and divide it, we've been trying forever, and you just can't do it. There are also things like fractions and decimals and irrational numbers, but we'll let everyone else figure those out on their own. We have better things to do. Now that we have language and numbers out of the way and people are functioning, we need units too. First off, we've figured out that light is the fastest thing in the universe, and we've somehow managed to actually calculate its speed, and it's a pretty good thing to know. It's going to prove extremely useful when we discover some things later on. But wait, no one knows what a meter is. Take a pendulum. Wait, these haven't been invented yet either. Anyway, invent pendulums and take credit for it. Create a pendulum with a length that takes 1 second to swing from end to end, and you'll have the length of 1 meter. But we don't have the length of a second either. Just for simplicity's sake for now, it's the amount of time it takes you to say 1 Mississippi. Divide the length of a meter by 100, and you have the length of 1 centimeter. Also, there's a thing called temperature. It's how hot or cold things are. Take some water, wait for it to get really cold, and eventually it'll turn into a solid. You'll need to assign a number value to whatever temperature this happens at. If you choose for that to be 0, congratulations, you've just invented Celsius. Take the same water, now frozen, and put it into a container above a fire. Eventually, it'll begin to boil. For all intents and purposes, this is 100 degrees Celsius. You now have pretty much every basic unit of measurement you'll need for anything you do. Civilization is much better off now, and is much more efficient. But none of this matters if people aren't alive long enough to learn and make the discoveries that will push society forward. Health is super important, and this is where you'll bring all the knowledge you have into play. Germs are a thing. You know this. Everyone else doesn't. They are quite literally everywhere, so make sure people are washing their hands and bodies as frequently as they can. Getting something like a small cold thousands of years ago could be enough to kill somebody. Fight germs with hygiene and antibiotics. But you don't have any antibiotics. Penicillin works wonders. Take some moldy bread, throw it under a microscope, and if you see this weird looking hand thing, that's called penicillium. This can then be extracted from the mold, purified, and boom, you have penicillin. It's super effective against infections because it stops the other bacteria from reproducing, making you healthy again. Viruses are like germs, but they can't reproduce on their own. They need a host, like you, to grow and spread. Viruses spread diseases, like the plague. To prevent this from happening, vaccinations are necessary. Vaccines help keep the body prepared for multiple diseases that exist by building up an immunity to them beforehand. Luckily, you're in the past, and no one knows what these are, so you don't have to worry about anti-vaxxers screaming at you for trying to keep the world safe. To make vaccines, grow a small culture of the virus, and then heat it up. The heat will then kill the virus, but now since it's dead, it can be used to teach your body to fight it, creating a resistance to the virus. Take the dead virus and inject it into your body. People are going to think you're insane, but in reality, you're the one preventing them from getting smallpox, so just do it. They'll thank you later. You probably have some cows by now and have figured out that they have milk. The problem is that these germs we just learned about are still in the milk, and you definitely don't want to drink that. Take the milk, heat it up right to below its boiling point, and let it sit for a minute. You've just invented pasteurization, and created clean milk for everyone to drink. Now let's talk about science. Here's an equation that'll change the way people see the world. Isaac Newton came up with it, but no one knows that. You can take credit for this too. It's an equation powerful enough to define gravity itself, and can even take you to the moon. Seriously, we did that. But don't forget the basic building blocks of everything: atoms. Atoms consist of a nucleus at the core made out of neutrally charged neutrons and positively charged protons. They're surrounded by negatively charged electrons. These are going to prove to be useful in a minute. Atoms with the same number of protons and electrons are considered electrically neutral. Otherwise, they'll have a positive or negative charge. This is also most likely the first time anyone's going to hear the word electric in their lives, and you're about to change everything for them. Technology is a thing, and there's a lot to cover. You're probably still using water wheels or coal to create energy, but electricity is single-handedly the one invention that is going to propel civilization into the modern era. Instead of having to live by rivers for water wheels or near mines for coal, electricity will allow you to live anywhere you want and have energy transferred to you at the speed of light. This will cause mankind to spread at the fastest rates possible. Go to the sites of any lightning strikes and look for lodestone, or look for magnetite on beaches. They're magnetic. Get something to rotate, wrap that rotating thing in coils of wire, place your magnetic stones in the middle, and you'll generate electricity. Congratulations, you just discovered electricity and AC currents at the same time. You now have the foundation of the modern world, and you did it so quickly. Here are some more inventions that'll prove to be useful. Create a magnet that can move on its own, and you've just invented the compass. You can now have directions to anywhere on the planet without having to rely on the North Star. Take your newfound electricity and run it through tungsten. Now you have light bulbs. If you run powerful electricity back and forth through a wire strong enough, you've invented radio. Transmitting radio waves at a certain frequency will allow you to send signals to and from multiple antennas, allowing for light speed communication. You can also take high-frequency radio waves, send them out, and see how long it takes for them to bounce back to you. You've just invented radar. There's a lot of inventions that are going to be super helpful, but there's also some that you should avoid. You introduce the world of atoms to everyone, and that's going to change a lot. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, just converted. Use this super special equation that you discovered to convert between the two. A very small amount of mass can be converted to a lot of energy. The energy released during fission or fusion of atoms can be used for electricity and have many other positive impacts. But it can also be used for destruction. Bombarding uranium-235 with neutrons will induce a nuclear chain reaction. If you have enough uranium, this is the result. These weapons have caused the death of hundreds of thousands of people and has almost resulted in the end of humanity on multiple occasions. Do not let these weapons be made. Most of our inventions have been made to reduce the amount of work we need to do in our daily lives. Pretty much, we work to find inventions that make life easier, and in turn make us lazier. A lot of inventions throughout history have had the same effect. Why would I walk across the world when I could create a harness and use a horse? A compass is perfect for figuring out where things are without having to leave signs along the way. Light bulbs are great because we don't have to keep fires lit throughout the night. Radio is useful so that we can communicate long distances without having to physically make that journey. But most of these are saving us physical energy. What about mental labor? Jobs where you have to perform complex mental tasks day in and day out. What if you could make a machine that could perform your work for you? Oh wait, that's what you're using right now. Letters are used to create words. In the same way, logic gates are used to create computations. With enough logic gates connected in the proper way, you'll have something with enough power to do complex computations at the speed of light. We call these computers. Connect multiple of these computers together, and you'll have created the internet. It took until 1903 to invent a vehicle that could fly. Being able to take to the skies is one thing that will allow you to conquer the planet quickly. Use airfoils that are shaped in a way that allows for air to generate an upward force. It's called lift. Attach these wings to something with an engine. If you can move fast enough in one direction, you'll eventually start lifting off the ground and begin flying. Congratulations, you've discovered the art of flight. You can now travel to almost anywhere on Earth. If you don't have one yet, here's a map. This is our world, and it's all we have. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, things started to go wrong. Greenhouse gases occur naturally. We actually need them to survive. They keep Earth warm enough for us to live without freezing off. But due to the past few centuries, the world is currently reaching levels that are starting to get out of hand. Levels that haven't been matched in millions of years. The climate is changing faster than it ever has. Our energy sources are not sustainable long term. The planet as a whole is warming, with the hottest years on record topping each other, year after year after year. And it's all our fault. Relying on fossil fuels and other non-renewable energy sources are one of the main reasons why. The cars we created and mass manufactured have been spitting out toxic gases into our atmosphere for the past century. There's literally a hole in our ozone layer because of what we've done. Work on finding clean, renewable energy sources from the start. You'll actually save the planet. If changes aren't made, then there might not be a future worth waiting for. The thing is, people don't really care. And that sucks. You have all the resources necessary. All the knowledge we have is at your disposal. The planet today is dying. So if you're going to do anything in the past, save us from ourselves.
When someone is asked what they want to do with their life, we're used to a familiar response. I want to change the world. I want to make an impact. While there's certainly many people who have made extraordinary contributions to society over the course of their lives, some names stand out more than others. Names that are connected to deeds or inventions that are so great, or in some cases so horrible, that it's unlikely that they'll ever be forgotten. One of those names, without a doubt, is the physicist Albert Einstein. Einstein was born in Germany in 1879. As a young adult, Einstein moved away from his home country to Switzerland in order to attend university. His desire for more expansive and innovative learning methods had already gotten him kicked out of school in his native country. Switzerland, however, proved to be the perfect place to expand his thinking. The only way humanity has gotten anywhere was by asking questions, and Einstein knew exactly which questions to ask to fundamentally alter the way we view reality. Soon after his move to Switzerland, he began contemplating the movement of light and questioning the very laws of physics that governed the world at the time. In 1905, Einstein had what is now known as his Year of Miracles. In the span of a single year, he released 4 separate publications that very well changed the landscape of science forever. While each paper is extremely important in its own right, it was his 3rd article, on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, that had the most striking impact on the world. This was the birth of Einstein's special theory of relativity. Einstein's theory contradicted 2 of the most well-known theories of physics at the time, Isaac Newton's concepts of absolute space and time, and James Clerk Maxwell's theory that the speed of light was a constant. His paper proposed that time passes differently depending on the speed at which someone is moving relative to someone else. This theory is known today as time dilation. Time dilation says that an individual in inertial motion will experience time differently than a second inertial individual who happens to be in relative motion to the first person. To make that a lot easier to understand, let's take a look at the example Einstein himself used to explain his theory. Picture yourself on a train. It's moving much faster than any train has moved before, and as you zoom past the surrounding landscape, you see that you're approaching a train platform where your friend is standing, waiting for you and the train to pass. As far as you're both concerned, you are each standing still. The difference is, of course, that you're inside of a fast-moving vehicle while your friend is on the outside of it waiting on the platform. Easy enough. Now imagine that, just as the center of the train passes by your friend, lights at both the front and the back of the train light up. Knowing that light always moves at the same speed, and because both lit up at the exact same distance from your friend on the platform, the light would reach your friend's eyes simultaneously, and they would tell you that they witnessed them light up at the exact same time, and they would be right in saying this. Now, if your friend saw the lights turn on at the same time, the same thing should be true for you, right? Interestingly enough, it isn't, and here's why. We know light travels at the same speed no matter what. But remember, you're on a fast-moving train, so to you, the light at the front would appear to turn on first, because the train is rushing to meet it. Meanwhile, the light at the back of the train would appear to turn on just a moment later, because it has to catch up to the train speeding away from it. The thing is, you would also be correct in your point of view. But how can this be? How can you both be correct in observing the same event differently? Einstein's theory also introduced the idea of length contraction. Because we know that speed is determined by distance over time, it would follow that in order for the speed of light to remain constant, the other 2 factors must change to accommodate that constant. We've already talked about how time can change depending on your movement, but distance always changes depending on the movement of each inertial figure. For example, let's put you back on that train with your friend on the platform. This time, your friend got a bit stronger, and is now holding up a canoe that stretches 100 feet long. Now, to your friend on the platform, it's clear that they're holding a canoe that's 100 feet long. Because they're standing still, it's easy to see the length. If they took a measuring tape to it, it would measure 100 feet exactly. Now cut back to you standing on the train as it rushes past your friend. That canoe is going to look a whole lot different to you. As you pass it at an unimaginably fast speed, the canoe will appear much shorter than its actual measurement. So, which is real? Well, again, the answer is both of them are. The length of the canoe doesn't actually change, but the perception of its length appears shortened or contracted to you from your position in the moving train. The faster you move, the shorter that canoe will appear. While this sounds like an interesting experiment to conduct, the speed that humans would need to travel at to see noticeable differences is not a speed that we can realistically achieve. Einstein showed that no object with mass can ever surpass the speed of light. The heavier the mass, the harder it is for it to accelerate, so experiments like this one are gonna have to be put to the side. Now, just as with time dilation, these observations are only noticeable at speeds that move at a substantial fraction of the speed of light, so these aren't observations that you and I will be able to make in our everyday lives. However, they have been tested many times throughout the last century and still stand as some of the most important contributions to physics in history. Remember that at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that 1905 is referred to as Einstein's Year of Miracles? Well, this is because he produced one final paper that year that arose out of his special theory of relativity. This paper, which some say was actually just a note jotted down in the back of a journal, proposed that energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Or, in the equation known around the world, E equals mc squared. This equation states that energy and mass can be interchangeable, so if mass is converted completely to energy, it can wield a tremendous amount of power. A common example of this is how an atomic bomb can be so incredibly powerful and destructive. This idea led Einstein to publish yet another groundbreaking theory in 1915, known today as the general theory of relativity. The general theory of relativity was the result of Einstein's continued thinking on how his theory of special relativity related to non-inertial frames of reference, as in areas that accelerate relative to each other. Einstein's findings showed that gravity, the force that is working constantly to pull objects towards each other, is actually warping or curving space and time. The bigger the object, the bigger the curve, and because we know that objects with mass are drawn towards each other, the object with the bigger mass is always more powerful. That's exactly how we end up with orbits. Planets and stars alike fall into the curves that their bigger counterparts create. For example, the Sun is much more massive than the Earth, and so it warps space-time much more, which grants it a larger gravitational pull. You can keep going with this idea and deduce that the whole universe exists within a system of these curves of the fabric of space-time. Isaac Newton, more than 200 years earlier, had hypothesized that an object thrown with the perfect amount of acceleration would begin to curve around our planet. With the right set of initial conditions, it could potentially remain in an endless loop, spinning around the Earth due to the sheer force of gravity constantly pulling it in at the perfect curve. What he was describing essentially was orbits, the exact thing that the International Space Station is doing above our heads right now. However, Newton saw acceleration and gravity as individual entities, while Einstein's theory showed that acceleration and gravity can be interchangeable. This idea is known as the equivalence principle, and it dictates that you cannot tell the difference between the effect of gravity and the effect of being in an accelerated frame of reference. This principle is often demonstrated by having you imagine that you're in a room with no windows or any way of knowing where you are. If you were to drop a ball in that room, you can imagine that it would fall at the rate of gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared. But if you were to drop a ball on a rocket ship that was accelerating at exactly the same rate as gravity, it would be impossible to tell whether the ball was moving down because of the Earth's pull on the object, or just because the floor of the rocket ship was rushing towards the ball due to the acceleration. Einstein's theory of general relativity helped to explain how our universe works. Because of his contributions, we can predict the path of asteroids and the orbits of faraway stars. This theory can even be applied in some of our favorite films, as special effect engineers can calculate exactly how objects move in relation to each other, even in the most unlikely circumstances. Since the publication of Einstein's theory of general relativity, there have been many experiments conducted that have proven that his findings are in fact correct. Some were done during Einstein's time, while others continue to this very day. One of the most famous confirmations was Einstein's correct prediction that Mercury's orbit would change its arc by 43 seconds each century due to the curvature of spacetime. And he was accurate. Extremely accurate. In fact, he was actually able to prove the very thing that was predicted by Newton, but that couldn't be solved with traditional Newtonian mechanics. In another test in 1919, an English astronomer by the name of Arthur Eddington set out to prove Einstein's prediction that light rays bend when they're close to a large body. He did this by looking at the positions of stars in relation to the Sun during a solar eclipse. After looking at the positions of a certain group of stars both during the eclipse and at another time, Eddington saw that the light from the stars had been deflected by an amount directly in line with Einstein's theory. While Einstein's papers were certainly extraordinary, it still took some years before his theories were widely accepted. However, as test after test continued to confirm his predictions, the skeptics slowly diminished. In his later life, Einstein moved to the United States, where he continued to work as a physicist, focusing predominantly on an attempt to find a unified field theory. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to complete his work before his death in 1955, but his final paper helped lay the groundwork for future physicists to complete his mission in finding a unified field theory, more commonly known as a theory of everything. Reconciling both quantum mechanics and general relativity may turn out to be one of the most challenging feats science has ever taken on. But as always, if you give us enough time, we'll slowly chip away at the problem, week by week, year by year. And who knows, one day in the not-so-distant future, we may just find the master key to the universe. What happens after we unlock it? Well, only time will tell.
The date is October 23rd, 1593. The governor of the Philippines had just been assassinated. A few days after setting off on a journey from Manila, his ship and crew were overthrown by Chinese pirates on board. When the news of his assassination reached the Philippines, the government was shocked. In the midst of all this panic, a new governor must be chosen. So, a meeting was held at the governor's palace. While business was taking place inside, guards were stationed around the outside to ensure the safety of everyone. This included many soldiers, including one named Gil Perez. After waiting outside and guarding the palace in the heat for what felt like an eternity, Gil decided to rest for a second. Nothing crazy, he stayed at his post, leaned against a wall, and simply decided to rest his eyes for a mere second. When he opened his eyes, he was in a place he didn't recognize. In literally the blink of an eye, he found himself in an environment that he had no knowledge of. He had no idea how he got there, wherever there was. Regardless, he continued doing his duties, watching out for anything suspicious. Except, he was the suspicion. The local soldiers and citizens began giving Gil weird looks. He was wearing the palace guard's uniform that no one had ever seen before. Gil was just a random soldier in an unknown location. Unknown to him, at least. That is, until the truth of the situation was brought to light. Gil Perez was no longer in the Philippines. In what seemed like an instant, he miraculously ended up in a plaza in Mexico City, over 14,000 kilometers away. Today, that distance could be covered in less than 24 hours. But in 1593, this voyage would have taken at least 2 to 3 months. Still shocked, Gil continued to explain his side of the story. He explained that he was a soldier from the Philippines, he explained how the governor had just been assassinated, except, of course, no one believed him. The problem here is, in 1593, it would be months before any news of this would reach Mexico City. He was immediately arrested for desertion and thrown in jail. A few months later, a ship from the Philippines finally arrived, carrying crew members as well as the news of the governor's assassination. And what they found out is that the story Gil provided matched up 1-to-1 with what the crew members aboard the ship were saying. On top of all that, several of the crew members actually recognized Gil and were able to even recall the day where he seemingly disappeared from existence. He was set free and returned to the Philippines to continue life as though nothing had happened. There's no real explanation for this story, it's over 400 years old. Many speculate that something paranormal had taken place, some suggest that he was just a liar. Others suggest that the story never took place and was just made up by someone. Some suggest that it was an alien abduction. But a few suggest teleportation. And that is something that I find very interesting. Teleportation is a common part of science fiction. Characters in video games, movies, and books can travel from one point in the universe to another without ever traversing the space in between. Faster than light travel, instantaneous travel. The implications of wielding a power this strong is unthinkable. But is there more to teleportation than just science fiction? The more we learn about our universe, the more science fiction starts to look like actual science. The idea of teleportation has been talked about since before the 1800s. However, it was Charles Fort in 1931 who first coined the phrase. He combined tele, meaning distant, and port, meaning to carry. Decades went by as the idea lay dormant in science fiction. Like, where do you even start with an idea like this? That was until 1993, when physicist Charles Bennett and colleagues proposed something groundbreaking. The quantum state of one particle could be teleported to another particle on the other side of the universe without the particles themselves really moving at all. In other words, information could be transferred across vast distances in space without physically having to move to that point. The team was able to take all the information of a quantum state, destroy it, transmit that information to another location, and then recreate the same exact quantum state as before. But before we dive into all that, let's take a step back. What are quantum particles? These are the particles at the subatomic level, and reality here is different from the reality you may know. There are many strange and honestly barely understood things that happen here. For example, particles can be in two different states at the same time, and until the particle is observed, both states are real and exist. Once observed, a final state is taken, forcing reality to collapse into one. This is known as superposition, and its most famous example comes in the form of a cat, Schrödinger's cat. Put simply, it's a thought experiment. There's a cat inside a box, and some radioactive material that has a 50% chance of decaying, poisoning the cat, and killing it. If the material decays, the cat obviously dies, but if it doesn't, the cat stays alive. From a quantum approach, until the box is opened, We can't know whether or not the material has decayed or not. The cat isn't dead, but it also isn't alive at the same time. Of course, this makes no sense in the real world, but at the quantum level, reality is different. This means that quantum particles can be in multiple states, rotating clockwise and anti-clockwise, at the same time, until an observer forces it to decide a reality, simply by observing it. But, let's say we recreated the experiment, but instead with two cats this time. Now we go from two options, the cat being dead or alive clockwise, to four options, where both cats can be alive or dead, or where one cat's alive and the other is dead, and vice versa. Quantum mechanics gives us a little bit of help here in cutting down these options. It says that there is a system where you can pretty much eliminate the options where both cats have the same outcome, either both alive or both dead. The only ones that matter are the ones that are opposite of each other. Because of this, you can open only one box and have 100% certainty of what is in the other box. But this can only happen when the cats are in a specific state, an entangled state. We now know that quantum particles can talk to one another, but only if they have a certain property to them. This interesting phenomenon in the quantum world is the reason that particles can theoretically be teleported. If they have this special kind of link to one another, they're what we call entangled. Entanglement is caused when two quantum particles are formed at the same instance of time and point in space. Hence, these particles essentially share an existence, and their connection is almost telepathic. They affect each other despite the vast distance between them. Quantum particles have spin. This doesn't mean they're actually spinning, but they have an orientation in space as well as an angular momentum. By measuring the state of one to be spinning up, or in the cat's case alive, it can be directly deduced that the other is dead or spinning down, despite it being on the other side of the room or the other side of the universe. They're linked from birth, and when one is observed, the other one knows exactly when. Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. And there is something fundamentally unsettling about scientific phenomena which are yet not entirely understood. Recently, scientists from China launched a photon receiver satellite into orbit. This satellite can detect quantum states of photons shot to it from the ground. From this, the longest ever distance of quantum entanglement was measured. But more importantly, this was the first time a photon was teleported from Earth into space. This works by transmitting the quantum information about one particle to its entangled pair. Therefore, the second particle would quite literally become the first particle. The research team created 4,000 entangled photon pairs per second. They shot half the pairs 1,400 kilometers up to the satellite, while keeping the other half of the pairs down on Earth. Over the course of 1 month, they sent millions of photon pairs to the satellite, and found success in only 911 cases. 911 out of millions of quantum pairs sounds like a huge failure. But actually, this is a very small but important step in teleportation. As scientists discover how quantum particles are used to make up matter, they could potentially find the keys to understand how to change these particles, in order to fundamentally change the matter itself. Rather than simply sending one encoded photon, could they one day send the exact construction of all the subatomic particles of, let's say, an apple? Perhaps, but with this comes a philosophical question. The teletransportation paradox dates back to 1775. The average cell in your body is, on average, about 10 years old. Some cells get replaced more often, while others, like the carbon-14 in your DNA, never get replaced. So considering most of your cells are not the same as they were when you were born, are you still the same person? If every single atom of a person was taken apart and reconstructed, is the resulting construction still the same person? We humans are simply a machine, where our DNA script tells us how to replace dying cells until either the script or the machine fails. But if this script of how you're constructed is downloaded and correctly transcribed, maybe it could one day be used to create new versions of you on the other side of the universe, effectively teleporting you. Wait, is this even teleportation? You're technically being recreated, as opposed to actual transportation. What about if you wanted to bring your conscience with you? If you wanted to bring the thing that for sure makes you, you? What if simply reconstructing you in another place doesn't cut it? For that, we need another option. One that won't destroy you, but simply relocates you. For that, we need to look at wormholes. In 1935, Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen showed that, through the use of general relativity, black holes across the universe could theoretically be linked together by a tunnel through space-time, a wormhole. Einstein's general theory of relativity states that the presence of mass or energy will warp the fabric of space-time around it. I covered this in more detail in my dark matter video as well as some others, but I'll cover it here as well. A black hole has mass so dense that not even light can escape its strong gravitational pull. Scientists for decades have attempted to take pictures of a black hole. However, this has proven elusive because, well, light cannot escape, and the lack of light makes it essentially invisible, like you're trying to take a picture of nothing. But what about the light that doesn't get sucked in? What about the light that slingshots around the very edge of the black hole? This will make a light ring of sorts around the black hole. And recently, in April 2019, astronomers revealed the first ever image of a black hole. Einstein and his theories were proven right yet again. But what happens inside this hole? When we talk about holes on Earth, it's in the context of 3 dimensions, where someone walking down the road can fall downwards into an uncovered manhole, for example, which is basically a 2-dimensional circle on the ground. But in space, matter can fall into a black hole from all 3 dimensions. Black holes are pretty much 3-dimensional spheres. The shape changes a bit when supermassive black holes rotate at significant portions of the speed of light, but that's not really important. What is important is, where does this hole finish? I tend to think of them as funnel shapes, where a wide event horizon eventually tapers off into one infinitely small point, the singularity. But what if this wasn't the case? What if a singularity wasn't needed? If a link could take place in the bulk to take you to another part of the universe? Here, Einstein and Rosen theorized that the extreme density of mass may be enough to tear space-time fabric itself and connect to another point in space, perhaps to another black hole. Scientists are unsure of what happens or if this is even possible. If it is possible, the chance of it randomly appearing in nature is pretty much zero. The center of a black hole is perhaps the most sought after but yet least understood point in science, math, and nature itself. Here is where the laws of our universe as we know them begin to break. But assuming that wormholes are possible, what's going to hold them open? What will prevent them from collapsing in on themselves, crushing whatever passes through out of existence? Math and nature. Dark energy is the reason why the universe is expanding at such an accelerated pace, and it just might be able to make wormholes much easier to create. Dark energy has an effect that is essentially like the opposite of gravity. Gravity pulls things towards objects with mass, but dark energy is a repulsive force. It has a negative pressure and tends to push. Imagine having a headache where it feels like your head is being squeezed, but instead of the squeezing being inward, it's pushing outwards. If wormholes exist and are capable of bending space-time in such a way to essentially allow teleportation between points of space, there's still many barriers to cross. We would have to figure out how to stop the intense gravitational pull from completely crushing our bodies, or perhaps the wormhole collapsing altogether. We'd have to figure out if a trip through a wormhole is a two-way street. If we go through, are we going to be able to come back? In 1988, physicist Kip Thorne proposed an idea where wormholes may be able to be kept open longer. He suggested that wormholes might be able to be kept open through the use of negative energy, but no one knew how to create this energy inside the wormhole in that very short amount of time that they'd be open. In his paper, Cambridge physicist Luke Butcher says that taking advantage of the Casimir energy that exists naturally in some wormholes could do the trick. After many calculations, he found that if you have a wormhole that's much wider than it is tall, so more like a worm slice as opposed to a worm hole, the amount of Casimir energy inside just might be enough to keep the wormhole from collapsing, just long enough to send a photon through. As with most things, the more we learn and figure out how things work, the more we realize that we don't know much of anything. More doors open up, more questions pop up, and not all of them have solutions. As you approach a wormhole, you'd be looking at a portal to another world. If you thought going to the moon or Mars was scary, traversing through a wormhole is essentially a suicide mission. The quantum world is strange and fascinating, as scientists uncover more about the secrets of the universe by studying its most basic levels. There are bound to be breakthroughs and leaps in technology. Teleportation may have been science fiction decades ago, but today, it may just be a point of theoretical discussion in a growing body of study. In the future, we may be reconstructing ourselves through entanglement and using wormholes as portals to explore once unexplorable parts of the universe. All good things come from compound interest. This includes friendships, relationships, finances, science. All of these things start out slow. When you meet someone new, you initially learn only the outermost layer of them as a person. As a kid, you have little to no money. In science, we have our basic fundamental models. But over time, these things build up, and the returns we reap increase as well. You connect deeper and build stronger relationships with people over time. The money you earn compounds over time to make you more money. The basic fundamental models that we have in science are used to discover new ideas, and those ideas help uncover even more ideas, making exponential progress. And that's why it's important to discuss topics like this. When it comes to teleporting humans and other objects, a question that comes up a lot is, will we have to have access to the other end in order to teleport there? Will we have to somehow reach that place, build a teleporter as a checkpoint of sorts, and continue to leapfrog around to other places, in our case the solar system, and eventually maybe even galaxies? With this, the more places we go, the faster we can exponentially expand. Compound interest. Sure, teleportation seems bizarre and unlikely to happen, but similar words have been said about things that have changed the world in the past century. The Wright brothers, who were pioneers of modern aviation, had their doubts about humans ever traversing the Atlantic Ocean in airplanes or blimps, but yet now we do this each and every single day. People believe that Henry Ford would bankrupt his company by trying to lower the cost of cars in the early 1900s, but look at any parking lot today and you'll see a Ford car sitting there. If you were able to ask anyone from 100 years ago, what would life look like in 2019? Not a single one of them would even come close to being correct. So I'll ask you, what do you think life will look like in 100, 1,000, 10,000 years? People, of course, will doubt any kind of world that seems too good to be true. And that's fine. I'll let history do the talking. I'll see you on the other side.
As the nukes dropped on every major city around the globe, everyone sought shelter, but there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, civilization as we knew it was destroyed. Every server, library, and entity that stored information about who we are, what we did, and how we lived was gone. Only a handful of children worldwide survived, all kept in the deepest bunkers we could find. No adults could make it. Everything about humanity before the blast would be lost entirely in around 5 generations. Sure, there are tales, mysteries, and legends, but no historical record of life before the final World War. There's no way our descendants thousands of years from now can know who we were. The story might sound a little far-fetched, but the reality is, for all we know, this could have happened already. Maybe except for the nuclear part, because no evidence suggests that man-made nuclear weapons existed before Oppenheimer. But the rest of it could be true, because there's so much we don't know about the history of our world and humans. At one point we knew more, until the fire. In 48 BC, the Library of Alexandria, located in Alexandria in what is now Egypt, burned down. Historians estimate that at one point the library held over 500,000 documents from Assyria, Greece, Persia, Egypt, India, and other nations. Sadly, as the pages turned into ashes, the most significant assembly of information about the ancient world disappeared. There are a lot of theories about who started the fire. Julius Caesar is one of the most routinely accused people. He was driving his soldiers into Egypt when an Egyptian fleet in Alexandria cut him off. Legend has it that Caesar's ships were outnumbered, so they set all the ships in the harbor to fire. This fire then spread and destroyed parts of the city, including the library. Another theory blames the fire on one of the Muslim conquerors of Egypt, Caliph Omar. The story goes that the scrolls were burned for fuel for thousands of hot baths in the city. But there's some skepticism about why a Muslim would burn Jewish and Christian texts, since they're also the holy texts in Islam. Most likely it wasn't a dramatic fire that started in the harbor or an attempt to make fuel, but a series of events that happened over time to destroy the library, culminating in a fire. But who burned it isn't the real question we have. What knowledge was in there that we missed out on is a better question. What insights did historians and philosophers have about humanity that we'll never know? These are the more essential questions, questions that we might never truly know the answer to. Beyond the Library of Alexandria, what about all the information never written down in the first place? The reality is that most of human history has been lost to time, and as a result, so many people have come up with their own conclusions about what we were. But before discussing those, there are things we need to know about our past.
Prehistoric humans might not have had tools like we do today, but what they had in abundance was a really good understanding of math and engineering. That's why structures like the Great Pyramid and the Library of Alexandria could exist in the first place.
Humans first appeared about 300,000 years ago while Earth was in the middle of the last ice age. It was a harsh environment to come into existence in. As a result, human populations were tiny and grew slowly. The Stone Age, our most ancient time, lasted until about 3000 BC. This era was marked by the use of tools and, most importantly, saw a transformation of our culture from hunting and gathering to farming and food production. Humans in the Stone Age lived in caves or very simple huts and teepees. They learned to control fire to keep their homes warm, scare away predators, and cook their prey like woolly mammoths, deer, and bison. These early humans were also the first to leave behind art in the form of etched people, animals, and signs on the wall of caves or carved into items. With time, their tools evolved from rough, dull shapes to polished, pointed items that served as spears and arrows, and eventually, they started settling more prominently in villages and began farming. We know this from the appearance of polished hand axes and other tools used to till farmland. As they settled, advancements were made in home construction, poetry, sewing, and weaving. As human civilization expanded, something interesting also happened. Human activity reached a tipping point where hunting and farming began to impact the natural world. The proportion of plants to animals was relatively stable until about 4000 BC. Since then, humans have been affecting our environment at an increasing pace. In 3300 BC came the Bronze Age, which lasted until about 1300 BC. This is where tools really took off. Metal was introduced, which not only led to the production of better tools, but also better weapons. And with better weapons came many different things to fight about: organized government, law, and religion. And this time, humans also started using advanced tools like a potter's wheel and began creating textiles instead of just wearing animal skins to keep themselves warm. And perhaps most famously, this was the beginning of written history. Egyptian hieroglyphs, the first known recordings, appeared. Then we entered the Iron Age from 1300 BC to 900 BC. Humankind had a lot going on. We saw the introduction of heating and forging iron, which led to the mass production of tools and weapons. 4-room homes, some with stables for domesticated animals, showed up. There's also evidence of early city planning, with blocks of houses and water systems running between them. Agriculture, art, and religion all became more sophisticated, and finally, we developed writing systems and written documentation. At the end of the Iron Age, we moved into the early historical period where the documentation of human history pretty much became more widespread. This is basically everything we are sure of about the ancient world, much of which we learned through fossils, but fossils can only tell us so much. How did these people live? What were their daily routines like? What were their favorite foods? Small talk, big dreams? We sadly don't know, and so many people have made theories. What might humans have been like before recorded history started? Much like the Greeks made up myths of powerful gods to explain their daily lives and emotions, people have been developing theories about the history of humankind forever. Theories like the original Eve, a human who birthed, literally or figuratively, the rest of humankind. It could be possible because in the 1980s, DNA sequencing demonstrated that this Eve might have existed as recently as 120,000 years ago. Then skulls found in East Africa provided suggestions about what she might have looked like and where she might have lived. People became obsessed with the idea of this real-life Eve, no longer just a figure from the Bible, but a woman who was the ancestor to us all. This idea made its way into pop culture, grasping people worldwide. And what about the possibility that our distant ancestors were much more advanced than we give them credit for? It's always been assumed that humans in the Upper Paleolithic period from 50,000 to 15,000 BC were bands of foragers, never establishing any sort of tradition or organization within their groups. But recently, evidence of princely burials and grand buildings have appeared. Burials were found across Western Eurasia. They weren't full cemeteries, but isolated graves of individuals or small groups, bodies placed in specific postures and sometimes decorated with ornaments. Similarly, stone temples dating back to this time were discovered in Turkey, some over 5 meters high and weighing about 8 tons. The temples had raised pillars and were linked by stone walls, and each post contained a unique sculpture carved with images of the world ancient humans were living in. Such structures imply the coordinated activity of humans. It takes a lot of communication and teamwork to build something so significant. Perhaps they had leaders and dynasties. The evidence is murky, but who's to say one way or the other? Theories about our ancient ancestors are constantly changing. For instance, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it's almost impossible to know, and the questions don't stop with our human history. What about the history of our planet? What came before us that was never recorded? Could there have been a civilization before humans created the one we live in today? To have civilization, you need a food surplus, which frees up most people to specialize in doing things other than producing food. You need farming, and you also need to require specific minimum population density. or you wouldn't have enough individuals to run this theoretical civilization. Is there any way we can know if something like this existed? Fossils could easily miss an industrial civilization that lasted only 100,000 years, which, for the record, is 500 times longer than our current industrial civilization has been around. Since any ancient civilization would have needed energy and the capacity to exploit fossil fuels and other power sources as we do, scientists can theoretically look for worldwide effects that leave traces of this. Perhaps there would also be naturally occurring evidence like remnants of certain fossil fuels. There could also be non-natural evidence, like a product that compares to our plastic use. And you might think that we haven't found any signs of this, but you would be wrong in that. There's been the discovery of a thermal maximum event that occurred about 55.5 million years ago and lasted for about 100,000 years. We found chemical signals and traces of a warming that looks similar to the chemical signals and traces of our current world. It led to a global temperature rise of 9 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Could this be evidence of a pre-Ice Age industrial society? According to scientists who explored the issue, probably not. But it is important to ask because we'll never discover anything if we don't ask. What did ancient languages sound like as they rolled off people's tongues? What did they do when they encountered others who spoke differently than them? Were they afraid, or did they have a way to translate? What emotions did people have when someone died? Was it the same grief that we have experienced? What about relationships? Did mothers fight with their teenage daughters? Did people long for a sense of romantic love? There's only so much we can gather from skeletal remains and fossils. We'll never know what these societies were like because society is so much more than the remnants it leaves behind after it falls. And that's why an event like the burning of the Library of Alexandria is so poignant. It's a cautionary tale of the danger of the deprioritization of institutions that preserve and share knowledge. The term Alexandria has become shorthand for ignorance winning out. From the French Revolution to the late 20th century, Alexandria is a common term to describe the destruction of libraries and archives that are abandoned and forgotten. So yes, books were burned in Alexandria, but perhaps the actual crime was people not caring enough about their preservation in the first place. Attacks on knowledge can come from violence, like in the Holocaust or China's Cultural Revolution, but it can also come from the apathy towards institutions like we're witnessing today. In Iraq and Mali, Islamic extremists have targeted libraries. In the United Kingdom, more than 800 public libraries have closed over the past decade due to a lack of resources from the government. Now, tech companies are taking control of our archives as we move deeper into the digital era, but there's little regulation around what these powerful companies can do with our knowledge and history. In the end, it's going to be our experiences that tell the story of our world. Do we want to leave it in the hands of a few to decide what stories get kept and which get burned? I expand on this idea in this video. Big Tech is destroying ownership. Click on your screen to watch that next.
Some of them very likely have planets, and therefore I can imagine civilizations immensely beyond the capabilities of our own.
NASA just announced the discovery of 500 new planets. They're all orbiting other stars.
Is it? It's not on Earth, dude. But if there's a thing.
Our place in the universe is relatively quiet. We have an average star orbited by 8 planets, one of which contains us. For every grain of sand on Earth, there's 10,000 stars up in the sky. To be exact, sorta, there's between 10 to the 22 and 10 to the 24 total stars. Let's say that 5% of those stars are like our own sun. That leaves 500 billion sun-like stars. Alright, cool. So let's say that 1 in every 5 of those stars have a planet in the Goldilocks zone, a region around a star that can allow for liquid water, and life as we know it, to exist. That leaves 100 billion Earth-like planets out there. Okay, good. Out of these planets, let's say that 1% of them actually have life show up. Then, every single grain of sand on Earth would then represent an Earth-like exoplanet with potential life. Using this math, there's about 100 billion stars in the Milky Way, meaning that there's over 1 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy alone. If 1% of those planets have life show up, then there's possibly between 100,000 and 1 million civilizations somewhere in our galaxy. SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, has been searching for these signals for decades, but out of all of these possible civilizations, we've heard back from exactly 0. So, where is everybody? The Fermi paradox addresses this exact question. If there's so many stars out there, if there's so many planets that are like Earth, why haven't we found them yet? Or why haven't they found us? Planets are actually really common in the universe. In just the past couple of years, our knowledge of habitable exoplanets, planets like Earth that exist outside of our solar system, have shot up drastically. We're now aware of around 3,800 exoplanets, some of which could possibly harbor life. The TRAPPIST-1 system is thought to have 7 habitable planets orbiting a star about the size of Jupiter. The worlds are rocky, they have water. Earth is just like them. Okay, so if there's all these planets like Earth that could have life, why hasn't at least one other civilization other than our own been detected? Even though we continue to search for life every day, we've been acting like it already exists for decades. For example, when we first went to the moon, the returning astronauts weren't able just to walk around and go to press conferences like they do today, but instead they were locked in quarantine for weeks. Why? Well, it was assumed that if there was life on the moon, not developed life, but bacteria and microbes, then that could pose a serious threat to life back home and potentially wipe us off the face of the Earth. Seriously. It was a serious enough issue and concern that the practice was continued throughout the Apollo program up until Apollo 15, when we realized we were okay. But that doesn't account for humans contaminating other moons or planets. There's quite literally thousands of pounds of junk just lying around on the moon. Although it's unlikely, it is possible that there could be bacteria on those objects that may be able to live under those circumstances, and we may have provided the moon its first life forms. The reason why we send satellites into the atmospheres of planets to burn up after we're done with them is for this exact reason, to prevent us from spreading ourselves places we shouldn't be. As bad as it sounds, every prediction we've ever made about the universe in the past has ended up being wrong in some way or another. There's been about 100 billion people throughout the entirety of humanity's existence. Almost all of them died without knowing what the planets actually were, what the universe is or was. 99% of all species on Earth have died already. Are we gonna be the next one? Hundreds of years ago, we believed in a geocentric theory and thought that everything in the universe revolved around us. We believed the Earth was flat, but today we obviously know these things are the furthest from the truth. So based on our track record, it would be dumb to assume that we're the only life in the universe. Frank Drake thought the same thing. He thought, there's absolutely no way we're alone in the universe. There must be a way to calculate where everyone is, right? And from that simple question, we now have what is known as the Drake equation.
Discovery Houston, 20 seconds to LOS. Roger, 0G, I feel fine. Capsule is turning around.
The Drake equation breaks down all the necessary steps and requirements for a civilization to exist and thrive on a galactic level, allowing for us to detect them. It breaks down the search step by step, and at the end, we're left with the number of civilizations out there, waiting to be found. This is the Drake equation. In a single line, 7 variables, when multiplied together, give us a way of measuring how many possible civilizations could exist in our galaxy at this very instant. It's an actual way of calculating what we did at the start of the video, and there's terms for each step. It's a little daunting, but I'll break it down. N is the number of civilizations in our galaxy that we have a chance of talking to. This is what we're trying to figure out. Our star is the average rate of star formation in our galaxy. Now we don't know the exact number of stars that form every year, but we do know the amount of solar masses that form every year. It's about 3. So every year, about 3 average-sized stars form. Luckily, our sun is a pretty average star, so it's a good way to view it. It could be one huge star or 10 smaller stars. We don't know for sure, but this term in the equation is the one that we're the most certain of. F sub p is the fraction of those stars that have planets. This number isn't certain, but some people have estimated that it's somewhere between 10 and 50%. Not super accurate, but it's a start. N sub e is the average number of planets that could potentially support life. So first we find the stars, second we find the planets, third we find the planets out of those that could support life. As I said at the start of the video, about 1 in every 5 stars have a planet in the habitable zone, so this is pretty certain as well. F sub L is where things start to get a little bit messy. F sub L is the fraction of planets that actually develop life at some point. Our data on life is really, really small, and by really small I mean us. We have 1 planet's worth of information on life out of the billions of planets out there in the sky. We're just going off the data that we have, but what if extraterrestrial life doesn't function even close to the way that we do? It's possible, and I think quite likely, that life beyond Earth doesn't always need water or oxygen or sunlight at all. They don't have to function the way humans do. There's trillions of planets in the universe with trillions of different living conditions, so it's only fair to assume that there's possibly trillions of circumstances that allow alien beings to survive. So F sub L is hard to determine. F sub I is the fraction of planets with life that can actually form civilizations like we have. Again, our data is limited to us and only us. Something I really think about a lot is, if we live on such an average planet in an average galaxy around an average star, how did we get so lucky to be the only life to exist? If everything else around us is average, why did the anomaly known as life pop up here? Or maybe life in general isn't an anomaly, but just intelligent life is. Life that is able to ask the kind of questions like, are we alone? Out of all the species on Earth, us humans are the only ones who have developed a language. Alien methods of communication might not even be imaginable by us. They might not even have language or gather information visually or through the senses that we have, or even have any way of conveying things to species other than its own. It's like humans trying to understand and speak whale. I don't know how to, and I don't know anyone else that does. The same logic may apply to extraterrestrial beings and how they communicate. How many other life forms on Earth actually have verbal means of communication other than us? When we discover ancient languages, we have ways to decipher them. We have ways to make connections to other languages, we know how sentences are structured in various ways. With alien languages, there's nothing to refer to. We can refer to our own languages, sure, but cross-referencing entire civilizations on opposite ends of the galaxy with our own human language seems counterintuitive. F sub C is the fraction of civilizations that develop technology that can be detected. We, again, are the only examples of this. Let's say the Earth was created 1 year ago. Humans would then only be about 10 minutes old. The Industrial Revolution would have happened only 2 seconds ago. For the majority of human history, we have had literally 0 ways to even consider contacting alien life. It's a very, very recent thing. We've been broadcasting radio waves into space for the past 100 years, but humanity has been around for as long as 1 million years. Out of our entire existence, only 0.0001% of that time have we even been able to conceivably contact aliens. Also keep in mind, radio waves are the only way that we've tried so far. In 100 or 200 years, we may find another way of contacting extraterrestrial life that could work millions of times better than radio waves. This could also be a reason why we haven't heard anything back. It would be like trying to talk to someone across the world via carrier pigeon while everyone else is using the internet. You would just look stupid. See, we expect all civilizations to be using the same kind of technology that we do. The only problem is we're either A, the first to get technology of our scale, or B, we've fallen behind and everyone else ahead of us is only getting more and more advanced. However, if they are able to detect our radio waves, they may have already found them.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
See, the last term in the Drake equation is L. It tells us how long a civilization lasts. It represents how long we have to be found before it's too late. Extraterrestrial civilizations may send out signals for a long time until they stop, or destroy themselves, or find a better way to live, a life in a simulation perhaps. The longer L is, the more advanced the civilization becomes. The Kardashev scale comes in handy here. I made an entire video on this topic, it's really bad, but I'll explain the important parts here. First, a civilization needs to find a way to take over its planet. This is called a Type 1 civilization. We are on our way there, we're at about 0.72 at the moment. A Type 2 civilization is capable of harnessing the power of its entire host star. See, the further away you are from a star, the less energy you get from it. Earth only gets maybe 1/1000% of the sun's energy at any moment. Many structures have been proposed to somehow harness the sun's energy, but we won't be there for a very, very long time. The third stage for a civilization is, you guessed it, a Type 3 civilization. This civilization has conquered the galaxy and has access to any and every planet. But from our knowledge, there isn't even one of those civilizations out there that are detectable, and that doesn't make sense. See, the universe is 13.8 billion years old. Earth has only been around for maybe a third of that. There's been at least 5 billion years prior to Earth coming into existence that could allow for civilizations to have risen and also fallen. But yet, we see nothing. If you could build a device, a huge ship, that could travel at 10% the speed of light, you could cross the galaxy in 600,000 years. I know, it sounds like a long time, but in comparison to the Milky Way's at least 10 billion year old age, 600,000 years is literally nothing. All it takes is for one species to do this, and they could cover the entire galaxy. So if it's that easy, why haven't we seen it yet? Well, it might be a good thing, because that would mean that the Great Filter is in front of us. There may be other life in the universe, but there's barriers that we all have to overcome. The Great Filter theory helps explain this very well. Imagine that there's 1 million civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy, but not all of them can thrive to the point that they take over the galaxy. There's barriers in the way. These barriers are things that new life forms and civilizations must overcome. The first barrier might be multicellular life, and maybe that's an easy barrier to cross. Okay, next barrier. The ability to have thoughts and a consciousness. Next, maybe we have to understand basic technology. Okay, that's fine, we're good at that. Next, discover time travel. Okay, not so easy. We're kinda stuck. See, there's things that prevent us from progressing, moving forward and becoming a galactic civilization, but we don't know what those things are. There's hundreds of billions of planets in the Milky Way, but when we look for other life, there's nothing. Where's it all at? Well, the Great Filter theory shows that there's certain steps that the species must get past in order to take over their planet, solar system, galaxy, and so on, just like the Kardashev scale suggests. One, or perhaps multiple of these filters are extremely hard, or maybe impossible to get past. The question is, have we already gotten past that barrier, or does it lie in front of us? If it's behind us, then good. We've passed a nearly impossible step in building a civilization, and we may be one of, or even the first advanced civilization in the universe. If it's ahead of us, then we have our work cut out for us. For the majority of human history, the planet's fate was up to events that humans couldn't control. For example, large asteroids that wiped the planet of its inhabitants. But today, actually only in the past 80 years, we've developed technology capable of ending human civilization at a moment's notice. We're working on AGI that will then lead to superintelligent AI. These could be some of the barriers we must get past, and it may be where many civilizations fail. If we find an advanced civilization that has died in the process of advancing, then the Great Filter is in front of us, and this isn't good. The Great Filter is a challenge that wipes out almost every species that encounters it. It's not just one that kills off 99% of a population. That would give them a chance to regrow and reconquer that barrier. This would kill 100% of every civilization that has ever existed, and leave no chance for repairs. As with many other things that people believe to be stronger than them, things like superintelligent AI or aliens, many people tend to fear them. Historically, whenever a stronger species or civilization, or, for the future's sake, technology arose, it almost always resulted in the weaker party being wiped out. For example, humans and Neanderthals, or more recently, the discovery of North America. Perhaps this is only human nature, but based off of what we know from the past, first contact with aliens might be the most dangerous thing humanity has ever faced. A really important question arises here. If we do hear from or detect another civilization, should we let them know that we heard it? The futurist half of me says yes, of course, but the other half of me says maybe not. This could be exactly what alien civilizations are doing right now. It's possible that they have detected us already, but instead of responding, they're observing and patiently waiting. Advanced alien species may just be observing us to see how we progress. Consider us a science experiment, but on a potentially galactic scale. I touched on this in my AI video, but I'll bring it up again here. When you're building or observing something or someone who could be multiple times more powerful than you are, you need to be careful. You want to observe and keep a close eye on how it progresses. AI could help us colonize the galaxy and meet other life forms, but it could also cause the extinction of our species. What happens if superintelligent AI sees extraterrestrial life as a threat and makes attempts to take it out? It'll probably fail, and that is one of the worst scenarios for us. One of our own creations, perhaps our best creation, is the cause for the extinction of our species. But with the case of AI that we're developing on our own planet, if it gets too powerful, we'd just shut it off, right? Type 3 civilizations may be doing the same thing with us. They may be observing us to see how other life in the universe becomes powerful, and if we eventually get to that tipping point, whatever it may be, they may decide to put an end to their experiment. It sounds insane, but we do that here on Earth. There are parts of Earth that we could inhabit, but we don't just because it isn't convenient for us. Prime example, Antarctica. It's an entire continent that we don't colonize because it isn't convenient. It's frozen and just not super suitable for life. This could be how alien civilizations view Earth. They may have found us, realized that we aren't special at all, and moved on. For all we know, we may have already been visited by aliens, just not recently. With all the time before Earth's formation that may have allowed civilizations to form, there's a chance that one or maybe multiple of those civilizations have stumbled upon Earth during its infancy, when there was no life to be found. Modern humans have only been around for maybe 50,000 to 100,000 years. 100,000 years out of 4.5 billion is practically nothing. In an entire galaxy, there's bound to be places that just aren't worth colonizing. Why waste time and resources on colonizing a planet that won't benefit you in any way? Aliens wouldn't come to Earth without a reason, whether it's good or bad. Drake's equation is just that, an equation. The terms, mostly the last four, are educated guesses at best. That's all you can really do when trying to answer a question of this magnitude. There could be many, many more civilizations than we think. Or maybe we're the only one. If any of the values in Drake's equation end up being 0, that's it. We're alone. There's been many calculations made with the Drake equation, and it all comes down to how pessimistic or optimistic you are about the future. There have been calculations as high as a couple million civilizations in our galaxy, and there have been calculations that say we're alone. And at the moment, they both hold value. Enrico Fermi did ask one of the most important questions humans have ever asked, but at the same time, Fermi was also a pioneer in the creation of nuclear weapons. The species that could inhabit the entire galaxy is also the same species that stands capable of almost completely wiping itself out at a moment's notice. We search every day for signals from other civilizations. We look for techno-signatures, signs of engineering, of things that just don't commonly appear in nature, like city lights from space. We search for those in other corners of the galaxy. We study biosignatures in the atmospheres of exoplanets to find elements that may show that life could exist. We sent out radio waves hoping to find aliens. In 1974, Frank Drake himself sent out the Arecibo message to the M13 star cluster. It's a string of information describing humanity in hopes that someone, or something, would find it. We send out satellites such as the Voyager crafts, with specific instructions of who we are, what we are, and where we are. We're doing all we can to find alien life, while also giving them all the information they need to find us. We want so badly not to be the only ones in the universe that we don't even consider the possible consequences of us not being alone. Are we done, or are we just getting started? I guess the better question is, are we closer to the beginning or the end of human existence? There's only a finite amount of space on Earth for life, and there's only one place we can go. Either way, the clock is ticking down. Time is against us, and I don't want to be around to see what happens when that clock hits 0. Powers of 10 are pretty cool. They're actually pretty powerful if you know what I'm saying. But what is a power of 10? In math, a power of 10 is any integer power of the number 10. Basically 10 multiplied by itself a certain number of times. Any number of times. For example, 10 to the power of 1 is just 10. 10 squared is 100. 10 cubed is 1000. You get the idea. The powers of 10 help us compare the relative size of things. Here, n represents any number you want. It's called the order of magnitude. A positive order of magnitude will make x bigger, while a negative number will make x smaller. The effect of adding one extra 0 to the beginning or end of any number may seem irrelevant. But what happens if we take these numbers to the extremes? What might these numbers represent? Believe it or not, the powers of 10 actually put our universe into perspective quite nicely. Let's start with the really small powers of 10. At 10 to the negative 35 meters, we come to what is known as the Planck length. Planck length is the smallest measurable distance in the entire universe. Much like at the center of a black hole, at a scale this tiny, the laws of physics break down and cease to be valid. The amount of time it takes a photon of light to travel one Planck length is known as the Planck time, and is equal to 10 to the negative 43 seconds. Meaning that this is the shortest measurable time possible. Any time shorter than this physically has no meaning at all. This is why, at the moment, scientists can only say that the universe came into being after it was already 10 to the negative 43 seconds old. Getting larger at 10 to the negative 18 meters, we reach quarks. These are the subatomic particles that compose protons and neutrons. 10 to the negative 7 meters, we reach the smallest forms of life, single-celled organisms. At 1/10 of a meter, you'll find things that you can see, like eggs, birds, and toilet paper. At 1 meter, we have everyday life, humans, dogs. Blue whales come in at a solid 30 meters. Next, we come across the meaning of life, or 42, whatever you decide it is. At 270 meters, we reach the length of the Titanic. Triple that, and we get the population of Vatican City, the smallest country in the world. It's kind of funny because Central Park in New York City is actually 4 kilometers long, and is 8 times larger than Vatican City, which is an entire country. Clocking in at 11,000 meters is Phobos, Mars' largest moon. Fun fact, one day it's going to crash into Mars, so if we're going to colonize it, we should probably find a way to deal with it. With an order of magnitude of 5, we have Hydra, one of Pluto's moons. Even though it's a moon, it's only 100 kilometers across. The state of West Virginia in the United States is actually 4 times as large. There's also about 10 to the 5 hairs on the average human head. At 2,300 kilometers in diameter, we have everyone's favorite planet, Pluto. Oh, wait. Anyway, moving on, with an order of magnitude of 7, we have Earth. At 12,700 kilometers, at a diameter of 200,000 kilometers, we have Proxima Centauri, the closest star to our Sun. It's also home to Proxima b, an exoplanet with features much like Earth. If there were to be a manned mission to any other star system's planets, Proxima b would probably be the first choice. With an order of magnitude of 9, the Sun clocks in at about 1.4 million kilometers wide. It accounts for more than 99.8% of the mass in our solar system. At 10 powers of 10, we come across the orbits of Mercury, Venus, and Earth, ranging from 36 billion kilometers from the Sun all the way to 93 million kilometers. Although these orbits seem pretty big, they're dwarfed by one of the most luminous stars in the sky, the Pistol Star. At 470 million kilometers wide, it radiates as much energy in 20 seconds as our Sun does in one whole year. But the Pistol Star is nothing when compared to the largest star ever discovered, UY Scuti. It is over 2 billion kilometers wide, and if it were to replace our Sun, it would completely swallow the planets of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. At 26 billion kilometers, we reach what is known as a light day. It is exactly how far light travels in 24 hours. This distance is currently farther than any human or space probe has ever traveled. At 10 to the 14 meters away from Earth, our solar system appears only as a small point of light in the sky, just like every other star that we see in the night sky. 10 to the 15 meters, we have the Cat's Eye Nebula, one of the most complex nebulae ever discovered. The entire nebula is nearly half a light year in diameter. At 2 light years away from Earth, we reach the Oort cloud, a region of space filled with water and methane ice. At this far distance, the Sun's gravity no longer has an effect on objects past this point. Other stars are stronger. At 10 to the 17 meters, we have a familiar sight, the Pillars of Creation. Each pillar is over 5 light years long, that's about 48 trillion kilometers each. Everyone has seen these before. However, they won't last forever. They're actually already gone. The Pillars of Creation are located at about 7,000 light years from Earth, but about 6,000 years ago, they were destroyed by a nearby supernova, meaning that in 1,000 years, they'll fade away from our view and disappear into the darkness of space. Skipping forward to 10 to the 21 meters away from Earth, we can finally see the Milky Way galaxy in its entirety. Every star in the night sky that you can see lies within our galaxy. However, at 10 to the 22 meters, we reach the distance to our nearest neighboring galaxy, Andromeda. You can actually see Andromeda in the night sky with a simple pair of binoculars or normal telescope. 10 to the 23 meters, we reach what is known as the Local Group. Its name pretty much tells you what it is. It's the local group of galaxies that are near the Milky Way. We're actually the second largest just behind Andromeda. The Local Group is a part of the Virgo Cluster, a group of galaxies just like the Local Group, except much larger. The Virgo Cluster contains about 1,500 galaxies and is over 15 million light years long. At 10 to the 24 meters away from Earth, we come across the anomaly known as the Great Attractor. See, objects with a lot of mass have a stronger gravitational pull. That's why planets have moons and you don't. They're a lot more massive than you are. However, the Great Attractor is a bit different. It's pulling clusters of galaxies towards it, but we can't observe or see what it is. It's an object with a mass tens of thousands of times larger than the Milky Way's, but we don't even know what it is. At 10 billion light years from Earth, we come across the largest known object in the universe, the Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall. It's a bit of a mouthful, but rightfully so. Why? Because it physically should not exist. It is 10 billion light years long, 7 billion light years wide, and nearly 1 billion light years deep. This means that light would take 10 billion years to cross the entire wall only once. To put it into perspective, the universe is only 13.8 billion years old. In the time that Earth has been a planet, about 4.5 billion years, the light that has left one end of the Great Wall hasn't even made it halfway to the other side yet. The structure is so big, it breaks laws of physics. There's something in the world of science known as the cosmological principle. To put it simply, it says, no matter where you are in the universe, if you look in any direction, you should see an even distribution of matter. This, in turn, creates a limit for the sizes of objects. It's about 1.2 billion light years, meaning that this structure is 8 times the supposed limit of the largest object possible. This is as far as we can go and most likely will ever be able to. And thus, our journey ends. Just 27 steps ago, we were back at Earth, back at life as we know it. But the most amazing thing to me is that we traveled to the outer limits of our universe as we know it, reaching the largest structures known in the entire universe, and it only took us 27 steps. 27 orders of magnitude. But in order to travel to the tiniest limits known to man, at the Planck length, we have to take 35 steps backwards from the human level. This means that we are 8 orders of magnitude, or about 100 million times larger compared to the smallest thing there is, than the universe is compared to us. And that, I find, is the most interesting thing of them all.
Liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself, James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
On December 25th, 2021, NASA launched the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope. Hubble has provided and continues to provide us with some of the most magical pictures of our universe, but the JWST is projected to be 100 times more powerful than Hubble. Built over 30 years, the JSWT is designed to capture more light and detail than Hubble ever could. This will let astronomers gather more information and allow them to dig deeper into the history of the universe than ever before. About 6 months after its launch, the JWST delivered the most detailed image of the universe ever taken. Known as Webb's first deep field, the image isn't just star-studded, it's galaxy-studded. In this image you see galaxies that span an enormous distance and maybe an even greater duration of time. The distances we're dealing with here are so large that it would take millions, maybe billions of years to travel to them even at the speed of light. When we look at these images, we're looking into the past. This pale red dot, for example, is a galaxy that appeared 13.1 billion years ago. We know this because that's how long it has taken the light from it to reach us. But for all of its size, do you know how much of the night sky that everything in this entire image would cover? Just about the width of a grain of sand held at arm's length. There are hundreds of billions of other galaxies in the observable universe, and some scientists even put that number in the trillions. These galaxies, in turn, have hundreds of billions of star systems, much like our own, and these star systems have planets orbiting around them. What are the chances that there wouldn't be another planet with life in some faraway galaxy? What are the chances that in this incredible vastness of space, we're all alone? You see, no matter how difficult it is for life to exist, and no matter how rare it is, the universe is so big that there should be millions, if not billions, of planets able to support life. You can define whatever requirements you want for life: temperature, distance from a star, number of moons, presence of water, number of asteroid impacts, and so on. Purely by chance, there should be many planets with life on them, and surely some of that life would be intelligent enough to reach out to us, right? It's not like the laws of physics, chemistry, or biology are exclusive to Earth. They're not. But if there is life on other planets, if there's nothing special about Earth, where's everybody else? Where are all the aliens? Enrico Fermi asked this question in a lunchtime conversation with his colleagues in 1950. Fermi was a Nobel Prize-winning physicist considering the existence of spacefaring civilizations. Truth be told, humans haven't been around for that long, and if in our short existence on this planet, we've considered branching out to Mars or some other world, it's reasonable that another civilization might have thought the same thing. If a civilization has been around long enough and is sufficiently technologically advanced, it should try to branch out to other planets in search of resources. At the very least, it should try to reach out to them to communicate. That hypothesis, though, stands in contrast to reality, which has given us no evidence for life other than our own on this planet. The Great Silence, as it's called, persists today. The mismatch between our intuition that the universe should be teeming with life
and its apparent emptiness is known as the Fermi paradox. So where are the aliens?
Just this morning, jet fighters raced aloft over Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at Dayton, Ohio, to intercept a reported saucer. Returning pilots swore that it was a light that could not have been a reflection and that it evaded them at a very high rate of speed.
Well, even though we've always been fascinated with aliens, we haven't officially been looking for them for very long. SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is the most famous organization actively looking out for alien life in the universe, and it only formally began in the late 1950s. Some of its significant efforts include sending radio signals to outer space and listening for ones that may be sent our way. Of course, this only covers intentional signals. SETI is one of the first organizations to intentionally send radio waves, but our technologies have been emitting radio waves through space-time ever since they were invented. This includes everything from mobile phones, televisions, FM/AM radios, and even the earliest radio transmissions in the late 1800s. For all we know, our alien counterparts are laughing over Charlie Chaplin movies right now, but if you think about it, our radio signals may not have even reached potential intelligent life yet. As we mentioned at the start of the video, the distances we're dealing with in space are pretty literally out of this world. Even if we consider the oldest transmissions from over 100 years ago, when radio waves were first sent out, they would have only traveled a tiny portion of space. If today, at this very moment, our earliest signals were to reach our so-called galactic neighbors, and they were so intelligent and capable that they recognized our existence and decided to reach out immediately, it would take another 100 years for the reply to reach Earth. Barring a breakthrough in physics that allows them to break the speed of light, before we ever know if our earliest attempts to reach out were successful, most of us would be faded memories. What if life exists not 100 light years away, but 50 or even 20 light years away? Well, in that case, aliens would have had enough time to receive and reply to our signals by now. So why haven't they? One answer would be that aliens simply don't exist, which, let's be honest, is rather boring, so let's assume they do exist. The logical question would be then, why haven't they reached out to us? To answer this question, we need to place alien civilizations into 3 advancement categories: less advanced than us, equally advanced, or more advanced. If they're less advanced than us, it's likely that they simply don't have the technology to reach out to us. It's also important to know what signs to look out for. For 2 billion years after life started to evolve, it would be unobservable if another civilization were to look out for the same things we're looking for right now. Then there's the possibility that they're equally advanced as we are, and if that's the case, they might be paranoid about contacting us because they're uncertain about what they're dealing with. And this is in line with what Stephen Hawking said. That reaching out to alien life would be a big mistake, because they might come for our resources and our planet, they might carry pathogens we can't fight off, they might have colonial intentions, the list goes on. Given how we've treated other human beings because of differences we created in our own minds, it's fair to say that it would be a mistake to assume that an extraterrestrial species would greet us with kindness. The third possibility is that the aliens possess far superior intelligence. Humans are no longer attractive to them. It might be a difficult pill to swallow, considering how human-centric we are, but hear me out. If the universe is teeming with life, if there's nothing special about us, then there's not much point in them reaching out to us, much less spending precious resources visiting us. Colonial intentions would likely be less important to a civilization that can, for example, harvest the power of stars. We'd be like the ants of the universe. To most people, ants might be interesting when they first see them, and they can be intriguing. But then interest subsides and we walk past millions of ants every day without paying any attention to them. Sure, some biologists might still be interested, but most of us simply ignore them. We could apply a similar line of reasoning to a superior alien civilization. The exact reason a nearby alien civilization might exist, namely the abundance of life, is also why we haven't felt their presence. On a more cynical note, they might not have visited us yet because they prefer an ambush rather than a hello. The dark forest hypothesis states that the universe is full of cunning civilizations that would rather forego the risk of contacting anyone else and observe from the darkness. Whether to reach out is up to them, but as this hypothesis suggests, just because we haven't been contacted doesn't imply nobody is listening. Of course, this is assuming they haven't already visited us. On July 26, 2023, David Grush, a former intelligence officer, testified under oath that non-human biologics were recovered by a highly secretive UFO recovery program run by the US government. Now I know, we've had many so-called sightings of alien spacecraft and a lot of grainy video footage to go along with it, but this is the first time someone whose credentials have been verified has gone under oath and said things that could easily land him in jail if proven false. Skepticism is needed. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Nevertheless, even if David's claims are real, there's still a general lack of evidence. If one alien spacecraft can reach Earth, so can hundreds or thousands more. If they visited us once, there's no reason to believe they won't do so again. At a civilization level, a government cover-up can only go so far, especially when there's a strong likelihood that a civilization reaching out to us would be far more advanced than us. Having said that though, we come back to our starting point. Where are the aliens, and if they're so common, why haven't we been bombarded with visits? Well, one of the more widely accepted theories is that of the Great Filter. It's a hurdle in the evolution of a civilization that typically leads to its extinction. It could be anything: an asteroid impact, a massive volcanic eruption, an incurable virus, runaway artificial intelligence, self-destruction, the list goes on. The idea is that most civilizations that go through the Great Filter fail, and are inevitably destroyed. If that's what's happened so far in the universe, that would explain the Great Silence. Our civilization alone may have passed this intergalactic test, thus we exist when others don't. But that's only half the story. You see, the scenarios I spoke of only make sense if you assume we've already passed the Great Filter. What if we haven't? What if the Great Filter isn't behind us but waiting for us in the years ahead? Maybe we exist not because we've passed the Great Filter, but because we've yet to go through it. Asteroid impacts have happened in the past, but could also hit us in the future. Nuclear annihilation is only a button or two away. We've seen some devastating viruses take their toll, and runaway intelligence, well, we're on our way. The Great Filter could be any of these things, or it could be none. It could be something else entirely, something our human-centered minds cannot even imagine. Part of the intrigue with alien life involves answering one question, and it's, how special are we? Almost everything about the Fermi paradox is a projection of that. The things we look for, how we look for them, how we expect them to behave. It's a self-centered, egotistical pursuit that is, ironically, very human. But this human-centered curiosity might end up costing our civilization dearly. As Stephen Hawking said, maybe seeking out extraterrestrial life is a terrible idea. For all we know, the Great Filter is just that, our curiosity. Maybe it's the courage to ask, where are all the aliens? Maybe we shouldn't know. We could be dealing with something genuinely otherworldly in the vast unknown of space. Who dares wins. Not this galactic race, we don't. Maybe the Great Filter is not a catastrophe that will happen to us. Maybe it's one we seek. Hopefully the James Webb Space Telescope has some answers, or at least newer questions for us. Watch the video on your screen to understand why the JSWT is so important.
In 1970, a British mathematician named John Conway created a project known as the Game of Life. Even though it's a game, it isn't one that you necessarily play. The Game of Life is a 0-player game, which doesn't make much sense when you hear it. The way it works is you put in a set of initial conditions and then observe. That's it. Once you put the initial conditions in, the game runs itself. Other than the small set of rules that the simulation follows, it runs on almost nothing. Some patterns only run for a few generations before they die out, while others seemingly go on forever. And this got me thinking, if a simulation as small as this, with very little variables, can result in something huge, what if we scale this up to, say, the size of a universe? A simulation that's more than just dots on a screen, but a simulation with galaxies, planets, and life. More importantly, if that is possible, how do we know that we aren't living in one of those simulations right now? At first, the argument for our universe being a simulation just sounds like complete nonsense. But when you actually take a look into it, it seems to become more and more plausible. How do you observe things? Well, you see them, or smell them, or observe them with any of your senses. This is your subjective reality, a reality based on a subject, you. You are alone in your own head. Everything that you observe or interact with ends its journey with neurons firing in your brain in a certain way to create your view of the world. With this being said, can you prove that there is an objective reality? That is, a reality that exists independently of our knowledge of it. A sort of overarching reality that encompasses all of our subjective realities. It exists without our observation of it. That sounds kinda confusing though. You can't know that an objective reality exists without someone or something to observe it. For example, if I went outside and stated that it was freezing, and you went outside and stated that it was scorching hot, that is where our subjective realities come into play. From this, it seems that two different minds, two different people, can observe a single object in multiple ways. In an objective reality, it would just be either freezing or just scorching, regardless of either one of our observations. In an objective reality, in order to prove something exists, you would have to observe it without observing it, which is an obvious contradiction. This kinda begs the question, can you prove that anything outside of your own mind is actually real? Babies aren't exactly the smartest things in the world, but they do give us a good insight into how we learn, how our minds develop, and how we become aware of the world around us. If you look outside your window, you might see a tree, or another house, or maybe your car in the driveway. But you don't need to physically look out there to know that those things exist. This is known as object permanence. It is the knowledge that objects exist even when we aren't perceiving them in any way. However, we aren't born with this skill. It's something that is developed over time. I'm sure you've seen or even played peekaboo with a baby before. When you cover your face, babies less than about a year old will believe that you disappeared into thin air. But when you take your hands away, you're back into their reality. The knowledge that things exist even when you can't observe them isn't learned until about 1.5 to 2 years into life. But is that actually true? This goes back to your subjective reality. Sure, after a while you might learn that some things seem to exist when we aren't observing them, but how can you be certain? At the end of the day, it is just your subjective reality. It's due to your consciousness that you can even observe anything. Take this for example. When you look at your computer or phone or television or whatever device you're watching this on, you know that all of those things are composed of atoms. But you can't really see them, can you? It's not until we take a device such as a microscope to observe them that we can actually see these atoms that make up everything. We can't see them until they're observed closely. So if this is true, this can make simulating a universe 1,000,000 times easier. Simulating an entire universe with billions of galaxies over billions of light years would take up a lot of computing power and would really just be a waste. All a post-human species would have to do is just simulate the consciousness of its subjects. Or maybe even subject. Is there any way to prove that anyone you talk to on a daily basis isn't just another function of code in the simulation? All the simulation has to do is just trick you into believing the world around you is real. When you play video games, you'll notice that things don't render in completely when you aren't looking at them. It's a waste of power and energy. Since video games are basically simulations of our own, why wouldn't a simulated universe follow a similar strategy? It's a very arrogant statement coming from a human, but hear me out. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's a pretty popular psychological question, and it fits really well here. In a simulated universe, if no one is around or conscious of that even taking place, there's no reason for it to make a sound, or for the tree to even fall in the first place. If we stumbled upon that tree later on, it would just be lying on the ground to give the illusion that it fell. If we aren't observing galaxies in the Hubble Deep Field, what's the point of them existing in the simulation at all times? It could be possible that just bits and pieces of what we call the universe exist and are observed at a single time. If we look back at where technology was 100 years ago and compare it to now, you can see an obvious difference. If technology continues to advance at any rate that's greater than 0, then it is possible that in the future, whether it be 100 or 1,000,000 years, that we will eventually have technology with near unlimited computing power. But all I keep talking about is power and energy. How would a civilization even get this kind of power? Remember those creepy Russian dolls that when you open them up, there's another doll inside, and then another and another? There's a concept that's basically that, but on a stellar scale. Take our sun, for example. It's really big and really hot, and it radiates a ton of energy. If we could somehow harness all of that energy, we could use it to simulate millions of universes simultaneously. But how are we supposed to gather all that energy? Using a little something called Matryoshka brains. If an advanced civilization was able to build a megastructure encompassing the sun in multiple layers, just like the dolls, they would have all of the sun's energy at their disposal. A civilization capable of this could most likely do this with multiple stars, and thus will be able to simulate as many universes as they'd like. We can run simulations on our own computers that project our universe on a large scale. The Illustrious project does this very well. Just like the game of life, the project is much like a zero-player game. The scientists who created the project gave it certain properties that match our universe near the beginning and then just let it run. It's able to project our universe on a large scale very accurately, actually. And that's just with the computing power we have today. In the future, simulations like these will get more and more accurate until eventually, it may even be realistic. However, it cannot be perfect. When we observe atoms and attempt to view electrons or other particles, we cannot know both the position and momentum of these particles with 100% certainty. This is called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. There's a limit to what we can know about the mass, energy, position, and time of a particle, meaning that in any simulation, there is no way to accurately represent everything exactly as it was. You can never truly have a perfect simulation of reality. It will always be slightly slower than the actual reality itself, even with an infinite amount of computational power at your disposal. In order to combat this, limits have to be put in place. Tricks and sleight of hand have to be used. A good example is this. If you have an old computer and try to run the newest games on it with 20 Google Chrome tabs open while also listening to music, you'll see an obvious decline in your computer's performance. The old computer doesn't have the computing power necessary to handle all of that strain, so it slows down. Now, think of black holes. When you're around that much matter in one place, that much information in one spot, time literally slows down. It's as if whoever created the simulation slowed down parts of the simulation to keep the energy required low. Could this be an explanation for the speed of light? Could this be the speed of computation of whatever simulation we may be in? There's no way to tell, and all of this is theoretical, and to be honest, insane. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't think about it. It could actually help answer some of the most sought out questions we ask. For example, the Fermi paradox. When we look out into the universe, we don't see any other signs of life. Are we really alone? Are we just a glitch in the simulation, or are we just not looking hard enough? Take the creatures that exist at the bottom of our oceans. Are they aware that we humans even exist? Are they aware of anything outside of their immediate vicinity? Do they know that they're living on a big rock floating around a hot ball of gas orbiting some big black hole of death in the center of the galaxy that sucks anything and everything in? Probably not. What if we're just like those creatures, but the furthest that we can observe or are aware of is what we call the observable universe? Perhaps the universe cannot exist without conscious minds to observe it. The idea of simulated universes could also explain the multiverse theory. The idea of a multiverse is just that, multiple universes, or perhaps infinite universes. In many situations, when there's a high chance of someone getting killed or someone has a near-death experience, they are reported to have said that their life flashed before their eyes. Their most special moments and memories from their life all comes rushing back to them in an instant. Researchers from Hadassah University in Jerusalem analyzed multiple cases of people who experienced these near-death experiences. In almost all of these cases, those being interviewed stated that they had lost all sense of time. One of them wrote, "There is not a linear progression, there is a lack of time limits. It was like being there for centuries. It happened all at once, or some experiences within my near-death experience were going on at the same time as others, though my human mind separates them into different events." Another respondent stated, "I could individually go into each person and feel the pain that they had in their life. I was allowed to see that part of them and feel for myself what they felt. When people experienced these things, it was as if they were living another life. They experienced things they never felt before. It was as if they stepped foot into an alternate reality. The idea of time didn't exist for a short while, and they were able to analyze things that no other living person could do. When you're talking with a friend and have that weird deja vu feeling that you've had the same conversation before, or that you've experienced exactly what they're feeling without actually having been through it, perhaps you in another universe or another simulation actually had that same thing happen to you. The illusion of free will allows us to live our lives in any way we see fit. But what if every single decision that you've ever made has been pre-programmed into the simulation that we could exist in? Every decision you make branches you off into a parallel universe, a parallel simulation, where every choice that you have ever made has led you to this exact very moment. At home, on your phone, watching this very video. Current technology already greatly surpasses human performance and speed. That's why many big companies like Tesla use robots and other machines to do jobs that humans can't do as effectively. Biological neurons, those are the neurons that fire in your brain every second of the day, operate at a peak speed of about 200 Hz, whereas modern microprocessors operate at least 2 GHz, a whole 7 orders of magnitude faster. Even with modern technology, a super intelligent AI, for example, a human mind that runs on hardware faster than the brain, could make decisions millions of times faster than current humans would. It would be able to think of every outcome and pick from the best ones. However, we are not super intelligent AI. There is a limit to what the human brain can do, can observe. We have, though, made some very important discoveries that keep us asking questions. Most importantly, math. Math seems universal. There are numbers and patterns in things from the size of atoms to things the size of galaxies. Discoveries that we humans have made in only the past couple thousand years have allowed us to ask crazy questions like, are we living in a simulation? If we were to put every single one of the possible billions of simulations into a hat, jumbled them around and picked one out, what are the chances that we will grab the original one? The one who made all the simulations in the first place? What are the chances that the Earth we're living on even exists? Perhaps an advanced alien species came upon our dead planet after billions of years and found traces of our DNA, traces of our existence, and then made a simulation out of that to learn about the history of the barren wasteland of a planet they had just stumbled upon. If that's the case, then hello. We can never know for sure. All we can do is observe and hope that our game of life is one that we can win. Earth and civilization as we know it has come a long way in the past 200,000 years and has experienced a multitude of changes in that time. The human species has only existed for a mere 0.0015% of the immense 13.7 billion year age of the universe. However, humanity has conquered some of the most daunting tasks in that time period. We have come from hunting and gathering in the fields of Africa to colonizing the entire planet in a time period that is relatively a blink of an eye on the cosmic level. Some of the greatest minds to ever exist have helped push modern civilization forward and achieve goals that were once thought to be impossible. In just the past 150 years, we have gone from being stuck to the Earth's soil to landing on our closest cosmic neighbor, the Moon. Humanity's success is nothing short of spectacular, but on the universal scale, we may be rather insignificant. What would happen if we met an advanced alien species with technology more advanced than we could ever imagine? In 1964, a Soviet astronomer by the name of Nikolai Kardashev introduced a hypothetical scale that could be used to measure a potential civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy this civilization can produce. It is known today as the Kardashev scale. The scale has 3 traditional types, but many extensions and modifications to the scale have been proposed since its creation. The scale is logarithmic, meaning, as we go on, the amounts of power the civilization has gets much more substantial. In 1964, Kardashev defined the 3 base levels of civilization based on the power available to them. Type 1, the smallest of the original types, is also called a planetary civilization. This is most similar to our good old friend, Earth. Type 1 civilizations are capable of storing and using all of the energy which reaches this planet from its host star, which, in our case, is the Sun. This amount of energy would amount to an enormous 7 times 10 to the 17 watts. Notice how I said most similar though, as our modern civilization here on Earth does not quite exactly fit into the Type 1 civilization category. Yes, I know, we pathetic humans can't even fit into the lowest level of the advanced civilizations. Rather than fitting into a Type 1 civilization, we humans lie in one of the extended types of civilizations, Type 0. You see, when this scale was proposed, famous astronomer and astrophysicist Carl Sagan produced a formula to define a certain hypothetical civilization's Kardashev rating. This is that formula. where K represents a hypothetical civilization's Kardashev rating, while P represents the amount of power the civilization uses in watts. A proposed Type 0 civilization will control approximately 1 megawatt, or 1 million watts of power, which is minuscule compared to the amount of power we use on a daily basis. In 2015 alone, the total world energy consumption was 17.35 terawatts, or this huge number. Plugging this number into P and cranking out the numbers, our Kardashev rating as a civilization would be approximately a Type 0.72. Even as a civilization with 7 billion humans on our planet, 12 of which ventured to the moon, with spacecraft sent billions of miles into the abyss of interstellar space and plans to colonize Mars in the near future, we still only score a measly 0.72 on the Kardashev scale. According to Carl Sagan, humanity is going through a phase of technical adolescence, typical of a civilization about to integrate the Type 1 Kardashev scale. Michio Kaku, another brilliant theoretical physicist, suggests that humans may attain Type 1 status in the next 100 to 200 years, Type 2 status in perhaps the next few thousand years, and Type 3 status in 100,000 to 1 million years. This really goes to show the truly immense timescales it would take to advance to the next type of civilization. However, we are heading towards becoming a Type 1 civilization in the next couple hundred years or so, and this is a huge step for humanity. As a Type 1 civilization, we would have complete control over our own planet. Perhaps we could influence the weather, change the geological makeup of our own planet, and much, much more. However, even this amount of power is tiny compared to the next type of civilization, Type 2. A Type 2 civilization, also referred to as a stellar civilization, can control the total energy of its host star and transfer the energy throughout the entire solar system. One popular hypothesized device used to harness the entire energy output of a Type 2 civilization's host star are called Dyson structures. You may have seen these before, as they are rather popular in science fiction. The name was coined by Freeman Dyson, and is essentially a system of orbiting solar power satellites. Basically, it's an insanely massive hollow sphere built around a civilization's host star to milk all of the energy from it. Zephyrus made a great video on this idea, and you should definitely check it out. I'll be sure to leave a link to it in the description. But back on topic. Another rather exotic idea to harness energy for a Type 2 civilization would be to feed a stellar mass, for example, a star, into a nearby black hole and collect the photons emitted by the accretion disk. Now, how a civilization could somehow deposit a star into a black hole is beyond me, but it is a means of energy nonetheless. A Type 2 civilization would not only build these supermassive structures, but would control and live within them. They would control every single planet in their solar system, mine all the asteroids at their leisure, and essentially do whatever they want inside their solar neighborhood. The amount of power the civilization would have is remarkable, but is nothing when compared to a Type 3 civilization. A Type 3 civilization, also referred to as a galactic civilization, can control the total energy of its entire host galaxy. The amount of power this civilization would have is truly frightening, and is sorta in the realm of science fiction, but I'll cover it anyway. You see, this civilization would function extremely similar to the way a Type 2 civilization would work. It would harness the power of stars, mine planets and asteroids, and so on, but not only for one star, but for billions of stars. A civilization such as this would use planets and solar systems like Legos, building and deconstructing planets to build up their empire elsewhere in the galaxy. The galaxy would seemingly become their playground, and everything they do and use is merely a toy. Harnessing the energy of quasars would be like hitting the lottery for them. The supermassive black hole at the center of their galaxy could be used as an energy source for a Type 3 civilization. Galactic real estate would become a reality, with planets, stars, or even complete solar systems being auctioned off by some supreme leader. Interestingly enough, this hypothetical galaxy may not even be noticeable. If such a civilization did exist, all of the energy from the stars would be held and used for whatever the civilization may need. This means all the starlight, gas, and elements in an entire galaxy would become like your kitchen pantry. If all of the matter in their entire galaxy was exploited for energy, an outside observer would view the galaxy to be completely invisible. It would appear as if there were a hole in the galaxy, or, if they have colonized the entire galaxy, perhaps nothing at all. There is a place in space known as the Great Void. At nearly 330 million light-years in diameter, the Great Void is one of the largest known voids in the entire universe, and is commonly referred to as a supervoid. This region of space is seemingly devoid of life and galaxies as we know it.
A region of space with such a massive size as the Great Void contains, scientists estimate that there should be at least 2,000 galaxies in this area of space. But, to date, there have only been 60 galaxies that have been discovered in the Great Void. This is a mere 3% of the amount of galaxies that should occupy an area this large. So, where are they? Could it be Type 3 civilizations completely dominating an entire region of space, milking a 330 million light-year wide region for resources? Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and I'll be sure to respond to them as quickly as I can. Thanks for watching.
13.8 billion years. That's how long the universe has existed. Older than the planets, stars, as old as time itself. The universe is immeasurably vast. To put it into perspective, if we reduce that timescale down to a single year, the entirety of recorded human history, you, me, and everyone else who has ever lived, would take up a minute at best. Our lives, the long decades of joy and sorrow, pride and regret, every dreary morning and sunny afternoon, would represent around 1/5 of a second. This cosmic calendar, first popularized by Carl Sagan in the 1970s, is meant to show us just how precarious our position is in the universe. We have not been here long, and if the last few months of life on this cosmic calendar are any indication, we won't be here much longer. Over the past 4 weeks, our planet has been wiped clean of life nearly 6 times over. Of all the billions of species to ever exist, more than 99% have gone extinct. It would probably be a little arrogant to assume that we, who came along only a few minutes ago, are somehow different from all those who came before us, that our species could and should be the first to endure past our time. But the fact that we're even talking about this at all suggests that maybe we are different. We built telescopes, searched the stars, and pieced together the story of our universe. We engineered tools, dug pits, and unearthed the stories of our ancestors. And in all that searching, we found no sign that there's ever been anyone or anything like us. The fact is, humans are adaptable. Most humans are uniquely suited to the environments they evolved in, and if their habitat changes, they don't change with it, they go extinct. Humans are different. When it gets cold, we don't freeze. We knit ourselves sweaters and light a fire. When it rains, we aren't swept away by the flood. We build barriers and divert rivers. The list goes on. Forests burn and we douse the flames with water. Earthquakes topple cities and we rebuild them stronger. We've gotten so good at adapting to our surroundings that at this point, most natural disasters don't pose much of a threat to our species as a whole. But what couldn't we withstand? What, if it happened tomorrow, could end the human story instantly and infinitely? These are the biggest threats our species faces. The threats which seek to make us history, like the 99% who came before us. These are the most dangerous things in the universe. There are many theories as to how the universe might end, and all of them posit that we won't be around to see it happen. One theory suggests that the universe, which once began by expanding ever outward from a single point, will continue to do so for all time. The evidence for this is clear. Every day our own Milky Way galaxy grows more and more distant from the neighboring galaxies as the space between them expands, so it makes sense to conclude that then, eventually, they'll disappear from our view altogether, leaving us alone in the dark. We can live like this for billions and billions of years. The galaxies, though spread apart, will hold together. But eventually, the stellar nurseries which add new stars to our galaxy will run dry. The remaining stars will age and burn into nothingness, leaving only black holes to suck up everything that remains. A hyper-advanced civilization could cobble together distant stellar remnants to create new stars, but in time, these too will run out. There will be no material left for us to use, no energy to sustain us, and eventually, the black holes will decay too. This is known as the Big Freeze, and it is one threat we cannot escape. While the galaxies are, on the whole, growing apart, there are a few exceptions. 2.5 million kilometers, or about 1.5 million miles from us, lies the Andromeda Galaxy, and it's on a collision course with the Milky Way. In 4.5 billion years, this collision will tear both galaxies apart. Surprisingly, this in itself won't hurt us. On a cosmic scale, the stars and planets of our two galaxies are actually so distant from one another that no star will directly collide with another.
Black holes, however, are a different story. They can grow far, far larger than any star, in almost every spiral galaxy, including Andromeda and the Milky Way, holds one at its core. If our sun comes too close to either one of these supermassive black holes, we'll be consumed or, at best, ejected into interstellar space. While we already know about the eventual death and rebirth of our galaxy, there's one smaller, more local danger that could threaten our solar system in the same way: the appearance of a rogue black hole. Black holes form when a massive star runs out of fuel at the end of its life cycle. Unable to burn as hot as it once could, the star can no longer support its own weight, so it collapses inward until the gravity is so great it warps the fabric of space-time itself. While black holes normally stay in the same place as their original star, violent stellar events like the merging of two separate black holes can send them hurtling out into interstellar space at incredible speeds. It's not easy to spot objects drifting in the lightless voids between stars, and an object that absorbs light itself is even more impossible to spot. If one wandered close enough to our sun, its massive gravity would disrupt the orbits of every object in the solar system, slowly but surely throwing the planets into disarray. As it consumes the planets and asteroids in the outer solar system, it'll only grow larger, until finally Earth gets caught in the path of the singularity. After stripping the planet of its atmosphere and us along with it, the black hole's gravity would create tidal waves as large as Mount Everest, stretching the Earth's crust like a ball of dough until finally, the tectonic plates rip apart, exposing our planet's molten core. As we pass the event horizon, everything that was once our home will be crushed into rubble, then dust, then atoms. In this scenario, the best strategy would be to move ourselves. There are millions of potentially habitable worlds in our galaxy alone, and by establishing settlements there, we give humanity a backup plan, saving us from being done in by any one galactic calamity. This is the same strategy we'd use to avoid extinction through the expansion, contraction, and eventual death of our own sun, which will inevitably cook and consume the Earth just as readily as a black hole would. The hardest threats for us to avoid are those that could happen at any time without very little warning: gamma ray bursts and asteroid impacts. While neither of them would destroy life on Earth forever, they may very well destroy us completely. We know this because they've wreaked havoc before, causing 2 of the past 5 mass extinction events in our planet's history. Gamma ray bursts are massive blasts of electromagnetic radiation emitted by collapsing stars. They emit so much energy that, for the brief moment of their existence, they're brighter than every other star in the universe. If the Earth happened to be squarely in the path of one of these narrow bursts, the effects would be immediate and terrible. 75% of the upper atmosphere, specifically the ozone layer, destroyed in an instant. Without ozone, all life on Earth would be exposed to the harsh ultraviolet radiation of the sun, causing DNA damage and cancers. The long-term effects are even more devastating. For several years, acid rain would fall and photochemical smog would darken the skies, reflecting more of the sun's rays. If this were to happen today, given how unstable our climate currently is, the darkness might trigger a runaway cooling effect, leading to a decade-long winter. These same effects were seen during the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction, or the death of the dinosaurs. Approximately 66 million years ago, a 10-kilometer or 6-mile long asteroid struck the surface of our planet, carving a near 180-kilometer or 112-mile long crater in present-day Mexico. The impact instantly vaporized the water beneath it and scattered hot debris across the planet, setting the world aflame. Soot from the blast turned to aerosol and blackened the skies, causing a very real decades-long winter that slowly killed off all the life on the surface. While humans today might survive such an impact by hiding away in a remote underground bunker, the vast majority would be left to die. If an even larger asteroid struck, say, 30 to 60 kilometers, it would completely eradicate all life on Earth, no matter the hiding place. Essentially, if an asteroid or gamma ray burst aimed itself at Earth, there would be very little we could do about it. As gamma ray bursts are impossible to predict, our only immediate solution would be to deal with the effects as best as we can. Unlike gamma ray bursts, which occur in our local group of galaxies only once or twice every 5,000 million years, rogue asteroids are a real and present threat, and the only one that humans have so far taken steps to counter. Since the 1990s, NASA has identified over 25,000 near-Earth asteroids. While many smaller ones may be out there, They've located more than 90% of the asteroids large enough to devastate the Earth. While no large asteroids are currently on a collision course with our planet, NASA scientists have proposed and even tested a solution to counter them. In September 2022, NASA deliberately flew the Double Asteroid Redirection Test Satellite, or DART, into the asteroid Dimorphos, measurably changing its orbit. Should a world-ending asteroid come barreling towards the Earth, we'll simply nudge it out of the way long before it ever reaches us. While the dangers we've discussed so far are possible, inevitable, and devastating, they only come along every 100 million years or so, if that. The odds that one will happen in the foreseeable future are slim to none. In that sense, the most dangerous thing in the universe isn't simply that which could cause the most destruction, but the one that's most likely to. For that reason, we are the most dangerous thing in the universe, at least to ourselves. If we are to die, the odds are overwhelmingly clear that it will be at our own hands. There will be no death from above, no gamma ray burst or rogue black hole. It'll be because we chose to die, either through the negligence of human-caused climate change or the short-sighted malice of nuclear war. We invented the machines that warmed our planet, causing droughts, floods, and massive storms. We invented the bombs that can annihilate millions in an instant, and each day we choose to keep them armed and aimed squarely at our own heads. At this moment, there's over 12,000 active nuclear warheads on our planet. A full nuclear exchange will instantly wipe out entire cities, and in the aftermath, radioactive fallout will eventually kill billions. The skies will darken and plunge our planet into a nuclear winter, slowly starving everyone else unfortunate enough to survive, just as it happened 66 million years ago and 400 million years before that. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists keeps a symbolic clock that measures humanity's proximity to doomsday. In 1947, when the clock was first unveiled, an expert panel of scientists and academics judged that we were 7 minutes to midnight to our own extinction. When the Soviet Union fell, ending the Cold War, they turned the clock back to 17 minutes. But now, as we fail to deal with climate change, as nuclear arms treaties fall apart, and as Russia once again threatens war with the West, we're 100 seconds from midnight. At this moment, we have two paths forward. We can listen to our collective inner voices of reason and survive our own present together, or we can all join those who went before us, only this time, our extinction would be by our own hands.
The universe was really small and dense at one point, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. But wait a minute. Let's rewind and figure out what happened right here. This is because of two things, entropy and dark energy. To put it simply, entropy is the measure of order in the universe. It's a measure of uncertainty or randomness. The higher the entropy, the more disorderly the universe is. It's like your bedroom. A messy room is a high entropy state because it's much harder for you to be certain of where any specific object could be. For example, that sock you lost last week. But once you clean everything up and make it neat and orderly, it's much easier to be certain about where an object will be. This is entropy in a simple nutshell. But why is it important? Simply put, it could be what causes the end of our universe. Before we get to the end of the universe, we need to discuss what events will occur between now and then. This video is much like a sequel to a video I made recently called What Will Happen in 1 Billion Years. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch it. If you do, this video will make more sense. Anyway, right now, the Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy, the closest galaxy to our own, are racing towards each other at a speed of about 110 kilometers per second. But in 4 billion years, the night sky will look the most beautiful that it has ever been. The collision of galaxies sounds like a really big threat, but actually our solar system will most likely remain intact. Due to the huge sizes of our galaxies, this most likely won't affect anything inside our immediate neighborhood. Andromeda is 260,000 light years across, while the Milky Way is only about 100,000 light years. And I say only 100,000 light years like it's nothing. But at our highest estimate, our solar system is only about 4 light years in diameter at most. When our galaxy collides with Andromeda, the night sky will be filled with gas clouds and nebulas forming new stars. Assuming there's still life on Earth or in our solar system at this point, because galaxies are mostly empty space, we only need to be worried about avoiding any object within light years. Oh, it may be our own sun. In about 5 billion years, the hydrogen in the sun's core will be completely exhausted and will leave what is called the main sequence, a place where dwarf stars who aren't quite giants live. And this is when the sun will begin to expand, which isn't exactly good for any life on Earth. The Earth, Moon, and according to many scientists, maybe even Mars will be swallowed whole by what is now the red giant sun. But there's an upside. This destruction may cause Titan, one of Saturn's moons, to have conditions extremely similar to what Earth's are today, meaning that we could possibly have living conditions on Titan. But even then, things aren't too safe. Because in the year 22 billion, the first universe-ending scenario comes into play. The Big Rip. Low entropy states require work to achieve, so naturally everything, even on the scale of the universe, seems to tend towards disorder. You can tie this in with the Big Bang. The universe was in an extremely low entropy state in the beginning. All the matter and energy in the entire universe today was compacted down into one minuscule point. Since then, the universe has been expanding, cooling down into a higher entropy state, a more disorderly state. You would think that over the billions of years since the universe's beginning, the universe's expansion would slow down, but actually, it's doing quite the opposite. It's speeding up. This is due to dark energy. We have known that the universe's expansion has been speeding up for decades, but the reason why remained unknown, so we call it dark energy. Right now, the idea is that dark energy will continue expanding the space between galaxies, and that large structures in the universe like galaxies, stars, planets, and even molecular bonds will be strong enough to stay held together. This is due to forces such as gravity and the weak and strong nuclear forces. If this is true, then dark energy will never be able to become strong enough to pull these objects apart. However, there is a possibility that it might not work like that, and this is a problem. There is a bit of experimental evidence that suggests dark energy may get even stronger over time. If this is true, then eventually, in billions of years, the distances between objects won't matter. Anything and everything will be torn apart. First, the galaxies themselves will be ripped apart since the space between objects in a galaxy is so massive, like we talked about with Andromeda. Then, the star systems will be torn apart, our solar system. Then, the stars themselves. And then the planets that even inhabited these solar systems. And if dark energy is strong enough, if it keeps getting stronger and stronger over time, then even objects that are held together by stronger forces, molecular bonds that are held together by the strong and weak nuclear forces, will be shredded apart by the now overpowering dark energy. Nuclei themselves will be ripped apart from their atoms, and this will result in a universe with nothing left. Everything has been ripped apart, down to the very last atom. That is the Big Rip. When dark energy causes space itself to expand faster than the elementary particles that make it up, the universe would just be a sea of empty particles that would never be able to interact with anything, ever again. But keep in mind, this is theoretical and based off of only a few scientific experiments. So let's say that doesn't happen. What will happen next? Even if the universe isn't violently ripped apart by dark energy, it still exists. Or at least we think it does. And it is still causing the universe to expand. So by the year 100 billion, dark energy will have caused the entire universe to expand so far apart, even at the speed of light, we won't be able to see or interact with any galaxies that aren't a part of our local group. Out of an entire universe made of hundreds of billions of galaxies, in 100 billion years, we will only be able to interact with a measly 54 of them. And when you do the math, it's kinda sad how little of our universe we'll be able to interact with. In 1 trillion years, these galaxies that we call the local group may collide with one another, back to back to back, until eventually the local group is one mega galaxy. And as cool as that sounds, it's kinda lonely in a way. For any life living in the galaxy, that's it. That's all you'll ever know. And around this time, all the gas clouds that are necessary to form new stars and solar systems will begin to exhaust themselves until eventually there are no new stars being born. All the stars that are alive then will be the last of their kind, until the very last star in the universe fades away into nothingness. and eventually, the universe will go dark. Which leads us into our second doomsday event for the universe, the Big Freeze. In 25 trillion years, the last shining star in the universe will either fade out or be swallowed into the supermassive black hole at the center of its galaxy. In 10 to the 30 years, black holes will begin to eat the remaining neutron stars and dwarf stars, while the black holes themselves decay away over trillions of years due to Hawking radiation. In a Google years, that's 10 with 100 zeros after it, a black hole with the size of 20 trillion solar masses, that is a black hole with a mass of over 20 trillion suns, will finally decay completely due to Hawking radiation. And then, there's nothing. In the immense universe over this unreal timescale, there is practically no activity whatsoever. The only activity is random subatomic particles popping into existence for a brief second before they disappear forever like the rest of the universe. That's all there is. The universe has seemed to freeze to a stop. Entropy is at its highest state. The universe is dead. Except, maybe it isn't. In 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 56 years, which by the way is a number so big that when I sat down and wrote the script for this video, and even now, I couldn't even figure out how to physically write that number down. I tried to figure out a way to put this into scale, but I can't. It's 10 with this many zeros after it, which honestly just makes me more confused. If you were to try and fully write out that number, with all the zeros and everything on one line on a really, really long piece of paper, that piece of paper would be so large that it wouldn't even be able to fit within our observable universe, due to the sheer length of that number. In that many years, due to those subatomic particles we mentioned, combined with quantum tunneling, a phenomenon where particles seemingly instantly teleport between locations, even faster than the speed of light, there is a chance there could somehow be an extreme random entropy decrease at an extremely specific point in the vastness of the universe, where all subatomic particles in the universe quantum tunnel to the same exact location at the same time. This would result in a new Big Bang, a new universe, or maybe new universes.
This is green, this is red, and this is blue. But how can you tell what you're seeing as blue is the exact same thing as what I see as blue? We've named the colors to give us a way to communicate and reference them. But in reality, there's no way of knowing what you see is the same as what another person sees. Even with the small steps and the giant leaps we've made as a species, there's still a lot to learn about Earth, life, and the human condition. There's still everything we don't know. On the 26th of February 2015, one picture of a dress divided the internet.
You are seeing white and gold. Where are you looking at?
Oh, just change to white and gold!
Wait, no, you're kidding.
While some saw it as gold and white, others saw it as blue and black. And ever since then, there's been a number of repetitions of the same experiment, either using the same sense, in this case sight, or even other senses, like hearing, in the famous Yanny or Laurel debate.
Laurel.
These experiments remind us that there's no way for us to tell that you and I sense the same things. What I call red might just be what you call blue, and there might be someone out there who sees human beings with purple teeth, but just refers to it as white. 71% of the entire Earth is covered by water. Humans are made up of about 60% water, potatoes 80%, watermelons 93%, and cucumbers 95%. It's very clear that water is essential for life on Earth, but we really don't know that much about water, not even about the very oceans we came from. In fact, we've only explored 5 to 10% of the Earth's oceans. The rest, well, who knows what's down there. It's even scarier when you realize that fish, like the blobfish and the barreled eye fish, belong to the